Welcome everyone, you're watching the official broadcast for the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota closed qualifiers. We've finished with a couple of regions and we're going to be moving over to a new region being Eastern Europe. We've got some teams ready to battle out here in the closed qualifiers. We've got 8 teams as a whole ready to go. Danog, got a little bit of sleep. Western Europe, now jump over to East Europe. I know the times are a little bit better for you. We ready for the action?
Now I am, yeah. Do I look more refreshed? Because I feel it. It's absolutely a night and day difference for me as we have a look at some of the participants for this Eastern European qualifiers. 1W for Pirates. They're the first two that are going to be taking on each other today. And it's going to be only one out of these 8 teams. 9 Pandas, Chimera Esports, Hydra, Liga Team, Namiga, as well as One Move that are going to be able to join both Avulus as well as Talon Esports, and I believe Apex Genesis just qualified as well from the Americas region, plus a bunch of invited teams. So Eastern Europe, it's always been like that, I would say, most competitive region in the past couple of years. Southeast Asia, it's fallen off a little bit, but Eastern Europe is just going as strong as it has always been.
Could we even say, actually, no, I'm not even going to go there. I think Eastern Europe is the best region at the moment. So not even going to say, could we say it is the best region? I think it is the best region with the results that we've actually seen from the tournament with Paravision, BetBoom. Well, they won all the big ones so far, right? And then, of course, we've seen Team Spirit have pretty good placements too. The tournament that BetBoom did win, I think that was Blast, where we saw both the Spirit was also placing incredibly high. So yeah, this region has been dominant and we feel like it's been growing in power really since Spirit were getting those TI victories. It felt like we really started to see the rise in a lot of the competitiveness in this region, and it was really rivaling of the Western Europe action. That also can be in part because they play pubs together too. I'm sure that helps, and really just the fact that you're playing pubs over and over again and are going to get that experience and versing a lot of the plays that we're going to see today with the teams going.
Yeah, you can see the bracket there. Just covering upper bracket round 1 games today. So the first 2 series of the day are going to be those top 2, followed by the second 2. I am really liking the fact that you mentioned all of those really strong teams over the time. I mean, 1W, just fresh off of a TI attendance. One Move have also had, their time in the sun. 9 Pandas, of course, were part of that big 3, let's call it, from like a year or 2 ago, right? With Spirit, BB Team, as well as themselves. And you've even got Virtus Pro sitting behind them. So it's, like you said, a highly competitive region across the board as we see the schedule for today. And I'm really happy to see that it is going to continue. Now, it is a little different from the Western European region, of course, 2 hours earlier, which is a nice change for me in particular, but not these set schedules either. They're just a guide. So if the first series is going a little bit quicker, the next one is going to follow much more quickly after. So you don't need to leave. You don't need to get up and, start queue up another game of Dota if there's looking like being an hour wait. It's probably only going to be about 15 minutes or so. So that's great. We can just get more Dota in nice and fast.
Yes, indeed, which is going to make it much more entertaining for the viewers, not having to get that break like you were saying. So let's start to have a bit of a deeper dive into our first series here with One Win taking on the boys over on Fort Pirates. Of course, we saw One Win. One of the invited teams, they have no changes besides the mid lane. And of course, Chiro Jr. Not playing for them any longer. It's going to actually be dual raised as a mid. Do you have any information, anything on this little man here? Because we did not see, he doesn't have a local Wikipedia, so it's a bit hard to get a whole lot of information from him. How we feel about him? Do you know anything?
It's just, again, Eastern Europe have this luxury of being able to, channel all of these young up-and-coming talents, right? So over the past recent bit, of course, you had your Yataros and all that, but in more recent times, your Kiyotakas coming through, of course, Satanic now, really making waves. Pure, it's really just coming across the board. So 1W, they're trying to get their own homegrown talent and build him there, lock him in. You'd have to say they're feeling really confident in his playstyle, though, right? Because we just saw Chiro Jr. standing in for Team Secret. He did a fantastic job. Even though Team Secret weren't successful in that Western Europe and MENA qualifiers, he was, in my opinion, by far the standout on that team.
Yes, I 100% would agree. So we'll see what Duraze is able to do, because I agree with you, and I understand what you're saying, wanting to develop the talent We'll see if they can do that, but there is a lot of other talent already in Eastern Europe in regards to the mid lane that I don't know where they're going. So to keep in mind, I believe Squad X even stood in for one win relatively recently. Maybe it was I don't remember where exactly. I feel like it could have been the 1-win tournament, in fact, where we saw Squad X stand in. So he's an incredibly talented mid laner. GPK as well is a very talented mid laner. We do not know where he is currently. There's still maybe some talks of like a second BetBoom team with him and some of the other people that haven't been picked up, like Toronto Tokyo. So I am a bit intrigued on the decision to not go for some of these well-established mid laners.
Yeah, no, it's certainly interesting as we see the result of the coin toss for Pirates successful, and they actually went ahead and chose Radiant for themselves. So just wanting to give that safe lane, I assume, the easiest time possible. Of course, Odaka, I'm interested to see how in this patch as well. It's been a little bit since I've had a chance to be able to cover him, but his hero pool does fit this meta quite well. He loves his Bristleback, loves the Monkey King, loves the Terrorblade in particular, and we're seeing that one picked up a whole lot more. So I want to see if there is still that flex between him and their position 3, Mr. Moral. Love that as a name, just PMA basically, coming through for them. But we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case. We've been touching on, all these teams that are kind of looking for homes. We've talked on Paravision as well. It really does feel like, at least in the latter quarter of this year, it's been the year of like the cast-offs coming together and making a really solid roster, right? We saw it with Avulus. We talked to Jibe yesterday, and he said it's so vindicating and satisfying to have, everyone that didn't believe in them previously. It kind of nullifies their opinion, considering you've got these 5 people that are able to come together, get a bunch of wins. We see that from Paravision as well. A lot of people said no one, kind of a has-been, doesn't really have the chops anymore, but he's styling on people across the board, DM, winning lands. Like, it's just really, really solid, and I'm happy to see that people aren't just sitting back and it's not just the same people over and over again. We get to see more people at the very top, and that's what makes Dota exciting.
Yeah, which is... When was the last time it was kind of like this, where we had multiple lanes in a row where a different team was winning? BetBoom, Paravision, Heroic. There was probably a different, maybe Liquid and then Falcons, 5 different teams, you would say, in probably some of the big recent lands. So I feel like that makes it very entertaining as a viewer.
Probably around like COVID times, to be honest, was the last time that you did have a little bit more of this versatility with things, and kind of the introduction of the DPC, when you still had people finding their feet. A lot of these new teams were coming through. We were getting good results from like Viking GG, for example. And you just have to look at some of the players now, where they are in the world and their standings as like greats of modern Dota, to see how good that is. But enough about them. We're into the draft, and we're already mostly through the first ban phase. 1W really just looking to perhaps get the edge in terms of sustain for themselves, looking to get rid of the Alchemist, looking to get rid of the Doom, just wanting to have that ability to perhaps just pick up this Bristleback really, really early on into the piece. Of course, they're going to have a few bans. No, actually, we get a DK for the first time these entire qualifiers. I thought it'd be just a matter of time until something slips through, but it didn't happen a single time in Western Europe, at least what I was casting.
Yeah, I already like that we're getting the adaptation in regards to the draft. Like, there's a couple things different. Like you said, DK slips through Morphling first phase ban, which I think is a little bit interesting. I know Moonkushi likes the hero, but it's not like, maybe it was protecting something from 4 Pirates. We've seen... What was the response? Was I casting that game with you where we got the mid-morph instantly in the first phase? Or was that with Harry?
I think that might have been with Harry. We did see the Morphling picked into the Ember Spirit that absolutely styled on people. Wasn't in the mid lane though, but it was just a really solid game for it. Just Doom first phase ban as well, right? We're normally seeing that second, maybe even third phase. So really just changing up the priority, and that's what's great about Dota. Different regions have different understandings of what they feel is strong in particular. And I mentioned a lot of these Odaka heroes that he really loves to play. Number 1 was probably the Monkey King outside of the Terrorblade. Not too sure if you want to have the TB into the Dragon Knight, just because you are pretty much purely physical damage, and DK is going to be able to shrug off a lot of that. Maybe 4 Pirates can be considering a Shadow Demon for themselves, looking to try and build into that break eventually, because we have seen, as tanky as DKs are, they are able to be blown up with heroes like the Timbersaw. And, you know, once you get into the break, it's really just that roller coaster effect of early on pre-BKBs. Timbersaw, his job is basically to control this Dragon Knight. Then once the BKBs come out, you look at try and kite out some of these durations and then look to take the team fights. And then later on, you want to actually just try and kill him. So strategies change throughout the game, basically, for the scariest hero on the 1W side, which to me is pretty much always going to be this DK. Looking comfortable.
Yes, that is prime drafting position. That's what it is. I hope he's a drafter as well, to be honest. Let him just make the decisions, kick back. I get it.
Seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
I'm always interested to see who's the one doing the majority of the talking in these phases, right? It seems pretty quiet across the board. I did see your taker in the top left there, making a few of his opinions known, but his kind of just wanting to have abilities to be able to deal with this DK, I suppose. And Huerta is a pretty decent one, right? For the lane, tons of magic damage, pierce the veil prior to getting the BKB is going to be a really useful tool. So would have the Tiny, and that's part of the reason why 1W have gone and removed it from the pool, both because you can actually look to stand and man fight the DK, you can build into the Silver Edge, but even just earlier on with that Magic Burst Avatos combo, it's enough to be able to take people out.
Okay, this is a hero that we didn't get to see on the final day of Western Europe. We were getting a lot leading into that last day. Maybe it was in the lower bracket finals. Yeah, it was. But I mean, we saw Secret played, of course. With if you get eliminated, you can't continue to play it in the final day. But it definitely, I was surprised because I thought in the grand finals we were going to get this hero more, and at least once. And I guess there were meta and other things that teams had to be worrying about. You know, the Iro Gyro, the next Bat Rider, just to name a few.
I mean, I'm on board with the Lich, don't get me wrong, but there's nothing in this draft right now that suggests to me great Lich game, you know? Now, against the Sniper, feels good, right? Eventually they had to pick some form of right click, and the Lich is kind of just preempting that a little bit. I suppose it's a little bit of that instant lockdown for the Timbersaw, which does enable this Lina to pop off a little bit, but most of the time when you're picking a Lina, you're doing it to crush the lane. Now that's not going to be the case. You know, you're playing up against a Sniper, and at this point in time, you don't have anything that's going to be able to dive into the Four Pirates side of the map. So I wonder if that's where their position 4 is going to be around. Like, are they going to pick a Tusk? Are they going to pick a Clockwork? Wouldn't mind the Clock. You know, ways to be able to deal some damage through Pierce the Veil. Means that Sniper needs to itemize into an early-ish concussive grenade with the Aghanim Shard or a Force Staff. Means that Timbersaw might not be able to Timber Chain away, and provides that frontline body to be able to protect this Lina.
I like the Clockwork. Gonna get the Master, so a similar role, I suppose, in regard to just some team fight, holding that Sniper into place, make it a little bit more difficult for the Timber to be as mobile as well, along with protecting your own Lina, who can dance in and out of the fights with that Flame Coat.
Still thinking that it might even just be a Sniper 1 as well, with the Ogre Magi, of course. It is certainly a possibility, but... And to me, the question is, like, what are they actually wanting to lane into your Lina, right? I guess that is an area that they are lacking at this point in time on Four Pirates' side. Team fight into a relatively enclosed space, so something like the Puck would have been quite nice. Not really wanting to go into a BKB on the Timbersaw all that often, so it's worthy of the ban out for sure. Just trying to think what else they could be potentially considering from that position 1 role if it is indeed not the Sniper that they're going down this path of. We've seen a couple of times like a Blink Stunner to be able to get in onto the backlines. So is it going to be, you know, the Wraith King? Is it going to be the Sven, which we've seen a little bit more priority given over to in recent times as well, just to control these team fights a little bit more effectively? But then you have to be careful about, you know, just running into a Dragon Knight that is going to be able to withstand a lot of that damage. So we'll have to wait and see.
Do you feel like there needs to be, do they need a carry who provides a stun, considering that is something that they are having some lack of?
Maybe, or you could just consistently run at people. I wouldn't mind the Slark either. With the Ogre Magi, you can really use that Bloodlust to pretty high effectiveness. You get on top of the Lina, You can, destroy the Lich before he's able to react to you, both with a Dark Pact. You don't need to worry about the Sinister's Gaze. If he looks to try and Ice Spire Chain Frost you, you just get inside of the Shadow Dance. Even against the DK, right? It's a pretty decent game for the Slark to be building into that Silver Edge that we were talking about. You don't necessarily need to put it all onto the Sniper as well. So I could see that working.
Like if this was a...
10
Yeah,
seconds
go, sorry.
remaining.
I was about to say some of these support heroes that they're banning out really do hinder Slark's ability a little bit, right? Both with the attack speed plus just brambles and annoying to not consistently run at people in a lot of these team fights.
One Wee's turn
Yep,
to pick.
yep, 100% agree. Gonna get the Ember ban, so they, which I'm really intrigued about. I know you said there's still potential for the Sniper to go safe lane because of the Ogre, but I feel like, are you going to get a better lane matchup versus the Lina? That's the thing I'm really intrigued on. So they feel like these are heroes at least maybe that can really create a lot of chaos for them inside this game. So okay, we'll see if that's going to help protect them and if they have the read that the Sniper's going to go save.
I mean, the Ember is a fine enough pick, right? Probably going to go the Chain Gang facet, but I would have just been really worried about that laning stage, especially considering, you need to be grouping up and playing alongside your Timbersaw as much as possible. Okay, a little bit of extra control in the form of the Bat Rider coming through. Don't hate that. Just more stuff that's not necessarily a body, but you're able to make the life of the Sniper in particular just that little bit more challenging. And it does resolve that issue that I was talking about of Pierce the Veil not being this complete get out of jail free card for them, where Bat Rider still able to do the majority of his damage there.
So we'll see if Slark is still something that they're considering here in the carry. I think a different patch we could be speaking about Lifestealer as well, but
I asked for it yesterday or the day before, and we got a Wraith King, so that shows how dead the Lifestealer is.
I'm happy with this Slark. I'm really trying to come up with anything else that they.
I mean, even just as you're a nullifier builder as well, right? So against this Frost Shield, that's going to be really nice to have too. I could see it working. Seems like they're just finalizing their strategies, and the pick is pretty much in. Just a matter of clicking the all button. And the posture check has been improved a little bit as well.
Yes.
Got to do your stretches.
Window feet up the desk, ready to game. Okay, so
Hero.
all right. Well,
yeah, right. All right, indeed. Honestly, really was not expecting the Sniper safe lane, which I feel like does. Is this a good Sniper safe lane game? Like, don't you have a lot of ways to? Again, yeah, you've got the melee 5, but Cloud Mars, Sweat and Strong Bat Rider. I mean, I feel like these two have been really stable for 1W, and I think eventually we are able to see the ability for them to dive deep under the tower, and a lot of this is going to depend on the Ogre, but I really thought you're picking Sniper to lane into the Lina, so let's see what the Earth Spirit's able to do. We should probably imagine this is going to be a losing lane for the Earth Spirit, but definitely is one of the better melee heroes in regards to just the boulder smash to be able to at least get some creeps, and his raw strength as well to be able to still play some of those difficult lanes.
Yeah, it's a hard game for sure for Nandy Narwhal to be able to get, right? But maybe they just have a higher emphasis on shutting this Lina out of the game versus just drawing the lane, going neutral in terms of what the Sniper is able to do. So it's clearly their strategy. It's how they've got the read on this one, but I feel like, I guess it does leave the backline a little bit threatened still, as your Lich and everything else along those lines, but you have to kind of make a decision here on the Earth Spirit, right? Like, do you go onto the Lina? Do you go onto the Lich? Who is the one that you're actually looking to try and initiate onto? Because you only get one of the two options, right? And even just with the Sniper that we're talking about with the safe lane, the lane, like you said, not the easiest going up against the Mars plus the Bat Rider, but even once the game starts to break out, right? That is the vast majority of your damage output is going to be coming from this bloodlusted Sniper just sitting on the back lines. And if an arena drops, you're not going to be doing any damage into that. Even just throwing up the bulwark a lot of the time, the Mars is going to be able to redirect a lot of that attention towards himself. So I have to wonder how easy of a time it's going to be for Otika on his Sniper.
Which has to be a pretty big concern, because it feels like this hero I mean, yes, again, the Osprey can be able to provide a lot of damage inside the fights, and we definitely know the Timber can as well. This was at first phase, Timber 2, we've got to keep that in mind. And do you feel like it was addressed enough from 1W? Because we have seen Timbers just completely take over, and even if they are first phase, some teams don't have the lineup or potentially then the gameplay to be able to address it. So do we feel like even this kind of piece of the puzzle has been managed effectively from 1W?
I think so. I mean, you've got a decent amount of magic damage to be able to deal with him, right? We're most likely going to see Lina going down that magic damage route. Doesn't have necessarily the steroid to be able to buff her up a decent amount. And even just Timbersaw and Ember Spirit, honestly, if you're going for these deeper dives, look at all of the control that you're going into. You know, Flame Break means that you might not be able to hit that the Whirling Death after a Timber Chain in. You are going to get Speared, you're going to get Dragon Tailed, you're going to get Light Striker Rage, you're going to get Sinister Gazed. So it's not easy. You might end up just initiating into your own death a lot of the time.
30 seconds to battle.
Let's get ourselves underway. Smoke from either side. Looks like it's going to be 2 members of 4 Pirates trailing over to the east, and they may potentially run into 1W. 5-man looking to charge up the high ground. I am not sure if they saw Respect's Lich. They do. They have the ward. Okay, yes. So they're going to split away. And we'll try and move back over towards the river to secure the bounty. It looks like they should be able to do that. So it's going to be a 2 for 2. No first blood, though.
2 for 2 is totally fine if you're on the 4 pirate side, right? Like, this is a Ogre Magi that Pedanchik is playing. So learning curve level 1, not going to be all that effective. Super early. Really, again, he is just the body for this sniper who item build pretty much completely laid out for himself. Couple of Wraith Bands into the treads. Wonder what he's going to go after that, whether it's going to be the farming accelerant in the form of a Maelstrom, or if it's just going to be straight into potentially engaging with the rest of his team off the back of a crit stick or that Silver Edge.
I love starting the lane and Batrider gets the first deny. He just got it.
Yep. Sweden strong Dota.
No. Dude, when you get out denied versus a Batrider, it's you got some.
Yeah, it's Sniper though, right?
Things not to be happy for.
Sniper is probably one of the other bad heroes at the very start. Really good attack animation, but not necessarily the greatest attack damage to be able to start things off.
Listen, the opposite side lane where you can see Timber not really have to worry about that potential Whirling Death to be able to see us.
Pedanchik's getting a little bit of business given to him, but again, Ogre Magi not really as concerned. I want to see what the mentality from Respect is in this top lane as well. We saw when LeBron was playing his Lich, he went like a 4-1-1 build, I believe, on his Lich, just looking to try and spam out that Frost Blast as much as possible, be legitimate kill threats.
Already got, it's in a lot of danger. Fairy Fire tries to stay alive long enough to be able to get the damage onto Sweden Strong, but unfortunately, level 1 still for the Ogre. So, utilizing that advantage perfectly. Meanwhile, mid lane dual raise, the new addition to the 1W boys is going to be able to get a solo kill.
Oh, and another kill. All cores going down just 2 minutes into the game. So, fantastic start coming out from the 1W boys. And, well, at least now on the bottom side of the map, Pedanchik has that level 2. So 2 points into the Ignite means that it's going to be just that little bit easier for them to get a little bit of this harass. But the wave is pushing underneath the tower, so I don't think Cloud really cares all that much. He's going to aggro the wave. He's going to be able to pick up that farm. Top side, I don't think Timbersaw is in that much of a worry. I mean, he's a little bit behind in terms of net worth, and of course he did die that one time, but his lane as well in a pretty decent spot.
At least Pedanchik has the extra spells now. We'll see him may be able to play in front of Taker. And can you actually do a check for me as well, the MMR of Dores? I'm intrigued on where he is on the leaderboards, because where the man, if he's been grinding or not. Yeah, a little bit of action down bottom.
I'm going to try and turn around onto Pedanchik a little bit here. Building up some of those sticky napalm stacks. And the flame break's available as well if you did want to go for it, but doesn't seem like that will be the case. A lot of the times you do see like an early point in the Bloodlust as opposed to the Fire Blast, just because, you know, you get a lot more long-lasting utility, I guess you could say. You know, it still lasts the full 30 seconds on a 20-second cooldown. So for someone like a sniper who's just going to be peeping away at this Mars, feels like it's going to be a really useful tool.
Dora is continuing an absolute nuisance. Bottom lane, Cloud. Looks like finally 4 Pirates are going to be able to strike back. Cloud should go down out of range with the shrapnel. In fact, it's actually the fire blast from Pedantic that's going to be able to net them their first kill here for the boys on 4 Pirates. At least you see, even though we got the kills in regards to the cause, they're still sitting pretty in regards to the net worth. Sniper second place, Timber high up early on, so I know it is a 4 minutes in the game. Don't want to take too much of the net worth, but I was a little bit surprised at the fact that we got those triple core kills at such an early stage into the game. So hopefully they're not feeling too discouraged. Taker, yeah, is going to go down. So off the back of the respawn, Cloud and Sweden Strong once again looking to play aggressive and up in their face. They will even get a Courier Snipe, which a Wraith Band and probably the full one being completed as well. It's a big snipe from Sweden Strong.
Even just going back to dual rays. Haven't found him just yet in terms of MMR, but he is just completely bullying this Natty Narwhal lane. He's got a full level and a half advantage on him, about to head on to that level 6. And in terms of net worth, he's a full 1,000 net worth ahead. So I wonder, with this creep going down and that level 6 being claimed, is he going? How deep is he going to be able to push this into Natty Narwhal? Or is it just going to be a little bit of tower damage and slow harass coming through?
I'm intrigued. Do you know how to use Control F? I found him straight away. It's okay though, my friend. It happens.
It's all right. If you want to find it, you can always look.
It's 129. Pretty high, to be honest. I wasn't expecting it to be to be that high. So it's very respectable considering. I mean, considering Europe, and we got some really goddamn good players here.
Mm-hmm. Not to call the man out, but I was watching Cinderin on stream the other day, and he's got like 8 point something MMR, and that's like nearly 5,000 immortal in Europe. Like, it's kind of crazy at how much the inflation has been.
Is it time for a reset?
I don't know. I just got a bunch of MMR, dude. Finally.
Yeah, true. But you need to get more with DD. Mr. Knight probably going to be able to get a kill though. Turned it back around. The raise easy for him.
As expected, this laner just completely dominating the lane though, right? Like, you do have the answer somewhat for the game, but if the damage output coming from this laner is just going to be too much for an an Earth Spirit to deal with, then
Bottom lane.
Another death.
Taker is another death indeed. Danchik was thinking maybe might be able to get Cloud, which I think Ignite's not going to be enough, and he will not be able to get in the face of the Mars. I mean, it has a bunch of 1 charges too, so it's going to be a big concern. Like, Danog, you last picked the Earth Spirit, who is getting bodied by the laner. No real surprise there. Then you move the Sniper down to bottom, knowing the lane matchup. And a couple of deaths now. This is... do we feel like they just overestimated how the lanes were going to go, or what are we? Is it gameplay?
I mean, they're putting a lot of respect onto dual rays, right? But I think the biggest issue is they overestimated the Lena's importance this game. Like, I don't think she's necessarily going to be the one to close this one out, right? That's going to be the DK. So I wanted to see them put a little bit more emphasis onto the Mkushi side, whether that be just a position 1 that's going to be able to fight up into him, as they're going to try and do just that. He's not quite yet level 6 yet, so maybe this rotation's going to pay off.
The Shrapnel doesn't have that quick nuke early on, but it's just the raw amount of heroes that they have. 4, in fact, the top lane for 4 Pirates. So much needed rotation, and that's a rotation not even with the Earth Spirit too, which is really the hero that I'm probably expecting to be making a lot of the movements. That's how Nadina was going to be able to get back into this game, but he's been freed up to get a little bit more time in the mid lane. Unfortunately, he doesn't get a power, and I believe it was top, and yeah, it's going to be a bottle for haste for dual rays.
It's going to be nearly a boots of travel for dual rays as well. So not like he needed more movement speed with the fiery soul, but he's going to get it. Just going from bad to Have you seen how many last hits this Earth Spirit has?
No, I haven't. Top
Guess.
lane. I'll hold that for a second. Taker is still here, and you actually have the Mars trying to TP in. Now, with the Deadshot, that did get a little bit of glimpse of Mars's rotation, but it's not going to matter in the end as Cloud's able to come through with the combo. And now Dulraze as well rotating with the Haze Rune. They've got some pretty decent wards set up to be able to scout him out. My guess on the last hits would be 21.
Yeah, pretty much that low compared to the 58 that Lina has at this
Well, he
point
got a
in
bunch
time.
then.
All right, that's nice.
Nice kick.
Game recovered.
Honestly, I'm still... I mean, compared to his mid laner, it's not looking good, but compared to some other heroes, I'm sorry Cloud is so low, but now just jumps over towards the sniper, but... A lot of stacks, man. Batrider's made 5, Lich has made 5 as well. Speaking of the Batrider...
Might be looking to get turned around on.
Chiku does actually have Sniper nearby. Cloud's not going to mess around. Happy with dropping the arena. The Shrapnel will still be able to help assist in the kill. So it's going to be a 1-for-1. And Nadinarwell is nearby as well in case the Mars steps far forward. Top lane, actually, Lina going to go down to the damage AoE from the Timber. And I mean, this is a massive sequence of events here for the boys on 4 Pirates. Looks like they're going to have a difficult time with beating back into Monkushi, but maybe that's where Nadinarwell was able to come into play. Nice sidestep, just slightly missing out there with the dead shot.
Not just the dead shot, but the initiation and the slow coming through from Nadinarwell as well. So not able to make the most of that, but it's a really big kill to be able to get onto this Lina, prevent her from starting to ball out of control. She still does have those boots of travel, though. So, right, if they feel like they can look to fight up into this top side of the map while the Timbersaur's feeling a little weak, absolutely can afford to, but looks like Dulraze looking to try and prioritize his Aghanim Scepter first and foremost. Of course, that spell damage amplification going to be so important at being able to contest into the Timber. The one hero having a pretty good game so far right now is Mr. Moral.
Very good in game, in fact. Still, again, saw those deaths earlier onto the claws, but Mr. Morrow was chilling. And we're going to have to continue to see how 4 Pirates look to play around in the safe lane. With that being said, because we have seen a lot of the aggression top from them, would you like to see 1W in particular, Monkushi, just leave the lane and go jungle now?
I mean, if he had the armlet finished up for this fight, I would have been totally on board with them just sticking around and fighting. It's really just around respect as well, though. I want to see them just try and delay this a little bit, leech that level 6, and have that turnaround potential with the Mars Arena. Right now, Cloud's just staying in a really defensive spot, but if a fight breaks out, it's a TP in. That'll be a pretty quick one, because no one else has TP'd to the area in recent times. So it's just around getting that ultimate for the supports. That's going to be the biggest factor for mine.
Done a really good job to stabilize this game, though, on 4 Pirates. I think it was up to a 3,000 net worth lead at one stage, but maybe the game's going to slow down a little bit for one win, because like you said, we are seeing the Lina put much more emphasis on working towards an early scepter. I mean, Sweet and Strong is even taking a stack for himself as well, instead of giving it to the cause. And I don't particularly dislike this. I mean, we're both really big fans of seeing Batriders be able to get their gold and farm, and I think we had some criticism for some of the Batriders that we saw early in Western Europe for not doing that.
Yeah, even just... Oh, hold on. Magi might be looking to get a quick, easy pick-off for him before the team is truly ready, realizing that it's going to be up in 100 seconds when you're hitting a few more of these item timings. And that's the other thing I want to mention as well with Sweden Strong. He's only just leveled up the ultimate at level 7, so clearly realizing the potential threat of needing it in the team fight, but he's prioritizing his own farm. And I think if you're playing this Batrider, you need to be taking greedy farm like he is right now. Of course, the stacks that he built up himself, yeah, sure, a core would have liked them, but if Sweden Strong's able to just quickly get into that Blink Dagger, now 4 points in the Firefly as well, he is a legitimate damage output source that's going to be targeting, I would assume, Mr. Moral first and foremost.
Who is getting pinged. See how easy it's going to be. Simultaneously, we do have 4 Pirates making their own move across the map as well. So with the Arcane Rune, Earth Spirit looking to finally get involved here. We've seen some attempts from Nadinarwell. Still 0 kill participation out of the Earth Spirit, but maybe this is that time for him to show up and provide some assistance. They're going to be looking over towards Cloud down bottom.
It's good positioning, though. He's had it all throughout the lane, even when they were looking to make that previous attempt up top. So he moves on forward. be enough to be able to get the kill. Looks like it should be.
Yeah, showing for a second. It's going to be the downfall of the Mars. Nicely done. FISSURE are making some decent moves. I love how they've been able to stabilize, but we do see the response is there. BatRider is going to lead the charge. They would not expect an early Blink Dagger out of Sweden Strong. If he's going to be able to get that drag back, you've got both Respect and Dual Raise nearby to be able to provide the burst. So they're going to go forward, though, to defend the tower, because it is falling pretty low, and looks like they're actually going to give the tower up. Maybe looking to try and take the fight if someone stays around for the creep wave.
I think they're trying to bait.
It's going to be Natty Narwhal. Lasso drag back. They've got the wave to be able to utilize that Chain Frost as well with the multiple bounces. Down it goes the Earth Spirit. Nice. At least deny of the Wisdom. That is something.
Spear of Mars wouldn't have even been effective against the illusion anyway. So, yeah, nice little heads-up play there. Of course, coming at the cost of his own life, but anytime that you can look to take away a little bit of that map control and stop the supports from continuing to scale, that's always going to be a bonus. And again, Sweden Strong just being really aggressive with this farming, right? Taking away camps that you're probably wanting to farm if you're a taker. Looking up underneath a vision at this point is Respect, and just a little bit of that fear factor coming through there with a nice use of the shrapnel to get the D-ward off. It's going to be a little bit too late, and it means that he needs to back off into his own jungle. Wonder how much of the call was made with Sweden Strong. They saw him pulling the camp to the left-hand side, and if they're just keeping tabs on him, they might have seen the fact that he's got one less Observer Ward in his inventory. So Oteka standing right underneath it right now. Looks like the priority is defending their mid-tier 1 tower, but really wouldn't be surprised to see them go for a smoke and take out the sniper.
Advantage.
Speaking of Blink Daggers, Cloud's got his.
See how we can use that first blink of the game here.
Look at that.
Mars's involvement's been pretty decent so far, and yeah, there's that word you were
Proteka.
speaking about previously. They're going to be able to find him. Lasso drag back into the damage from the Mars. They'll have to drop the arena, and I love the spear placement, getting a little bit closer to Respect just in case they needed the spells to come through from the Lich, and that ward is getting some instant value from Dial.
Instant ping out onto that tower as well, saying, hey, we're not worried about Dragon Form, Arena, Lasso. We got to try and make the most of this. Now, Sniper, they're going to look to join in with the rest of the team and that C into this tier 1 tower. Positioning by Respect as well. They're just playing on the back end of these team fights. Still just level 1 into the Frost Shield. Oh, hold on.
Let's see how easy this defense is going to be without
Chain
the arena
Frost.
or the Lasso. Going to see the Chain Frost be able to bounce around. Dual Race with a freshly completed Scepter. That burst is something that we didn't see previously. He's been a little bit MIA over the past couple of minutes trying to farm that item, but we see finally with it completed, helps defend the tower with the team. They bring everyone as well from 1W, so they recognize the importance. And with that one kill onto a support, they're actually going to be able to be the ones to find the mid tower first.
I think they just realize their net worth lead. You know, they see as long as you've got Mr. Moral on this top side, there's no one that you're really too concerned about. He's going into a Pipe of Insight, which I don't necessarily hate, but I wouldn't have minded him just to go into that all-out damage, right? Because with the start of the game that Oteka's had, it's going to be a little bit of time until he's really able to just sit back and freely take a lot of these team fights. I think you just need to be playing for your game at this point as opposed to helping out the rest of your cause.
Speaking of Mr. Moral, a hold that looks like maybe Natty Narwhal is thinking about a roll onto the Lena, but he's fine. How do we feel like Full Pirates can unlock the Timbersaw? Because his top net worth has had a pretty solid game. Oteka getting jumped as well, though. Cloud and Sweden Strong again, dude. Whenever the sniper is positioned too far out of the map, we're seeing 1W instantly be able to capitalize. It does look like Cloud, however, is going to be the casualty of war, but the turnaround is here. Lacuna Blade's going to be able to cut down the Timber. So Cloud's still alive. Finally will secure the kill. Now Natty Narwhal looking to try and chain this into more with a roll off the mark. Piece in the middle. They do dodge to the west and the east. They are tipping actually to the outpost, so maybe they feel like they can take the team fights here. Monkushi looking to get back involved, and the Lasso is ready to go. They want to try and deal with the Ogre, splitting their attention onto the cause. Now Natty Narwhal, he's going to be take the full brunt of the force. They're still going to have an opportunity to get the roll well away if they got any stuns or the vision. They do not. So they'll turn to the easier kill in the Moeta instead.
Just a 1-for-1 in terms of the support, so... Oh, actually a 2-for-1, so... Not the worst for 4 Pirates, but this isn't the consolation prize stage of the game, right? You should be trying to play around this Timbersaw as much as possible. He is still going to be a very, very big threat, at least until you get into these BKBs. And as a result of that team fight, you've got it now on Munkushi, I believe, just coming out to him on the Courier. So there's really not too much that's going to stop this Dragon Knight with the Mask of Madness, with the Armlet, with the BKB, from just committing into the center of these team fights. If you're worried about physical damage, you've got the Mars Arena that's going to help you. You've got the Frost Shield that's going to help you. So it's kind of gotten to this point where maybe they play around the bottom side of the map, realizing Roshan's going to come up in a minute. They look to claim that one pretty quickly, and then just look to ball down a lot of these lanes because they've hit a bunch of their timings and they've got a nice net worth lead.
But they do. Do you feel like this is a fight that must be forced for 4 Pirates, or you're okay with giving up this side of the map and potentially Roche?
I don't think it's worth contesting for the tier 1. I think they're still agonizingly close to a few of their items. Like BKB is going to be incredibly important for Nandi Narwhal as well. We saw how he got burst by the Lina plus Lich combination in that previous fight. Got out with barely any HP, but you want to be thriving in the middle of these team fights. You want to be dishing out damage. You want to be forcing some panic stations to come through from the 1W boys. Sweden Strong keeping up these really nice aggressive wards as well. Do they actually look to move down towards the Roshan side on 4 Pirates? Don't hate this play, but it's a risky move. They didn't have the scan to be able to check on the bottom side. Gonna be able to get the positioning well enough.
Actually, he's going to make sure he doesn't step too far forward though in this lane. You already saw as soon
again.
as he cleared the creep wave up, Sweden Strong came back over.
They're being pinged out though. Oh, and they smoke underneath the observer ward on the bottom side of the map. So that is a pretty big piece of information that you're now just giving over to them. It's like they're
what they do with that info though, that's the main thing.
Yeah. Positioning themselves reasonably well with the Mars and the Lich there to be able to pop any sort of smoke that might be coming into them. They just want to claim the high ground, it seems. But they've got a glimpse of dual rays. That would be the prime target for them to be able to get into. Not exactly the easiest forms of initiation though.
Nandi Narwhal's going to have to do it blind. And it looks like he will not continue to farm the area. No more camps, so he is out of trouble, but he's not with the team. Kono's boots of travel towards a creep, but
they're yoinking.
They are continuing to stalk their prey, going further and further to the left side of the map. Munkushi, front of the tower, is actually thinking about sieging. DK's not the easiest kill with the BKB. We see how hesitant they actually are. Maybe trying to bait the life. Mr. Morrows. Oops. Okay.
Slightly off the mark there. Does Lich have Shard? No, not quite. That could have been a kill onto the Timbersaw if you did have that, but you know, it's a nice attempt. Might have actually baited them into a poor fight, considering that the DK doesn't have that insta-way to be able to close in on the rest of the team. And I talked about the importance of the Silver Edge coming through from 4 Pirates. It's actually going to be 1W more likely to be the ones to claim it first. Munkushi, he's queued that up as his big first item after the BKB, really just wanting to address this Timbersaw, realizing again the threat that it's going to provide.
With him going in early Silver's Edge, do you feel like then there is going to be something missing? Because we don't see this item, at least this early, if we're going to get it for someone like a Dragon Knight.
Yeah, but I think the thing is, it just enables dual rays even more, right? Like, what are you actually worried about? You're worried about getting dived upon and being burst down as this Lina. She's gone much more of a glass cannon build. So if you're taking out the Timbersaw as a result of the Silver Edge, then suddenly dual rays' life gets freed up so much in these team fights. I mean, we just saw the gank attempt onto him previously. They don't have that blink initiation that you've got on the 1W side, right? Yes, Nandi Narwhal, nice movement coming through.
Jesus Christ, what is that damage, dude? Kaya completed. Man, Dulrays is nuking him down. That's that ward as well that you mentioned previously that scouted out the use of the smoke that they're able to dodge and kill into the Tormentor. There's the Aghanim Shard for the Lich.
Still
Meanwhile,
have Lasso, but it doesn't seem like Sweden Strong is all that keen to be able to go for that chase. Picking up here for some reason. All right. Just wants more farm, I suppose. Just Bat Rider things.
sticking around though from 4 Pirates. I was seeing this game start to get out of control though. 9,000 net worth lead, just bleeding some kills across the map, and they've been kind of huddled up for a long period of time as well. I mean, we see the Esports net worth. It was okay for a while, but now recently, Cloud has been able to jump further away on the Mars. Meanwhile, the Bat Rider's even closing the distance as well. So let's see if they've been wanting a fight. They've been itching for a fight, even with the deficit. Maybe they're going to be able to get it down bottom. They had the observer that saw 1W look to walk into the pit, but no one has started to veer their attention down to maybe setting up for a fight. So it looks like it's going to go for free.
I mean, I think that's fine. I think they're okay with giving up first Roshan. You know, Roshan's banner not obviously going to be available at this point in time. I think the more important information is, as soon as they saw that happening, they just split around the map, doing something that they haven't had the freedom to do previously because of the threat coming through from Sweden, from Sweden Strong. And they're so close to being able to pick up a bunch of different items on for Pirates. You know, you're closing in on the drums by about 400 gold for the Muerta, 800 gold away from an Aghanim Scepter for Mr. Moral. BKB now finished up for both Sniper and the Earth Spirit, so I don't really think it was worth taking that fight at that point in time. The issue now, though, is Kushi is still looking pretty big, and those TPs start to come, but I'm not sure what happened there. No one really TP'd inside of Vision. It's just presence of mind coming through from Kushi to be able to pick that one off. Or take
they're actually going to run back forward. Cloud with the initiation onto the sniper. Just a freebie from them once again. Now the top lane as well. We also see on the other side of the map, they're looking for an attempt onto the Timber Sword's life with the Bat Rider and the Lina playing hand in hand. Timber's going to be able to secure the kill onto Sweden Strong, but it ain't going to be enough to help him get away from the Wicked Witch and the Lina.
What does she do to you?
But really? Are we wanting to try and take this team fight? This is an Aegis carrier. They're almost good enough to be able to secure the kill. Meanwhile, Respect also solo kills the Ogre of the southern side. Now while still charging forward. He's got the BKB. I guess with the read that knowing that the Lina was on the opposite side of the map, they felt confident to be able to take this engagement. Duraze has finally been able to get towards bottom. LSA up on the high ground with the right click should be good for one. It's just a support in area is going to assist in Natty Narwhal being able to escape.
I mean, they were right in the fact that this Lina was going to become a threat, but I feel like it's become more of a threat because of how that laning stage has gone. You know, we just see the quick pickoffs. We see the fact that you were able to take the mid-tier 1 tower so much more quickly than what for Pirates were able to do, and it's just opened up so much more of the map to be able to get this farm. Once again, got to talk about Sweden Strong. He's been doing his job, you know, taking this aggressive farm, taking farm away that the 4 Pirates would love to pick up, even doing his job in cutting waves a little bit. He's the one making these big calls as well. Look at the drawing on the map. It's him saying, if anyone TPs into this tower, I want to see a Boots of Travel come through from this Lina to be able to, once again, pick off with the Blink Lasso.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Another Silver Edge.
It's got to be the moment. Got to be the moment where they're able to find their footing here and put themselves back into fighting shape in this game one. You cannot let this continue to get out of hand.
It's going to be rough though. Look at the big wraparound. Trying to find the back lines. They realize how much Respect is disrupting a lot of what they're able to do in these team fights. Doesn't have any observer wards to be able to play around with at this point. Might actually run into Sweden Strong first.
They're a little bit split. Bat Rider force up, gets himself a bit close towards the rest of the team. How are Dire going to get their other heroes here to take the team fight? Cloud having to run past the ward. Meanwhile, still over to the right side of the front of the Roche pit. Lasso into the BKB, expiring dual gaze. I mean, this is just some crazy damage. Meanwhile, Cloud, not much the Mars is going to be able to do. We saw them intercept the Mars before he was going to be able to assist with the team over the far eastern side, but it is not a concern. They're still going to be able to find 2 big core kills.
You're happy to give up your Mars every single time. You know, his job is basically to enable DK and Lina to do damage, and the Earth Spirit and the Timber Sword just served themselves up on a silver platter. They said, take us. You know, it was a really early BKB usage by Earth Spirit just to try and kill the Bat Rider, and Sweden Strong still gets away as a result of some of that damage reduction, some quick fingers on the 4-star, and the blink away. So it's not the ideal form of initiation, and really feels like what Dota is these days, right? Just finding that quick pick-off, that reliable pick-off that you need to be able to start a lot of these fights. You can have all the skill in the world, but easy Dota is what that's going to win you the game the majority of the time. And it just feels like they've never been able to get onto that ideal target that they've been hoping for at the very beginning with not just one person, but multiple. Is it sort of the period, like he's going into the Octarine core on Mr. Moral. I kind of want to see him get a Blink Dagger, just so that you are able to connect through with the movement, a roll in coming from Natty Narwhal.
Gonna need something big out of him though. Something big from him to help assist or take on. Oh, Mercurius actually activated a relatively early BKB. Timber's got to tip in, but you really want to tip into the face of them? You've got Scepter, yes. I guess they feel like they're strong enough with the BKB kind of being wasted.
This
Now
could be
there's still an opportunity. They got a glimpse of Otako, but the arena's going to hold two of them into place. What is going on? Trying to force the issue, but Dire just have such a raw amount of net worth that you're never really going to be able to take this team fight into Dire, even if a BKB is over. That was not a big enough window. They felt confident, but we see the confidence. It's going to make them sure flat here. Doray's trying to catch up to Natty Narwhal, who's actually going to go through the rift instead of running away. So 3 heroes for the side of 1W and now a tier 2 tower by the looks of it.
It's still crazy that even that things didn't go perfectly for 1W, right? They had the Silver Edge break. They probably would have been able to kill the Timbersaw if he was able to land that one onto him. Good move to be able to kite back after the Aghanim Scepter was popped by the Timber, and even just losing the Demon Edge on the Courier as well. So his Daedalus timing is going to be delayed a little bit, but you just see the overwhelming impact of how well these lanes have gone. We saw a core die in every single one of these lanes in the first 2 minutes of the game, and it's just continued ever since then.
Yeah, that it has indeed.
That's all it is.
BKB for now, the Bat Rider. Makes it even easier for him to be able to find these lassos.
Yeah, he's not worried about the Earth Spirit or the Timbersaw at all either, right? The only person that you're concerned about is Otaka right now. So if you're controlling him, you pop the BKB. Yeah.
Around the mid lane, but he does have some heroes playing on the high ground, ready to protect.
See
but
ya.
they're gonna...
Sweden strong once more.
And now Cloud as well.
Oh.
Gets a double spear as well. What a beautiful arena. This Chain Frost, it's going to be too much damage for them. Ain't anything you're going to be able to do. The spell casting from 1W, it's just been on point from start to finish. Doray's got the first kill, and he's going to be able to assist in ending it onto Ariel as well. And just perfect synchronicity with the arena and the Chain Frost there.
Big hat that Durays is got at the moment. The tower is looking strong. And we talk about the burst damage potential. He's got an E-Blade coming out to him as well. So, I mean, you were already blowing up the sniper at the start of a lot of these fights. And that's what enabled Sweden Strong to feel like, you know what, we've used a bunch of our spells already, but we can keep going. Like, what are we really scared of? As long as we've got those BKBs popped, the only sniper.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
A wicked laugh.
They're feeling their Grinchness.
Absolutely cannot blame. Dude, there's a... How close to Hex is he on the monster? It's hard to tell because the UI...
700.
I think it's at the secret shop. Okay. Alright, what the... Yeah, cool. Very nice. 12-1. I don't think we're going to see him play Lina next game.
No.
I think that is... honestly, I would say with 100% certain. Yeah, 100%.
Always say 99, dude. You got to give yourself that out.
Yeah, I know. And yeah, you're right. But like, it's just... I really don't want to see... I don't want to say the Bat Rider again as well for Sweden Strong. I feel like he's really been...
Goodbye.
Okay, well, that ward is still there.
Oh.
And is able to fly away and
Goodbye.
meanwhile making up the high ground and now be able to turn to kill off Natty Narwhal. Let's potentially go next, and I think we got to see something a little bit different for them. I feel like they had the confidence. I respect it. When Kushi gets the break, there is at least going to be the ultimate out. So the scepter here from the Timbersaw. So it may go down once it pops. They're probably going to kill him afterwards. It's not really going to be that big of a concern. They need the finishing blow. Is someone really going to be able to provide it? No, wait. Does he actually escape? Not the case. Front of the fountain, they're going to be able to hold him into place. The walls surrounding that safety of the well.
Krishy just dive in the fountain, basically. That's what you can afford to do as a Dragon Knight with no break on the enemy team, Frost Shield on you as well, and only a sniper to contend against. He's gone for a Hurricane Pike, but that's not really going to save you. You know, it's giving you 250 health. Machine gun just continues. I mean, you can buy back all you want, but this Timbersaw is still the main area of concern. Natty Narwhal rolls into his death pretty much.
And they got the sniper again. Like, just the plays from... It's not even the cores, man. Sweden strong as well. They've been so on point with finding this sniper. Like, it's just wherever you are, always hunting, even if he's got heroes playing in front of him. And I guess that is the advantage of the Batrider with the free pathing. They are not going to tap out, though, so
he wants more. Dual raise. He wants another freebie. One Pedanshik. Poor Ogre. Oh. Oh. The baits? Never mind. No Scythe of Vice. No way. He did at least go the Blink Dagger on the Timbersaw, which I do like, but it's a little too late, you know? 35 minutes in, too many defensive items, too much reliance on this sniper to be able to put the work in. He's 1-9-5 on Otaker at this point.
How much is his gameplay and how much is his draft do you feel like is the outcome of this game?
I'd say the draft was pretty heavily influenced in it, but I wasn't expecting a kill onto both side lane cores that early into the game.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like there wasn't enough respect given into the fact that you're playing with an Ogre Magi. No spells to be able to be used, and they just enable themselves to go in a little too deep. They found him again.
Another... Oh, man. And now, just even with the right-click damage of the DD from Thoray's... Oh, this is a crazy debut from the mid lane. A 1W. Going to be able to get a glimpse of the Timbersaw as well. There is going to be no opportunity for the Scepter to be casted. No buybacks available.
Where's the damage?
Natty was going to attempt to roll in, but yeah, you are not safe to roll in at all with a net worth lead. G's are going to be dropped as well. That is a... It's a very dominant victory. He's out too. Duel's just such a quick DC from him.
Sure, job done. You know, wipe your hands and move on to the next. He's not going to rest on his laurels, realizing that this is still super early into the tournament, right? Just game one of the first series of the upper bracket and only one spot. So you can't afford to get complacent. We've seen teams do it. We've seen teams come into series with perhaps the expectation that, you know, this will be a bit of a cakewalk and get the shock of their lives when it suddenly turns around onto them. So I really liked the overall performance coming through from 1W. Good draft, but it kind of felt like for Pirates played into their hands a little bit. You know, part of the reason why you'd put 1W perhaps a slight tier higher than them, you know, coming off of a TI attendance. Meanwhile, the 4 Pirates had to come through those open qualifiers to be able to get here. So hopefully for their sake, they can change things up a little bit, because it really just felt like, I don't know, you let the Lina have a free game, both in the lane as well as moving around the map. You didn't find those quick pickoffs that you needed. To me, it's always just going to come back to the draft. And, well, for their sake, they chose Radiant, I believe. This time around, I'd be choosing first pick if I had the option for 4 Pirates.
Can they even, though? Because they had priority, right?
It's a coin flip every single game.
Oh, okay. Okay, my bad. Well, let's see where the coin flip's going to go as we head into the next one, but we'll see some of the post-game stats. I mean, Dura's 17, 1, and 12. That's like 46k damage, a ridiculous stat line from him. Welcome to 1W. So
the Lich doing more damage than everyone, but Natty Narwhal never feels good.
Yeah, no, not at all. Not at all. So a Batrider as well. Very impressed from Sweden Strong. Has to say that is probably one of his better supports. I've always been very impressed when we see him on this hero. So look, let's see. Hopefully we get a bit of a different 4 Pirates out of them. But 1 win, 1W. This was a really, really solid showing from them. Very impressive. So we'll see if they're going to be able to continue with this heading into game 2. If they get a similar draft and are able to get a similar outcome, or if it is going to be different. First to break. When we come back, we've got more action here for the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota Close Qualifiers. We are back with some qualifier action and hoping that we get to see a bit more of a competitive second game heading into our first series. Then, what are some adaptations that we would like to see out of the boys on 4 Pirates? What do we want to see differently?
Don't give dual rays a free lane. That's always a good start. The fact that Batrider lasted into the last phase is kind of nuts to me. I still think it's like a top 5 hero in the game right now. So the fact that, you were prioritizing Earth Spirits and all these other things over it seemed kind of nuts too. And maybe even just the tiny, like it was banned out second phase. I think it's first pick worthy. I think it's 1W that actually have that first pick overall this time around. So they won the coin toss. They're going to be the ones to be able to influence things. But I don't know. I still feel like there was a lot of tools that they could have potentially had to just make the team fights easier. And that's all it comes down to for mine. Find a way to be able to close in onto the backlines in particular. The Lich made things, even if you were able to get a decent start into the team fights finally, it was just the Frost Shield able to take the damage away, plus the Glimmerclave, plus the Solar Crest. Like everything was coming through just to make life so much more challenging. So just find a way to get onto the backlines. Even if it's something like a Spectre, that's still something that you can look to use to be able to, more freely engage onto the rest of the team.
Okay, let's see what the adaptations are going to be and what even we get differently out of 1W2. I think we were both saying, no Lina, no Bat, so we'll have to see what some of the new heroes are. And I know it's early, but I'm excited to see overall what the different meta is going to be in Eastern Europe, because we do know this region plays a little bit different in regards to Captain's mode compared to Western Europe as well, even though they are so close. So let's see, we got our draft getting underway.
Same
Again,
scenario as last game.
Yeah.
Radiant second pick, Dire first pick. So 1W clearly just having something that they're going to look to prioritize. I'd even first pick the Bat, honestly. Maybe if they ban out the next Assassin, that is going to be the avenue that they're looking to go down. But then again, if you're doing that, then I would be worried about 4 Pirates just breaking out the Dawnbreaker, for example. Pretty good response to the Batrider lasso and a lot of that follow-up damage that's going to be coming through. So it just comes down to, what do they feel like was the biggest issue for themselves? Was it the support just basically able to play the game like a core? Was it this Dragon Knight that hits the critical mass and there's nothing you can do about it? It's pretty much unkillable. Or was it the Lina that just crushed the lane from the very beginning? There's a lot of things that you need to be addressing, but if you're revealing a Lina, you need to just at least tie the lane. Like, if they're picking Sniper as a response to it again, just lane into it. It seems like they're trying to overthink things a little bit.
Which, yeah, I mean, I agree. Seems like they are, unfortunately, overthinking things, which, I can at least appreciate them sticking with what they feel like is going to work. But like you said, against Alina, we need you to tie the lane. It's the big thing. So we're going to get the DK banned up. The Morphling will be banned as well, like we saw in game 1. So maybe, again, not sure if this is protecting something that they want to first phase, or if it is just trying to take away one of Rinkushi's better heroes.
I think that's probably it. They actually go for the Dawn themselves, banned. Okay. Don't hate the Magnus. Again, Blink Skewer makes things a little bit easier. Hopefully we're not going to get a repeat of the position 4 Magnus that we saw Omar attempt to play, not with too much success, for Enigma Galaxy. I just feel like it's going to be able to provide you a lot, and that is a early Bristleback pick. So really the things that I'm looking for now are, what are the easy forms of break that you're going to get into it? Because I still think that that's not being addressed highly enough. Are they going to get rid of the Viper? Possibly, but maybe with the Magnus being picked, they feel like there's not as much of a need for that. You can go down many different avenues for this, though. Just natural Silver Edge buyers, you can go for the Hoodwink, you can go for the Shadow Demon, all options, or even just something else that's going to force the Bristleback to face you, or something like the Monkey King does create a lot of space for it to be able to get into a decent enough game for itself. So I don't know, they've got many different avenues, and I mean, you could just Lich as well on the 1W side, right? We saw that they were very comfortable to pick it last game, and they picked it at that point, not at the time that it was a good Lich game. Now it's a good Lich game, going up against the Bristleback, whether it be as a core or if you're playing it like off lane with the I don't know what the facet's called, but the one that's more snotty, the minus armor. It still means that you've got that way to be able to deal with it.
I love all the suggestions. We'll see if this is what we're going to be considering from 1W. There's a Tiny getting banned like we saw previously, so trying to take away some of the at least playmaking potential in the mid lane. They're actually going to stack the Shadow Demon for themselves, so a lot of value too. Just any save versus the Bristleback, someone who can be potentially chain controlled and brought down depending on your positioning, and the cleanse is really, really nice for you. So it is, with that, keep in mind, the support that doesn't really offer you much against the skewer. It's not like your Lion or your Rubik's, but it has other value that it's going to provide your draft.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, like you mentioned, the cleanse onto the bristle is going to be nice. The demonic purge, removing the empower, going to be good. A nice way to be able to build up a bunch of stacks as well. Even though you might not be able to stop the person from being skewered back, they're still going to be in the disruption, right? If you're really quick on the fingers. So you'll be able to allow the rest of the team to converge and make sure that one person isn't just getting blown up at the very start of it. So I quite like the Shadow Demon pick overall. That's a way to force some movement out of the Bristleback, right? You can, of course, eventually look to try and scale into a Silver Edge as a Muerta if it does get to the later stages. But yeah, just that dead shot forcing, you know, potential pathing in one direction might be enough to be able to take him out. We've seen other avenues as well, right? Sorry, go ahead.
With the repositioning, or the facing. Yep. I was going to highlight the potential of the Magnus to be flexed into 1 or 2, and then for the Mars to be picked up again for Cloud, which we saw he had an exceptional Mars performance, and the only thing was I didn't want the Mag then to be played as a 4, but it looks like that's not going to be the case with both supports drafted already for 1W.
It's not really picked at all anymore, but still a consideration of something like a Chaos Knight to be able to, again, with the Reality Rift, force the Bristle to face you, quick blow up of that particular target, natural Blink Dagger bias, so an easier way to be able to get onto the backline to potentially deal with the Shadow Demon. So it's unorthodox for sure, but they've still got options, and that's what I like. You know, you want to give yourself as much choice as possible going into this later stage. Probably not going the Mars themselves. I was wondering, is there a potential for like a block pick sort of situation here for 4 Pirates? Because I do agree, you know, just that spear forcing the Bristleback to face you is going to be a really useful tool, where even a Muerta, you know, with that Pierce the Veil damage can be super significant going into a Bristleback. Okay. Don't hate it. Hard to kill so far, and they're just making it even more so. There's the actual response to the Magnus coming through, so making it so that you're not able to make plays quite as easily off the back of just the Blink Dagger, needing the BKB as well. You're looking at... Sure, why not? And then just, I'm assuming, banning out what they feel is the biggest lane counters for themselves. Yeah, Puck. Sure, you can look to stay in the lane. I don't necessarily think this is the Ember Spirit game for themselves. They might still be going down that route, but I'd be happy with them just removing the sniper again. Yeah, just give the laner as easy as time as possible.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think the sniper is the last one I want to see banned out. You know, there's the Mars ban, so potential for Munkushi to be picking up the Magnus. If this is an offlane mag, what do we feel like is some options for Munkushi, knowing that you're going to be laning into the Timbersaw as well, more than likely?
More than likely, yeah. That's the other thing as well. Sorry, I didn't completely get your point, because my mind just keeps going back to, yes, you just played a great mid-Lina game, but there's always the one Lina possibility with the Ogre Magi as well. So that's something that they should be looking to try and consider for themselves. You know, are there some gotcha heroes that they might be looking to go with this last pick overall? Like, again, unorthodox, but something like the OD can deal with the Timbersaw early on. You know, just enable the Lina to be the one that's actually doing a lot of the sieging for yourself and have a little bit more of that damage coming through.
5 seconds remaining.
Haven't seen that hero in quite a while, but like you said, it's got pretty good matchups this game overall. So be very interesting hero to be drafted from 1W if that is the route they want to go down. They've got plenty of time for this ban into their final pick. They're going to ban again, so same ban to try and protect the Lina. Obviously, they feel like this is what maybe they've got to be concerned about, and we're going to get the gyrocopter from them. So A lot of mixed damage. Importantly, decent lane to be able to play against the Timbersaw, which is the nice one. Doesn't get the greatest value out of the Empower, but obviously not entirely concerned.
10
Just trying to think what they want to go, right? Like, this isn't necessarily that big buff up one hero draft because, yes, you've got the Empower and the Bloodlust, but you've also got Demonic Purge going back the other way, right? So what I'm really looking for is just some sort of hero that's able to make an impact before BKBs become available, because that's really where Lion's going to completely fall off in effectiveness, Shadow Demon's going to fall off in effectiveness, Timbersaw is going to fall off in effectiveness. So they need that reliable initiator prior to Lion and Timber getting their Blink Daggers, because otherwise I feel like you're going to just be able to run away from the majority of this, and you don't want to enable them to just sit back and farm on this Lina plus Gyro.
Are we going to run it back with the Earth Spirit?
Oh, okay. Mid Timber, maybe?
Okay, not the route I was expecting, but yes, it looks like it is going to be the mid Timber. Otake is going to take the Spectre, which is starting to rise in popularity. Definitely going to feel like a nice hero versus the Lina, but they don't really have the greatest way to set up for the Shadow Step on the Spectre, which I'm a little bit concerned about. So
yeah, I mean, it's a
we'll see.
very different story when versus like you're playing around a Bat Rider, or you're playing around a Monkey King Tree Dancing, or you're playing around a Nature's Prophet, or, you know, things along those lines. It's really going to take quite some time for them to be able to get into a Blink Dagger for this Lion, because it really feels like that's probably the main form of initiation, and the only time that Spectre's going to be able to get these quick pickoffs is off the back of just poor positioning coming through from 1W, which I don't really expect from them. You know, they're disciplined enough to be able to make it work.
yes, they are indeed. We saw the discipline for them in the previous game, and just the sheer outclass as well. So we'll see if that's going to be a repeat heading into our second game. Looks like, honestly, they're probably set up for success once again in regards to the draft. I'd say, yes, the gameplay is maybe something that's a little bit difficult to shy away from or not consider, especially with how dominant they were previously. But I like the draft once again. I really cannot see a whole lot of faults. So we'll have to see what Full Pirates are able to do, especially with the last pick Spectre. So what do you feel like, though, is the path to victory for Full Pirates? What needs to go right? And then what are the key things that we are expecting out of them to try and make this lineup work?
Sure. It's a lot, to be honest, that they're going to have to try and make work, right? And I'm interested, more importantly, to see the build that Spectre's looking to go for, right? A lot of the times you see teams looking to try and maximize the impact of those early Shadow Steps, just the minute cooldown, so an Urn or an Orchid, but like we've just been saying, they don't really have too many ways to instantly close in onto the backlines. So is it just a full greed build that you go from the very beginning? Looks like he's going into Blade Mail and then the Radiance for the Spectre, which I don't hate, just because of those points that I'm talking about, right? If you had a ganking lineup, for sure, go into the Urn, go into the Orchid, but I think this one is one where you're kind of expecting them to be running at you. Blade Mail, of course, such a key tool to be able to pop in the middle of these team fights when they do eventually break out, but pickoffs are not going to be the name of the game for the Full Pirates.
Which again, though, is going to be a bit of a concern, considering you go for the Spectre. I mean, maybe, I don't know, are we going to get Radiance like Scepter from him late game? Could be quite frustrating for the Magnus to be able to find the initiation, and the Haunt to always be able to find the Lina, even without vision for the Shadow Step. But like, don't you draft this hero kind of for pickoffs now?
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting whenever I see it. You know, it's not one of these things where you can just passively sit back. How much of it did just come down to comfort for Otake? I'm still probably going to be favoring 1W as a result of this this overall draft situation. I'd say the one hero that they can probably reliably look to use that Haunt onto will be the Lina. So maybe they're just going to put a lot more emphasis onto this mid lane, with Nutty Narwhal going in for dives, and that's really the timing that I'm going to be looking for at the very start of the game, right? As soon as Spectre hits level 6, what is Nutty Narwhal looking to do? Is he looking to just instantly find that Timber Chain in, try and blow up the Lina off the back of a Haunt? Good positioning by Sweden Strong. Is he going to back off in time? Maybe not.
Oh, doesn't look like it. Danchik's in with the banishment. And they're in with a much better start as well. Dude, the audacity to tip him after what happened last game is crazy.
And after the illusion just stole first blood from one of your cores.
The battle begins.
It's alright, it happens, yeah. Cores aren't going to be too happy, but it is what it is. So let's see. What do you feel like are the key lanes that we need to be putting our focus on?
Mid, I mean, we highlighted just how badly the Earth Spirit lost that lane against the Lina previously. Timbersaw, a little bit of a different story, right? Like, you're just a tiny bit tankier, you're able to that burst damage a bit more frequently. I'm expecting to see a lot more harass put onto dual rays. Not really going to get too much value out of the Timber Chain, though, so it's really just Whirling Death. Looking to try and bully and punish as much as possible.
Respect. You're level 1, my friend. You have no spells. I don't know if you can be playing so aggressive.
Just gets away. What are you munching on over there?
Just chilling. Trying to drink some water, to be honest.
Okay.
Trying to slam it down as much as I can.
Got me hungry. You know me, I love my food.
Yeah, hungry. Bottom Cloud. Man, it's chill. Man, it's chill. So, let's see. You got go stay hydrated, my friend.
Mm-hmm. I've got
The
my
water
cordial,
gone.
my red cordial here. Keeping me nice and alert.
Jesus Christ, you 5? No way.
It's cheap, bro.
Cordial.
Sugar-free
yeah,
cordial.
That's true. Kushi again?
Level 2 on respect now, though. Mr. Moral just turning his back and just saying, go on, try it. See if you're able to fight into us. And honestly, respect has to be a little careful here because those quill spray stacks are starting to build up. Looks like he should be able to get away.
Indeed.
Bloodlust
Kushi's got a big
can
one.
put him out.
How much movement speed does he get level 1?
I want to say
Percentage, whatever it is.
7%? Yeah. So not too bad at all. Like, the attack speed has always been the big thing
Bottom
for
lane?
me.
Okay, but they're going to be able to also get her take it. God damn, very nicely done from 1W. This offlane from them seems like one of the biggest strengths that they have every time I watch them. It always feels like Cloud and Sweden Strong have good lane.
I mean, the 4 players on this outside of Dual Rays have been playing together ever since February, right? On this 1W roster. So they've been able to develop. Hold on. Cloud might be in a little bit of danger now with the Spectral Dagger coming in, but should be fine with the extra tower regen coming through, plus the Bracer and the Tango, and just farming a creep wave underneath his tower. But yeah, this is what you come to expect from a team that's been playing together for so long, right? Like a year in Dota is an eternity these days. We're seeing lots of different roster shuffles, teams realizing the importance of, you know what, they're not always going to have that consistency of something like the DPC coming through. You got to be qualifying and placing well in tournaments if you're looking to try and make a name for yourselves.
That you do indeed. Hopefully, with all the tournaments that we have going on though and coming up, we are seeing that fresh blood and new teams be able to get the victories, which again, like we were kind of touching on earlier, is making everything much more exciting. So we'll see with the upcoming tournaments and this tournament as well. $1 million prize pool in front of some fans in Belgrade. We'll see if there's going to be a new team that is able to bring home a chip.
I mean, Avulus was looking pretty impressive, so wouldn't be surprised if it was them. Remember, we were speaking with Shibe, and they kind of called themselves the Gaming Gladiators of this year, you know, a bunch of, I don't want to say outcasts, but like a ragtag team that kind of came together, and it's a lot rarer that you see that without being able to come up through the, you know, Div 2, Div 1 DPC scene. You know, you don't get that consistency of playing games. It's basically just when these tournaments come, and that's why it's so great, everything that Fissure's putting on, right? Not just the this playground tournament, but you know, Fissure has run countless things all throughout 2024 and prior.
Makes it very exciting for the viewers and the players as well, knowing that we've got some more tournaments lined up and been able to start with this one. So, so we'll see how the competition is going to continue to fare, thanks to FISSURE. And just good times for Dota.
They're having such a good time in all 3 lanes again on 1W. That's my main area of concern, right? Like, even Respect, just with his positioning, realizing you've got this big body, they don't exactly have a huge amount of this damage early on with the Shadow Demon. It just means that you're going to get insane value out of the magic wand. That's why Ogre Magi didn't just start with a stick, it was the full wand, realizing that it's going to get into the full 20 charges as opposed to just being capped at 10 against the Cool Spray plus the Shadow Poison. And it means that they're already out of regen on the 4 Pirates side, so they're going to need to just keep ferrying it out to themselves, while Respect is able to just keep them, keep bullying up in their face. He's doing a great job of it so far.
At least you have the Shadow Demon being played with the Bristle in the off lane, which is, I suppose, one thing to mention as well. Pedantic was playing we saw the Ogre race previously as a position 5, so maybe they're just not really swapping the roles, but just wanted to make sure that the Shadow Demon is at least able to make a little bit more, at least has an easier time, I should say, at creating stacks, and we are seeing that currently. So would you like to see One Win put a little bit of emphasis on trying to invade into the jungle and prevent these stacks as Respect? Speaking of stacks, starting to get the quills and the poison working here for 4 Pirates. Second point of the poison's always going to increase that damage, but yeah, like you said, should be fine.
Again, it's just the value point in that Bloodlust, right? Just off the mark. That last Shadow Poison, and is Pedantic actually the one in trouble here? Looks like he'll be okay too.
Bottom where the chase continues. Under the tower they go. I mean, Otaker's fine. Has to use another dagger, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it's fine.
He's seriously suffering in terms of his last hits, though. 9-0 versus the 26-8 on Cloud's Magnus. Putting himself at the very front, and even just missing some of these last hits underneath the tower. That's the Magnus threat, right? So much physical damage that you're having to contest in. Look at the actual difference between right-click damage, actually. It's 115 versus 63. So good luck winning any sort of last-hit trade battle. And I don't really think a line is going to make that easier either.
I just don't know if the read was incorrect or if the execution has been incorrect in regards to what they thought was going to occur differently in this lane, because Cloud is completely bullying the Spectre, and it doesn't get any different anytime soon.
No, I really think it does just boil down to what we were talking about before, with they wanted Shadow Demon to make stacks, and they thought Lion has to go down here. Was Spectre the right pick? Not so sure about that, but in terms of what they're actually trying to get out of this this Shadow Demon value, it's certainly there, right? It's a 2k net worth lead, but you've got a huge amount of stacks built up now by Pedantic. It's just a question of, is Timber going to be the one that takes them, or is it going to be the Bristleback?
It does look like, unfortunately, 1W is not going to get as nice dead shot. Cloud now has an opportunity to be able to chase her, take it down. There's going to be a TP in for Pedantic, and
So yeah,
he's unable to stay on top of his carry, though, with Cloud having some assistance out of Munkushi. They've been good for a second, and I believe they kept the catapult wave alive as well somehow. So this tower is also going to go down at incredibly quick fashion. Where does the Spectre play now without a lane?
well, it's going to be the Timber Saw coming down here, maybe trying to blow up Swedenstrong here at the very beginning, and he will be able to do so.
Okay. Not bad at all. So yeah, it does have points in the chain, so should be able to actually keep up with Cloud. Needs the Whirling Death to be able to connect. There's the slow trees up and ready to go for him, closer towards the Tad and Natty Narwhal. Okay, much needed rotation for him. We saw last game really wasn't able to get involved and play Dota, but this one's looking different. Now Munkushi dived onto the tier 1 tower. This is the fight back that we were wanting out of the boys on 4 Pirates. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep their Bristleback alive, though. TP coming through from Respect. Bristle doesn't have the tankiness. Might look for the deny, but Respect cuts them down with the Fire Blast nuke early on levels. That's, in fact, enough. And now Aerial is also going to be another casualty of wars. So one win, they will do a good job to continue to defend their safe lane.
Lots of value being given out of that infused raindrops as well, making sure that he was able to stay alive for quite some time. We saw the build with Miracle yesterday. I really like it for the gyrocopter, whether it be position 4 or even position 1. And because the Magnus has had such a good game, and honestly, Lina early on pre-Aghanim Scepter is going to get good value out of it as well. Wouldn't mind seeing the drums come out from Munkushi next. You might think it's a little bit too early game oriented, but with the good start that they've had, even like a Muerta can look to get quite active and be this solid damage output with the assistance coming through from the drums. Mr. Moral is dead.
Yeah, he's looking like in a lot of trouble. They were starting to smoke top as well to get to the bristleback, but unfortunately, now the smoke, they're not going to be having an offlaner to play with. They do still see this gyrocopter incredibly low. This is a juicy kill, but good positioning from Respect. He's going to be able to pop the smoke and give some valuable seconds for the gyrocopter to be able to get out of danger.
Doing his job is Respect. It takes that little bit of extra time. Like you said, frees up space for Munkushi just to get back, start to farm a few of these neutrals. Of course, he's playing on the top side, so he's got the Mighty Mines, HP regen if he did want to get that. But feels to me like they really want to maintain this tier 1 tower top for as long as possible. They've placed wards down to be able to defend it. You're playing around this this high ground stairs. And this time around, maybe Dual Rays feels confident enough to be able to join in, because remember when they had that previously successful team fight, he wasn't there. He was just taking a stack of his own. Now that he's finished up the Boots of Travel, feels like they want to be able to be in position to be able to respond to this, but he wants to come in mid-fight, right? He's not wanting to be there at the very start, because if he gets gone on by Natty Narwhal, that is a recipe for disaster for a huge portion of your damage output.
Speaking of stacks, though, god damn, this bristleback, I think 9 stacks was made from Pedantage, so ridiculous amount of net worth that he's been able to accumulate. Inside the river, another room for Dual Rays, and this time a big kill to Natty Narwhal, who was the only really having a lot of impact inside the early game. And now Pedantic Oteka, yeah, he actually stuck around with the reality. Banishment's going to be able to give him some separation, but they're not going to connect with the dead shot to send him back into harm's way. They may look for aerial next, but Ignite Slow is there. What's the cooldown of the dead shot? Cooldown, there you go. It's back up into the LSA combo. Nicely done. 1W, they're going to be able to get a couple of kills, and I'm not sure if there was anything left of the remnants of the ancient stack.
No, I don't think so. Maybe like 1 creep, so they still got the value that they were wanting out of that. I was really confused by Oteka's decision to join in that fight. The fight was over at that point. You don't have any active items to be able to play around, and Lina had just picked up a shield rune as well, so there wasn't even the potential to quickly blow her up. Ariel just waiting for someone to
defend the tower.
Yeah.
Mag, not an easy kill. Nice silence as well. Stops the disruption. I don't know if it would have mattered in the end, but Pedantic unable to get the combo out.
This is the point in time where Oteka just needs to be as greedy as possible, right? Get into at least the blade mail for himself and be a relevant core hero for this game. Luckily for him, he's only 300 gold away, so it's not exactly the highest hill to have to climb. But with no tier 1 tower there, I really don't know if he can afford to just walk into that lane. Yeah, this is the better choice. Just walk back into the jungle. Might be a bit slower, but at least you're going to keep him guessing as to when you might be able to look to engage.
So again, it looks like their offlaner is off to a pretty good start. And I posed the question last game on how they could unlock the Timber even more. What about the bristleback this game? Deadshot, they're actually gonna... No, they're not gonna be able to get Natty. So how do you unlock the offlaner again with the good start that he's had? How can you enable his full potential for the bristle?
Well, he's had a good start because of those stacks, right? Like you mentioned, 9 stacks being built up by the Shadow Demon. The thing is, they don't necessarily have the greatest level of control for themselves, and because of the poor lane that Oteka's had, he's not going to be going into an Orchid or anything like that soon, so you have to almost wonder, like, is he set up for success this game? Is he's actually the one being targeted?
That he is. Cooldown with the help of Dual Razor's burst, it's actually not enough, and now they're going to be able to turn it back on a Mankushi Ortega. Getting involved, that's the blade mail into the instant use of the Shadow Ship that you were asking for me. Moving backline though, Bristol's gone too far. Cloud ready with the jump in, turnaround, RP. Now they're even going to try and look for the Timber Saw, playing up with some of the spam of spells. Are they going to be able to be next to trees to enable the Timber? Nice dead shot, sends Aerial back into the grasping hands of 1W. They're even going to get the secondary support. Skewer lines up for the double LSA again. The synchronicity of spells here from 1W at the early stage of the game, a big reason why they have this 4,000 net worth lead.
It just feels like a little bit of a fall down in communication there, right? Like, Lion was still looking to commit. He was still actually under the cover of the smoke, trying to catch someone on the retreat, but they'd used everything at that point in time on 4 Pirates. He didn't have any sort of mana on the Spectre, no Shadow Step available, and the Bristleback had gone in a little bit too deep with no mana on Natty Narwhal either. So, again, I like the fact that he's going for this Blink Dagger. I think it's the way that they needed to play the previous game. But that's really where I think they're going to get their best avenue into coming back into this game. Find the Lina, blow him up with the Blink Dagger into the Timber Saw combo, plus maybe even a Lion joining in with a Finger of Death, plus the Haunt in from Oteka. I think if you're just sitting back and trying to farm creeps to be able to get into this Radiance, it's just going to be far too slow paced. Especially with people like up to your face and scouting you out. They know that they're here, this Observer Ward combination, and they do de-ward it as Sweden Strong. I think he's got has he got an Atos finished up as well? Yes, he does. So once again, nice little bit of farm for Sweden Strong, giving even more control. And this was the issue that I was talking about with the Bristleback, right? They don't necessarily have someone that's going to enable him to just stand there and get a bunch of quills off. He's finished the Ags, so good job there, but how are you actually going to be able to connect with a lot of these quill sprays? You've got movement speed, you've got Gyro, who's naturally fast, you've got Magnus, who's able to just skewer away. Lina eventually is going to have the Aghanim Scepter, so you can just have that unobstructed movement to be able to run around. Not exactly the easiest time for yourselves. It's a lot of reliance on Aerial to be able to get these multi-man impales.
We're going to have to see the positioning out of the line then, if you want to get those impales like you're saying. So you can get that Blink Dagger, but it's a long way until that stage. And speaking of the supports as well, I mean, 1W, that's kind of the big advantage they have. You know, you brought up the Muerta itemization, but the Ogre as well. I really like what we're seeing out of this hero in regards to Respect's gameplay this game. He's just farming aggressively. Like, he's taking the jungle camp away from 4 Pirates, playing pretty greedy. They got a glimpse of Lina. There we go. That's a position for Aerial that you were hoping for.
Nice.
Does his best to be able to get the kill before he dies. Unfortunately, not going to have to damage by himself. Pedantic is also making this a difficult kill with the banishment onto Cloud's going to stop some of the damage early on with the burst. Cloud forced to use the RP, but this is sloppy. It's not going to work out. We're going to see 4 Pirates strike back, and they do it in a very, very big way. There's some much-needed kills across the map from Radiant.
He's going to die to this Ignite? No, it was just the single cast, not a multicast coming through onto him. So yeah, just committing far too deep there, especially after the Lina had already ended up going down. RPUs just to try and kill a position 5 as well means that now you've got a bit of downtime that you probably weren't wanting to look to be playing around, you know? Ortega just being part of a lot of these kills. I think he ended up securing 1 of the last hits, bringing him so much closer towards that Radiance for himself. And just the lower cooldown on the Shadow Step again. It's one of the other advantages of this team once you do hit level 18 for Pirates is that every 40 seconds you can make a play. You know, all you need is Blink Stun, you've got a Timber Saw always active, Bristleback always active. Really going to start to pick up the pace as they get a few more of these levels.
We'll see if they can pick up that pace around the Bristol though. May have some aggressive skirmishes coming up in the next couple of minutes. It's a very big time where we start to see a lot more team fighting going on with the Tormentor. You know, there's a potential for teams to invade. You've got the power runes. Really, I feel like the 18-minute power runes is really important for then that fight to maybe secure the Tormentor. and the Wisdom shortly afterwards as well. So we do see both sides kind of sticking around the river. Radiant have a really good observer. Sweet and Strong attempts to pop the Pierce the Veil to be able to protect himself, and it looks like that's going to be enough. Oh, it died to the dead shot.
Blade Mail.
The Blade Mail, sorry, yeah.
He's just going for the style points, but yeah, like you said, I mean, if it ended up being a kill onto a Taker, totally worth it, but just slightly underestimating the HP and the survivability coming through from this Spectre.
And there's the amp damage sitting in the river too, so massive for the Timbersaw, who has had a lot of impact so far this game. Been pretty impressed with Nadi Narwhal's ability to be able to recover from that. Really a performance where we weren't able to watch him play Dota. Speaking of Nadi Narwhal,
Playing around the fog
and
nicely
damage
too.
rune going to be activated early on, doing his best to try and deal with one of the supports. Now he's
That's a better
vulnerable
RP.
because Cloud finds the RP. Without a doubt, that is better. And now they've isolated the Bristol back. And this guy's second in net worth, not an easy kill by any stretch of the imagination, but
Taker's got his
they
eyes
don't have
out.
enough mana for the Laguna Blade, unfortunately, which is going to be make it a little bit more difficult. Meanwhile, a Taker committed him. At least he's still going to be able to reality rift away.
Lion,
And that's
do you
going to
wanna
leave
commit
Bristle
this?
by himself, and he is a dead man.
Lion, Ariel has to be a little bit careful here, but they're not going to look to follow up. Cloud still with 5 or so seconds left on his blink daggers, so not having that instant catch, but yeah, just no Lion there. You don't have that additional burst coming through from the Finger of Death, and it ends up costing them. You know, great turnaround that time around, just playing with a little bit more of that vision that they've got to be able to have a greater understanding of where exactly they can look to take these team fights. And off the back of that respect, he's given himself a nice little start with a few of his items, and now he can afford to go into the Midas, realizing that it's the early game that they just need to survive through for 1W.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You see them 1W posturing pretty aggressively down bottom. Have this high ground cliff ward. Farming up inside full Pirates jungle. No cores are actually nearby for them to be able to get them kills. We do see 5 heroes from Radiant. So 5 heroes from Die. So what's, of course, a result of this across the map is the fact that full Pirates are going to be able to take their Tormentor for free. We've even got, I believe, some stacks getting claimed from Spectre inside their triangle.
All right, nice way for you to be able to dodge out some of the silence, the dead shot, as this Lion now with the Aghanim Shard that he's able to build up and even just withstand against. Hold on, I'm keeping an eye on that top side of the river, but looks like Lina will be able to get the Arcane Rune. Most important thing is Aghanim Scepter is completed, right? With the Boots of Travel, with his level 15, so it's so much of that burst damage that you've now got to consider for dual raise. And the plus side for them, of course, is that you've got this Atos to be able to make plays around. You've got the Blink Skewer to be able to make plays around. And more importantly, now the BKB as well for Cloud. So he can afford to, go into the center of a lot of these engagements because he knows that he's not that worried about the damage that's going to be coming back the other way, especially from the Timbersaw and the Lion. Nice little damage boost as well.
Told me.
Yeah, he's going for
Yes,
the
yes.
Silver Edge for the Muerta. So it's what I like to see. One of those people that can get really high levels of value out of it. You protect yourself from getting nullified into the later stages of the game, or hell, even just the Shadow Demon, right? You're always going to be able to just pop that invis and be able to escape. Pirates seem to think that they're still hanging around in this area. I'm not sure why. They've already taken everything of importance in the Tormentor and the Wisdom Rune.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Could have potentially started into the Roche Pit as well with the amount of time that they've been spending off the map and a decent amount of minus armor.
Oh, smoke pops, they should know. Their picks come out.
Sweden Strong's
Read
found
them on the right side. Link's going to be able to get him out of range, but do see the Lina TP with the dead shot used for vision. They're going to try and play on this high ground, but they are now stuck here. The circle is closing.
early
The
pistol
wall
veil.
is closing on their location. They're actually just going to give up this area and they're like, all right, if you want to be stuck there, sure. How are you going to leave? You have to TP out unless you want to walk down the bridge, and that's not a spot where you're looking to enter against a Magnus.
Money to burn.
So now have the Pirates given up this Roshan area. It seems like they still want to keep some of this map control, this lane pressure up, And they've already got a tier 2 tower being assaulted by 4 range creeps and a siege.
I don't know if they were using the, oh, it was the Lion Corey, sorry. I thought it was Dai's Corey that was trying to scout them out on the high ground if they were still there.
It's just Respect playing around this bottom side of the map, and he's finished up the Midas as well, so even though he's going to walk into a bunch of different boys and get blown up, is that going to be enough to make them feel confident to go into this Roche pit? It seems like that will be the case. But again, they're a little bit in two minds. Half the people dealing with waves, half the people committing to Roshan. It's not a fully synergistic way to play Dota right now. And I mean, speaking of that synergy as well, Bristleback, the minus armor is nice just for control in these team fights, but it's not really buffing up your other cores in any significant way. Good positioning by Podanchik though.
Gonna be able to pop the smoke. It's pretty valuable to the team fight though. The Shadow Demon's able to do a lot for them. It is buying time, importantly, for Roshan. Age is going to be picked up from Roteka.
Eyes on Cloud.
But the Bristleback could be the target. If they're able to find that hero back, Cloud looking to at least hold him down momentarily with the Shockwave unfortunately off the mark. Bristle's actually going to TP out. Damn, that dead shot was close.
He was on the mark as well. Just a little bit too late coming through. Rod of Atos was only about half a second away as well. So playing with fire, but when you've got this net worth deficit, that's how things need to be. I'm just looking at Lions Courier, still out on the map.
Oh, Roteka actually went in with the Shadow Step.
Doesn't need to go out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still actually have eyes on him. Cloud going to try and be as annoying as possible and enable Munkushi just to be the one hitting into this bottom tier 2 tower.
Looks like they should be able to get the tier 2 tower for free, so an easy objective for them. Meanwhile, Laguna Blade to raise. He's going to miss on the LSA. Now it's vulnerable. Now, well, jumping on that opportunity, Cloud. Just a little bit too late on the RP. Could have been perfect to get the lane out of danger and maybe turns it back around, but that is a massive kill for them to find on 4 Pirates. You're able to cut down the life of the mid laner, put the RP on cooldown as well.
And a kill streak going the way of this Timbersaw. So I think that's actually the Aghanim Scepter now finished up for him. He can really look to commit into the center of a lot of these team fights and take the attention once again away from the squishier supports. Because, I mean, you're not necessarily playing a lone hand in that aspect. You know, Spectre can get in there. Bristle can't really though, and that's still the main issue for mine. He's even put a point, he's even got the bullwhip.
Speaking of the Bristle, runs in the Ogre, but who's ready to who?
Damage.
Kushi wanted to try and take the team fight with the protection for the BKB, man. The crits are raining down, but the Blade Mail has still worn back some of the damage on the Gyrocopter. Nadinawa wants to go in. The rest of the team are in two minds though, and yet Nadinawa is like, hey, boys, where are we? I thought this was a fight we were taking, but he's going to take a look at the mini-map and see all the other arrows are running the opposite direction.
Maybe just feeling like they didn't have the vision advantage at the time. Observer Ward placed down by Respect to be able to start off that team fight. So even though he needs to use the buyback, still well worth it to be able to get the kill onto the enemy Timbersaw, who was getting a little bit out of control. The big thing for mine is I'm not really seeing the impact coming from Ariel with a lot of these quick gank attempts, right? He's got the Blink Dagger available, 0 damage in that previous team fight. In my opinion, he's got to just get this off
bottom lane.
That's the
just
impact.
the observer ward previously. Yes, that is the impact, and what Reese just almost blows up the lion himself.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's quite a long cooldown though, with him still just being level 10 at the start of that gank attempt. Level 12 now to be able to play around with. It does mean that they're lacking a little bit of that burst as a result of it. And they didn't even get all of that for free either. It was Shadow Demon going down as a result. Gyrocopter continuing the farm. He's going into... I think he's going straight for his Silver Edge. Realizing that both the spec... Well, honestly, all 3 cores. Great to be able to buy the break against. Not wanting to wait for a support to be the one fulfilling that role. Never a bad thing to have multiple avenues.
No, without a doubt. I was going to say, I'm pretty impressed as well with the fact that 4 Pirates are doing a good job, honestly, to stabilize this game. Like, it's not getting
Worse.
too far out of reach.
Yeah. Agreed. I mean, it just comes down to hitting a few of those big timings, right? Like Spectre has Radiance, we can play more frequently. We can disrupt the Blink Daggers. I mean, he's going for the Sanjin Yasha on the Bristleback, which I don't hate. You know, they've got a decent amount of lockdown and control on the 1W side. I really wouldn't hate seeing Bristle go a Blink Dagger himself after that. You know, whether it be a Swift Blink or an Overwhelming Blink, just something to be able to get in and quickly blow up whatever target it might be that you're looking to try and engage onto. It's actually switched it up. Gone BKB now instead of the Sanjin Yasha. I'm worried about him getting kited out. That's still going to be an issue for me throughout this entire game. No Force Staffs, I don't think, on 4 Pirates. So it's a simple matter of just run away from the Bristle. Doesn't even have the Bullwhip anymore to give him that little bit of extra movement speed.
Looks like a bit of a swing and a miss here in regards to the smoke on 1W.
Hold on though, Natty Narwhal gonna kind of reveal himself. Instant TP out just after pushing the lane out a little bit. As, well, that's not really the place that you want to be, Pedanchik. No real reason to be there after your Timbersaw has just escaped. And they get his courier too.
In more mid lane, Dulray's getting close to showing to try and clear the way for the tower. You do have Lion set up in a decent position, but I think he was scouted under the Dire Observer Ward in the mid. So I believe they are aware of this line trying to set up for the potential Spectre Shadow Step in. They are going to turn their attention to top instead. Dire converging on the Spectre's location area with the TP out. Okay, they're going to be able to
Bot lane.
kill him off. Meanwhile, bottom lane, sweet and strong as well. So Spectre able to get some massive value out of the Shadow Step, escaping from the gank attempt, while also getting a kill in return.
Seeming to think that they had vision on the high ground, but the Observer is actually in a pretty similar location to where they had those in their bottom side. And again, they're just delaying things out a little bit, right? Otake can use the Radiance plus the Manta to be able to push these lanes out a little bit. He's now got a greater healing Lotus to be able to play around as well, so very survivable. Getting close to that level 20 mark as well for the additional 350 health, and that's on these Silver Edges that are still a little bit away from the 1W side. You actually never mind that. I think it's just the recipe that you need for the Gyrocopter for him to have his. You've got a Shadow Blade on Dual Rays as well, so it looks like he's going into the E-Blade next, but I really wouldn't be against them just having 3 Silver Edges on their team, just because, again, literally every single one of the cores is going to suffer pretty heavily from being broken.
Definitely an immense amount of value out of it this game. So Sweet and Strong be able to pick up Wisdom, so getting level 15 for him. Pretty even this game in regards to the runes. A lot of the games we've been seeing where one team is maybe favored in the bounties compared to the Wisdom, but even either way for Pirates.
Bristle needs to be with the
Looking to
boys,
try and
though.
enter 1W side of the map, posturing very aggressively, invading around the triangle area. Once again, trying to trail their prey. They may have gotten a glimpse that the Lina detection's going to be ready. And a quick nuke down as well from the Finger. Once again, we're starting to see this line doing a really good job to be able to set up for the Shadow Step. And now they're even getting rid of a second member as well. There's going to be return fire though. Cloud was trying to look to turn it over to the Bristleback now. He's more than okay, beating back on a Munkushi with the crew stacked up. Nice purge. Munkushi has to try and BKB TP up, but he is not going to be able to make it. Respect. TP's behind a tree, so he's okay, but now we are really seeing 4 Pirates, even with this net worth disadvantage, they're making some great moves this game.
They are, and it all comes around those quick pickoffs for the Lina, right? It's just so much more reliable when you've got this Blink Dagger to instantly close in onto the backlines, right? It means that you might need to start itemizing a little bit more defensively for yourself. Is this going to need to be a BKB for the Lina? Honestly, even like, maybe Aeon Disc is a little bit too far, but the Ghost Scepter component, perhaps, of the Ethereal Blade first, as opposed to going into that Aether Lens.
I'll be watch that one again. I mean, this is something you were saying, like, really, it is only the Lion that's going to be able to find the Lina, but it has to say, Aeril's played a very good game and always having the read of where Dual Rays is positioning. It's been much different than what we saw previously with Lina always being able to find these quick bursts to start the fight and even small pickoffs across the map.
It does feel like the sorts of plays that Four Pirates need to be making though, right? Like you've always got that late game threat coming from the RP. You've always got the threat of, again, Sweden Strong continuing to scale. You've got Vlad's coming out soon for Respect as well to be looking to try and play around with. So in terms of the ongoing team fights, I feel like the burst is still going to favor Four Pirates, but counter initiation and consistent ongoing damage, it's going to be in the favor of 1W.
And it is. Let's see if they're going to be able to strike back. Ooh, that is a illusion.
They ping it out immediately. Roshan, quick-ish as well, so it'll actually be on the bottom-hand side of the map. They've got plenty of wards to be able to play around if Respect wants to lay them down around the high ground, but just looking to get into an area prior to that point. Gem as well. Look at how much emphasis they're putting onto this pit area, really wanting to secure that tool to enable the high ground for themselves in the second Roshan with the banner.
Should be able to get it ready. Not nearby to be able to set up a formation. They are starting to TP back and group up, but let's see if they're going to be too slow to contest Roshan.
My eyes are still just going to be on Cloud, right? The big thing for the past couple of team fights is that we haven't seen the RP to enable Munkushi and Dual Rays to really get the impact that they're wanting. With the Empower,
fast,
with the Bloodlust, it's a lot.
Let's see Cloud waiting in the jungle. In the trees, out of vision. Spectre's going to start with the Shadow Step early. Meanwhile, still at Roche. There's the Scepter for the vision. Oteka waiting for an opportunity to be able to find their jump. Cloud ready to go with the RP. Flat Cannon's going to start to rain down from Munkushi, but the damage is just not enough. It's actually not enough at this stage of the game. Four Pirates, they've been able to find the items to sustain through the damage that one win were outputting, and now they're the ones that's looking to try and retreat away. Moed is going to be cut short. They're also going to get the second support, so what an incredible team fight for Four Pirates, and this game, I mean, it feels like it is in dire straits for 1W. Like, really, the past 10 minutes, even more than that, we are seeing them really struggle in the 5v5.
And it's just the implied pressure that all of this backline engage puts on, right? That's the impact of Oteka going for this Aghanim Scepter. He was able to pop it. Look at the damage that he did. Over 7k in that singular team fight off the back of, crap, they know where I am. You know, he's got a little bit of PTSD from that previous mid-gank as well as Aerial. He's going through this Twin Gate here, maybe just realizing that, you know what, the Shadow Step could be available again. There we go, they're in.
And they're in, and they're going to be rewarded. It's just been such a really solid game ever since, 20 minutes plus, so the last 15 minutes for him. The gem game. Oh, camera, okay. Get one that's on it, but on it, I don't know. Man, these guys are playing really cleanly now. It feels like once they're able to get themselves in a position to be able to contest and play aggressively across the map, we see the shot calling. It's solid for whoever is making the decisions.
Mm-hmm. I think with Pedanchik as well, not even needing to go the Blink Dagger for himself. His positioning overall has just been pretty solid. Always in the back lines, on the tree line. Being that counter initiation that they're really requiring. Always getting the Demonic Purge again onto Munkushi. So not having the advantage of the Empower, not having the advantage of the Bloodlust or any sort of Force Staffs or anything else that might be providing them that little bit of an extra safety net.
So how are we feeling about this game overall with net worth lead now finally for the first time in Radiant's favor? Do we feel like this game is like could just continue to snowball out of control, or is it we're just really not seeing good fights from 1W?
I don't think we're seeing good fights from 1W, to be honest. And I think like some of the decisions, the amount of times now that Dual Rays has been blown up without any sort of response to it has been a little bit too many. I think it's been 3 in a row for not any kill involvement. Finally, he's going to go into the BKB, but it's after he's already finished up the Aether Lens. So it's like you probably could have had this defensive item at this point. You could have made your team a little bit less needing to play around you, because this isn't just you in the game, right? Like, you've got a Magnus that's trying to RP people, and he's not going to get that opening if you're just getting blown up instantly at the start of a lot of these team fights.
No, definitely without a doubt. It'll make it very difficult if that's going to be the case. So let's see what the adaptations are going to be, though. We do have 1W starting to pay a lot more respect. You see Radiant can get further out on the map. Area with the invis rune actually given over to the line is starting to hunt on the top side, seeing if there's a stray hero. Importantly, hopefully the leaner is that primary target from what we've seen.
I want to see Respect use the Midas on the creeps. It just ticked over to 37 minutes, so he could get some value out of just a quick neutral item for his team, and he does indeed. Havoc Hammer picked up for him, so just a little bit more control, playing around the strength as much as possible, of course.
Do have both sides starting to clump up, and Radiant going to be cautious if they run in this choke point area with the Observer Ward.
We've got the...
So Cloud's going to be ready in position to be able to get that
see the
skewer
vision.
back. Aerial, not going to be a bad target to initiate on. Horn's going to fly out to also give Radiant the information of how they want to take the team fight. Over to the right side, they've been able to isolate Dual Race once again. The Spectre, it's just too difficult. They can't deal with Oteka. They destroyed him in the early game. The early game, there was no gameplay for the Spectre, but his ability to recover has been perfect, and now it seems like 1W actually cannot team fight.
It really all comes down to just that damage coming through from the lack of BKB on Dual Rays. That's the big thing for mine. Like, you had... Oh, actually, decent little pick off there, and the break.
Pick up the break. It's going to be an opportunity to maybe get the kill. Cloud tries to drop the RP. Makushi with the damage output. He needs the crits, and he's going to be able to get it.
He can buy back an ult.
Finally, they're able to strike back. They're going to be cautious. So like you said, there's a potential of that buyback, but that would be a heavy commitment into the game. Would give a big window for 1W. So they're going to reevaluate. Do they want to buy back? It could give that opportunity. They will choose otherwise. They will back on out. Unfortunately, losing the Spectre, but still, nonetheless, is past 20 minutes or so has really been all them.
Lost the gem as well, giving that one back over to Respect. So a little bit more of that map control is being given away. Really, the reason that for Pirates have come back into this game is off the back of the Spectre, right? And the Lion being able to have that little bit of an extra map information to be able to play around with. So taking that one away is going to give them at least the relief to know that they're not going to just be consistently finding these individual pickoffs onto people like the Ogre Magi. And now he's got the Vlads as well, so a little bit more sustain for the team. The goal right now is just don't reveal yourself on the map. On Dual Rays, get into that BKB, and then maybe you're going to be able to survive that initial burst coming through. I think they've got
that's Dual Rays that we're speaking about. What about everyone else? Because again, really feels like if one button is clicked, if Spectre presses Horn, team fight seems to be pretty much over for the next 10 seconds or until the Horn expires. So how do you actually play the first 10 seconds? What do you do? Are there items you can play? Is there positioning that needs to be placed here from 1W? Like, how do you actually address this?
I mean, I think the main thing is just going to be pop the boots of bearing and delta split so that, you know, someone isn't going to get instantly picked off. Spectre at this point in time, he's the one that's going to be chasing. They don't have the gem, like I just mentioned, because they just lost it. And it's not the stage of the game where he can afford to carry a dust. So he needs to just be... You need to be trying to disengage while the Haunt is up. As soon as it comes off, as soon as you've got your Blink RP, Blink Skewer, whatever it might be available once again, then you look to try and re-engage. It just comes down to a question of how deep are you getting picked, where not only the Spectre is able to find you, but also the Lion and the Timbersaw with their Blink Daggers. Still no Blink for the Bristle, but he's level 25 with the AC, so anyone that gets caught out is going to get blown up. We've even got a Blink Dagger on Pedanchik as well. His Shadow Demon, and I mean, the best tool that any sort of saving support could ask for, Ninja Gear for the SD as well. So just your own personal smoke. There really shouldn't be too many scenarios where he's the one that gets caught out, you know? And we saw a big part of that. Let's call it a successful team fight previously. They were able to pick off Aerial. That was the big difference maker for mine. As Aerial, Halon, Dual Rays, these movements have just been so solid.
Still, really? I mean, I feel like I don't want to undersell what the Timber has also done for them this game. I think a lot of the team fights early on, the skirmishes we had off the back of the laning phase, he was a big reason of why this game didn't get too far out of control. So
So
Item progression has just stopped though for the Lina. That's the big issue for mine. These 3 or 4 deaths, I think, in a row for 0 kill involvement is a big issue for sure. What's the shard status like? Does everyone have it except for the Ogre? Yes, indeed. So Kushi wasn't necessarily hoping for that one to be given over to him from that Tormentor. Respect has his queued up. No way for the Lina to be involved in this one, and maybe that's why they're assuming that they might be able to get a quick pick off onto somebody, expecting that they might not have that burst potential. But with the silver edge on both Munkushi and Sweden Strong, anyone that they catch out will
They're
die.
gonna run into him.
That's the best
They're
target.
going to run into a taker. There we go. RP, no hesitation with the break. Finally, the 1W are the ones being proactive, making that aggressive invasion into Radiant's territory. We haven't seen Oteka recently be the one that's in danger. They've been getting initiated on. And now they're going to tip it back and look to reoccupy their triangle. Munkushi
Nice dust.
may run into Ariel. Who's going to run into who? And there's the buyback, actually. Oteka, he's going to get back involved. No buyback available for the Gyrocopter. Respect's even going to tip it into the face of danger. As Cloud, he's not escaping. Cool, you get the wisdom, but you are not living to tell the tale. As 4 are down on 1 win, and importantly, 3 don't have a buyback.
And even if you did buy back on the Magnus, no RP for pretty much his death duration. And this is what I was talking about with the Lina, just going that little bit too greedy, right? The Aether Lens was not needed at this point of the game. You needed survivability. You needed to stop yourself from dying. He wasn't able to join into that one at all. Has to be a little careful with where exactly he's showing on the lane. Shadow steps up in 3 seconds, and the moves are starting to happen up towards the top side of the map. For now, it's just for, well, actually, they're just going tier 4s. Why not? What's the point in chasing if you might be able to close out the game? Just need to be mindful of not getting too close towards that fountain. Does feel like one of the main ways that you could throw this one. And I think they got a brief glimpse of dual raise there when he came back.
Switch for a second.
Oh, back in
the
the
way they got him.
Nope.
Okay, they're unable to keep him in. Now Throne's exposed, and it's
They're
falling
just
pretty
ending.
fast. Shadow Demon's actually just gonna run at them to try and yeah, they just ended. Okay, the throw died much faster than I was expecting, and well done from 4 Pirates. They're gonna be able to send us to a game 3.
And you just see the difference that reliable initiation makes, right? Last game was just the 1 death for dual raise with, you know, exploding people 100 to 0. This time around, he was the one that was afraid to set foot on the map just because it could have come from any which way. 3 blink daggers on the 4 Pirates lineup, plus the Spectre with the Shadow Step and eventually the Haunt as well, really making the most of those quick pickoffs that were enabled. So very nicely done, recovering once again what was a bit of a rough early game, not doing a great time in the laning stage once more. Spectre was really coming from a big deficit, but they recovered in a big way. And you know, I was perhaps a little critical of the Lion a little bit. Ariel, for the first 20 or so minutes, didn't feel like you were getting a ton of value out of those Fingers of Death, but as soon as he got that Blink Dagger, that's where we were really seeing a little bit more impact coming from him. Just, I think, 3-4 pickoffs in a row onto dual raise, and a night and day difference between the damage output that was coming from him.
Yes, 100%. And maybe this is going to not give 1W as much confidence in where they can draft the Lina if we are going to see that Spectre to be able to respond instantly without being banned. So, yeah, with all that being said, still 1W, the lanes and so far the early game has been going their way, but massive props need to be given because it can be very difficult to be able to stabilize a game and do it in the fashion that 4 Pirates did while also making plays and getting these pickoffs. So cool read from them and how they're able to make amends from the game 1 and then be able to claw their way back and end up tying up the series. We're going to go game 3. I mean, this is pretty much the first seed up against the last seed here. So game 3 tied 1-1 apiece. Let's see who's going to be able to take it and move forward in the upper bracket. We'll see you guys after a quick break.
Welcome back to the official broadcast presented by FISSURE. We've got the closed qualifier action here for the FISSURE Playground 1. We are in Eastern Europe, still in our first series. The boys on 4 Pirates have been able to equalize and send us to a third game. Again, which we have to keep in mind, this is the first seed up against the last seed for Pirates. They were able to be in this position because of a last chance qualifier. They didn't even make it through from the first open qualifier or the second. They were able to get that opportunity to play in the last chance qualifier, hence why they are in this position. So let's see if they're going to be able to capitalize and get a big upset.
Yeah, I mean, we said from the very beginning, right? This is a incredibly close region. Anyone can take games off of anyone. Even prior to that game, I think I saw it was $1 odds in favor of 1W because of their strong performance in game number 1. But clearly not going to be a complete walkover, especially, you know, with some of the picks. I liked the way that they were able to adapt the playstyle from 4 Pirates, a lot more reliable ways to find those quick initiations, and they found the right target, and for their benefit as well, it was not the greatest itemization coming through from the Lina in the previous game, right? It felt like he kind of had a toe in 5 different pools, basically. You know, went into the Aetherlands and the Shadow Blade, but didn't finish any big item and didn't have that defensive tool in the BKB either. So he was just dead meat every single time that they found some sort of way to initiate onto him.
We do have our draft underway, and let's get ourselves focused on this one and see what the changes are going to be. Seen a lot of the Morphling first phase ban from 4 Pirates. We'll see if that's going to be the same thing. No Timber though. Back-to-back games, 4 Pirates have the ability to play that, and we're going to get the different hero.
Turn to ban.
Okay, so something slips on through. The Morphling slips through. I wonder if Munkushi is going to instantly seek to snap it up, or if it's still going to feel a little bit too early for them. If they did go down that route, I'm sort of considering, like, what do you look to pick up against it? I feel like if they're doing it, they might just pick a gyrocopter as the answer to it. Not exactly the... Sorry, not pick up a gyrocopter into it. Pick up a hero that Morphling doesn't necessarily want to morph into all that much, so we're not expecting to see your Ember Spirits and the like, but just something that's able to provide that quick burst into something like the Morphling. But instead, just doubling down on the Magnus. I don't hate it. I think the Mag wasn't the issue that previous game. It was really just lacking in damage. So I think they just want more reliable ways to be able to secure this damage, and goes to show why the Doom is first phase banned a lot of the time, because it's going to get picked. Some regions just love heroes, and for Eastern Europe, it is the Doom.
Yes, that it is indeed. So you've got some scaling from both the heroes that we are seeing at the moment. Do we feel like already, is it too much for either side to be wanting to change their draft a little bit to at least minimize the effectiveness out of the Mag and the Doom? Or do you feel like you don't want to see them overcompensate too much because of these heroes and still stick to a strategy that will work for them?
No, I don't think they need to overcompensate. I like the fact that they're getting rid of the Shadow Demon, right? So that Empower being removed was obviously a big deal. A lot of the disruption, the positioning that came through last game was incredibly solid from the SD to be able to save for any sorts of RPs. It forced that, we called it not a great RP, to be committed onto the SD itself, just so that you were able to get something out of that engagement. I'm still expecting to see whether it be a Rubik or a Lion coming out from 4 Pirates here, just because it's still going to be that good answer to the Magnus wherever it might be looking to be played, and you know, both of them are not too bad of a lane pairing together with the Doom as well.
Do also have to look at the Morphling in this draft as well. I know you were mentioning before with if they're going to first phase it, but I feel like 1W can't really go down that route because you have the Doom, whereas maybe 4 Pirates could be looking at the Morphling, because morphing into Mag is a very, very nice way to be able to amp up your damage, and the lane is quite free, the Morphling. So we'll have to see if that's going to be something that 4 Pirates can look to go for with their next set of picks, but they will get the Tiny, however, so a very, very strong mid lane from what we've been seeing so far.
Not the worst hero to morph into, though, is the thing, right? You just have that Avatos combo to be able to back up all of your initial burst that you're looking to play around with the morph. And you see an Undying coming through for the first time in quite some time. So really just wanting to, A, have a tool to be able to stop the Avalanche Toss combination, with the grab ally coming through, the strong laning presence as well coming from the decay. Not too sure if the healing component is going to be all that impactful, and it's a bit of a block pick with this Lion just preventing the... I mean, this has to be Rubik, right? Like, it feels like an amazing Rubik game to be able to, you know, have the Tombstone for yourself, to be able to have the Lion stuns for yourself, long range Finger of Death, RP, preventing from the skewer. Feels like it would be pretty amazing for them to be able to pick it up, but they're just going to go the consistent one. All right, don't hate it. Coming through with the Muerta. A little bit of the dead shot when they are going for those sorts of plays.
Wonder if maybe the Rubik's lane can help out a little bit more versus the Undying. So the Muerta's lane can help out a little bit more versus the Undying. This here is a pretty decent lane overall.
Yeah, but I feel like if you Rubik'd, you could just like... you have to remember though, it's probably going to be an Undying 5, but we just saw a position 5, quote unquote, Lion that was laning there, right? So the main thing that I'm worried about is you can just go like boots of speed on this Muerta and pull the lane. What's an Undying going to do against that? You know, he doesn't have a stun. He's not going to be able to keep up with you. You can just manipulate the lane so that Doom gets off to that good start and at least gets the levels in the early piece. I'm expecting to see one of those really deep sentry wards as well that are going to be covering the lane just to disrupt the lane equilibrium a little bit, make sure that the creep wave is going to connect underneath the tower just to make life a little bit more challenging for this Doom.
Well, let's see, where are we going next though for 4 pirates? I imagine the 5 is what they're going to try and look to draft. I would like Tiny Mid Doom 3. I know we have been getting a little bit of flex between these, but I feel like no real flex to the position 5, so let's go for some here or there for Pedansk.
Is it just a Phoenix? Feels like it would be giving a lot of value against a mag. Sniper, okay. Not the worst. Not really revealing where this Tiny is going to be played yet either. We've seen it played 1 and 2, same sort of deal with the Sniper. You're not having to worry about the Mars, and the instant backline jump isn't quite there. Do say into the Sniper. I mean, the way that you look to beat it the majority of the time is outrange, and that's something that Sniper does to pretty high levels of effectiveness. Pangolier is already banned, Anti-Mage is banned. Just looking at these main Diffusal Blade buyers that are going to ruin the Medusa's life in some capacity.
10 seconds remaining.
You're not really getting too much value out of like the Soul Rip though from the Undying, right? The Medusa's mana is always going to be the thing that's depleted, but you do have the Lion to be able to play around, I suppose, refilling her a little bit in that capacity.
Very true. But with that also being said, you got at least the Doom's ultimate not having a lot of value versus the Medusa. So wonder if it's just an AM ban into a support ban. I feel like Ogre is something that could be looking at removing here, which we saw them running game 1, right, with the Sniper and the Ogre. So we'll see what that's going to be. We can even speak out one win in regards to their mid hero for dual raise. Lina is still a potential if that's something maybe you feel, even though against the Tiny, the Doom 2 Blink heroes, if you're not against the Spectre, maybe you're going to have a little bit more confidence.
And just with some of these bans that are being removed, right? Like, yeah, you probably could go the Lina, but are you just setting up to get pucked as well? Like, lots of stuff to be able to hold in place. I guess against the Tiny, it doesn't feel amazing, but outside of the Tiny, there's not really that chain lockdown that you're all that concerned about. And then, you know, you get more value out of the Tombstone, you get more value out of the RP, even just a Blink Skewer comboed together with the Dream Coil, you guarantee that the snap is going to be going on there. So I could see it working.
Yeah, I can indeed. Definitely don't mind the puck. I mentioned about the Tiny. Moita can be a little bit frustrating, but these heroes are not enough to deter you, and there's so much value with the puck this game and what it provides the lineup. So
even just the laning stage, right? The puckish going up
yep.
against the Tiny. If it is indeed mid Tiny, it could just be mid Sniper, but still, puck is not the worst at being able to shove the lane out and at least get a little bit of that farm. In terms of what else there, I just want that jump. I feel like that's where the successful teams are playing around a whole lot more effectively. Like, you're not going to see a Bat Rider, even though it's still in the pool, but a hero that kind of fulfills that sort of criteria. Like, is it even something like perhaps a Storm Spirit, considering you are playing with a Lion as well. So, you know, ways to be able to jump in onto the Sniper super reliably, try and get a little bit of that burst. Does mean that you need to wait for Lion's Blink Dagger to be able to truly make plays around that, but I think that's sort of what they're lacking at this point.
Do you feel like they could be discussing on if the mag can go mid and the sniper picked in the off lane? We saw what like Cloud had a really good game one with the Mars.
Mm-hmm. It's a possibility for sure. I'm just wondering, like, what hero do you then pick? Like, is it just the Mars, or is there other heroes that you're looking to try and consider? Like, probably not an Underlord, but the percent damage would be nice against both the Doom and the Tiny. Doesn't really do much against the Clockwork though. You just Lina. Okay.
So what we're speaking about, the Ogre is a possibility for 4 pirates. Tusk is also one of the other melee 4s.
I'm gonna go on about the Marcy. Just blow up that tombstone. Feels quite nice. Another stun to be able to get in on top of the Lina as well. Buff up the damage of both Tiny and Sniper. Be very effective.
Yes, I don't mind that. Feels I know Sweet and Strong's been playing it still in his pubs.
You may now select your hero.
Okay, so this is what we were, okay, not the draw what we were expecting, but we were expecting in game 1 the Sniper to be laning into the Lina, which they avoided. They gave it to Oteka. Now they are actually going to run it in the mid lane. Tiny's going to get put on the support role, which I definitely do prefer this hero as a core at the moment, but we'll see how much he's going to be able to do in regards to the support. And you've gone double range, so you have said, okay, this Medusa, we've already got 1 counter in the Sniper to outrange you. We're going to try and double down on that. My concern is now, what's the vision game going to look like for 4 pirates? And are you going to be able to play with like the Tiny, the Doom to get the kills on the Lina? Because it really feels like Lina could just completely take over this game from what we saw in game 1.
Sure. I still think, though, it is going to be dependent on a few of these Blink Dagger timings as well from the rest of the team. You know, Lion needs it, Mag needs it. You need a way to be able to start these team fights and find a way to that backline. We saw previously, if you're just going this high damage, super greedy glass cannon build, you can get blown up pretty damn quickly. And they've got the damage to be able to do so with the Sniper, with the Drow. If you get caught out underneath a sentry ward or just with a simple stun, you're going to go down pretty damn fast. So we'll have to see what the avenue is for that sort of thing. You'd have to imagine that it's still going to be a pretty nice laning stage coming through for all of these cores.
Yeah, definitely. I would have to say so. So we have seen so far that the lanes have been favoring 1W. That's the big thing, right? Where we've seen game 1 and game 2, they've had a big advantage in regards to the lanes. We'll see if that is going to continue heading into this 3rd and final game in our first series of the day.
Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering, like, how exactly they're going to be able to position these lanes as well. Like, Pedanchik's the one playing the Tiny, so is he indeed going to be playing the position 4? Is he going to move down for position 5? How does that impact what Ariel's trying to do? Because not too often we see a pos 5 Tiny, that's for sure, but it's kind of necessary when you've got this this Drow Ranger. It's a later smoke coming out as well from 1W. Mirrored by 4 pirates. Not revealing too much information about the Observer Ward that they are hoping to be able to set down, which they do indeed. So again, it's just that battle of 2 range boys for the mid lane. It's going to be, speaking of range boys, Drow Ranger walking down onto the low ground. Smokes pop. He's at least going to be able to get back up onto the high ground. No Observer Ward to be able to make plays around. They're going to be able to back off, not even wanting to reveal what spells have been skilled up by the Undying, keeping him guessing.
The battle begins.
So again, I want to stick on the Tiny, like you were mentioning, being played as a 5. Do we feel like the Moeta is just going to take lower farm priority? I mean, I know position 5 still at this stage in Dota can find farm, but we do still see that a little bit more towards the 4. Are we expecting Moeta to take a little bit more of a hard support role?
Potentially. I mean, I still think it's really important for Tiny to obviously get those early levels, right? Like you, regardless of your core or support, can't be getting bogged down into like the save your mate sort of syndrome where, oh man, he's not getting any last hits in this lane so far on a taker. But the big thing for mine is how are you actually going to get into that Blink Dagger, right? You've got a lot of cores that are kind of greedy on your side of the map, and when are you going to be able to make that space? It's not even like you've got a good lane partner as well, which we see from like, there was a Pos 5 Tiny, Pos 1 Magnus that they tried to make work, or Taker might just get run down here.
I think he's dead. Right click from the right side. And again, the offlane strength from 1W continuing into the third and final game. These two are an incredible duo.
They are not necessarily going up against the strongest lane though, right? Like it's a Tiny with just the tree throw at level 1, looking to try and get as many denies as possible, but Cloud making that not a possibility. Double stun coming through from Sweden Strong, not giving a Taker any sort of rest as he comes back into this lane and punishing the fact that this level 2 isn't available just yet. Up top, similar sort of threat being put onto Respect.
See if they're going to be able to get that last Infernal Blade. Doom is committed pretty deep, and Respect has his own too, so... Okay, I mean, we've got a lot of action in both the side lanes at the moment. I was going to praise early how 4 Pirates are playing their offlane with the Infernal Blade level 1 and the dead shot. They were able to do a lot of harassment onto the Undying. And we'll see if that's going to continue to be the case. We know this hero is a lane dominator in the support role.
Are they going to get
Now
aggressive
bottom,
on
Cloud got the skewer. And there we go, sent onto the tower. Pedantic going to give over another kill to the boys on 1W.
I was wondering if they might try and, you know, make a few things happen onto this Dusa on the top side while she's still left solo against the Undying. Of course, denied himself to neutral creeps to get that full refill. Will be able to get his way back to the lane and make life a little bit more challenging for Doom to be able to play around. Even just shoving the lane in prior to that 3-minute mark is the sign of a team that recognizes these big little spikes, especially with the Medusa, right? You get so much extra value out of that healing Lotus if you're able to save it until the very last second, both getting the heal and the mana return.
Do you like this objective that is still in the game in regards to the Lotus? Because I mean, I feel like the other ones were the little wells that we had at the shrines, right? That we had across the map. But I feel like some people had a love-hate relationship with them. Bottom. 1W been able to get on top of the Drow once again. Ortega's got a pretty big one. They give him the Lotus as well. So Ortega's in a position where he can stand his ground and fight back. But unfortunately, Pedantic doesn't have that level 3 just yet, so still just working with 2 spells.
Oh, looking to try and get a kill onto Cloud, but Sweden Strong making sure that that's not going to be the case. Going for the full mana drain, committing to the middle of this one. Like you mentioned, has the full magic stick to be able to make plays around with, maybe just waiting for his level 3 to get that sort of thing happening. The thing I loved about Cloud with when they made that engagement, he made sure to eat a tango really early on into the piece, so he had all of that regen going on throughout the team fight, and that was what ended up saving him.
Like one of those very minor things, but something that pays off a lot through this early game fights, right? Just the tango getting popped early. We don't see it. Sometimes we see that the players think about it a little bit too late when the action's already occurred for multiple seconds before using it straight away.
Toss back onto
Cloud instead. Skewer, he's going to be fine. But Taker's actually not quite sure on who he wants to try and put the main damage into.
It's not the worst either. They've got a healing salve coming out as well as a full set of tangos for Cloud, so should be able to back off just in time and get a nice juicy creep wave relatively soon underneath his tower.
And this is the lane matchup like we were expecting from game 1 though. Like the sniper is having a very good time over the laner. It's about close to a 500 net worth advantage.
Has to be a little careful.
We do see a Tombstone get fed over as well. That arrow is going to be able to find. But yeah, like you said, sniper needs to be a little bit careful. Probably going to have to go back to base. Let's try and regen up. They are putting some pressure onto the Doom. Nice sidestep.
the sort of thing that Respect can afford to do, right? Like, he is not the one that's going to be the difference maker this game. Yes, you've got a little bit of that burst damage through, but I guess you get a pretty decent value out of the Aghanim Shard, right? If you get caught with the Doom, it just ruins some of the duration of that one. I'm hearing a Assassinate for the mid lane with Natty Narwhal dominating that lane so far. Really makes it a whole lot more challenging for Dulraze to be able to join into a lot of the action. No other rotations really coming towards him just yet, but yeah, Cloud is left solo because of Sweden Strong wanting to be helping out his main mid laner perhaps, moving towards a potential power rune, but it's actually Dulraze just playing around his bounty for now. Haste rune down bottom though. Do they have vision? I think they did see him start to move, but he's going to back off.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looks to go mid and start to pepper away the tower. We've got a rotation through the portal coming through from Respect. A lot of power here with a Tombstone Blood Grenade dive, and we're going to see that come into play. The TP will be there from the Muerta. We're going to get that extra support silence to prevent the skewer away, and it's getting a little bit too messy. Tombstone addressed, and now that's going to help her take it, be able to step over to the left side without the zombie slow and the damage. The Drow is fine, and great use of the TP down. Mirroring the movement there from Muerta was really clutch to be able to keep the carry alive.
I think he got fed over a Healing Lotus as well, making sure that he was able to, stand and man fight. When you're fighting underneath that tier 1 tower, all these kills just become so much harder to be able to claim.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Every extra little thing is incredibly important, so very nicely done with the Lotus. And so they've again stabilized on 4 pirates, and it's not that big deficit like we saw from game 1 and game 2. Drow somehow second in net worth, I believe, with the 2 deaths. You do have Dusa pretty far ahead though. Does look like Munkushi off to another flying start here for the Medusa, but it is a Medusa that's pretty heavily countered.
Yes, double by the 2 main cores of the game, most importantly, right? Just being able to outrange, stay away from her, even just using the toss to make sure that is always going to be the case. I'm not sure if Pedanchik is always going to be going for that full avalanche toss combination when playing from this position 5. He's more just going to be worried about, do my cores have the good sort of team fights to be able to keep that space away from the enemy team. Speaking of Pedanchik, another rotation and another heavy bunch of spells being used to be able to try and potentially take him down. The Doom is
gonna
up.
TP down. Oteka is also starting to run as well from the jungle. So if the Drow Ranger is going to be able to get a little bit of involvement inside this engagement as
just TP away.
they punish them from going for the deeper TP up. The dead shots there. Last second, Muerta going to be able to stop him short. Very, very nicely done. I mean, it's cool what we're seeing. Drow go back in the jungle. You're kind of forced to from Oteka. You're leaving the lane to a Tiny who getting valuable experience. A little bit tankier at this stage of the game than what you would be expecting out of other supports, and we see how difficult it is to get the kill. They need to be quick, otherwise these rotations will punish them, and that was the case there.
Even more so now, like Drow now has that marksmanship available, so you've got a lot of that extra damage that's going to be coming back the other way. Again, always looking for silver linings. Munkushi with the Doom TP means that he was farming a little bit solo up on this top side of the map, continuing to maintain that net worth lead, but really just doesn't feel like it will be as impactful this time around compared to, in previous games. Just so scary going up against the sniper, who still having a fine enough time this game, but Lena's probably the one hero that you can't look to absolutely crush the lane against and look at pretty damn
He's
easy.
getting pincered. They do their best to drop the combo onto the line, but the Assassinator over the right side. Good for one. Dulraze is trying to drop the combo onto Pedanchik. We'll be able to secure that kill. Meanwhile, they're also chasing up to the Doom. Another Mystic Snake is not good for the kill. So 1 for 1, both sides trying to bring some heroes over to be able to turn the tides within that little skirmish.
Picking out the fact that they've got a ward up in this high ground as well, which helped to reveal the tombstone that you're still able to get the last hit on for Natty Narwhal.
Tower is under attack.
Things looking really good for the 4 pirates right now. Across the board, you've got net worth lead except for against the Medusa, but I think as long as you're able to use the Tiny to high effectiveness, he's happy to give up his life over and over again, and it's going to become harder and harder to be able to take him out as well once he gets into this level 6 once he's got the grow available. They can find this kill onto Dual Raze. That would be absolutely huge. Lacking a TP on the Undying, so doesn't have that saving tool for himself. Actually giving the smoke over to Natty Narwhal with the amp damage. Maybe they can get a kill up top instead.
It's bottom where they're actually looking. Cloud ready to go with the RP, but the mass TP's dumped to bottom once again. The calling's going to be able to prevent this skewer. They do still get the kill nonetheless, and Sweet and Strong trying to get out of dodge. Looks like, unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. 4 Pirates, blood grenade even straight on the dome. They're going to be able to hunt him down inside the river. Combo back up shortly. In fact, it's just a dead shot. That's all that needed.
All right. It's a 2 for 1. And you'd say that the Drow is a pretty reliable kill, but I mean, it's not necessarily the easiest kill that they had, right? They had to commit so much to be able to try and take him out.
That's a crazy two.
Needs the follow-up damage for sure.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Do like the way that Mr. Moral is itemizing for this, though. Going straight into the drums. Obviously going to get a ton of value for it early on. Going to be important to keep the pressure up before you're worried about these things like the Blink Dagger for the Magnus. The thing is bag, okay. I assume that's lag. Cloud still having a relatively good game though, right? So he's only 500 gold away from that Blink. But the thing is, as long as he's not getting the perfect Blink RPs, as long as your positioning is good in a lot of these fights, you should still be able to use all 8 drum charges while not putting both of your main 2 cores in too much danger. And of course, the Doom, he's got the Devil's Bargain facet. So once you get value out of it, just sell it. You've gotten the value, and it's still going to be very impactful towards that next item for yourself.
Looks like 1W gonna bring a lot more members than what we've seen previously from them down to bottom. 4 Pirates have been putting a lot of emphasis on trying to protect this tier 1 tower, but it seems like at 12 minutes into the game, it is finally going to crack under the pressure.
Yeah, 2 gank fails was enough for them. They really were expecting to be able to use their individual skill to be able to get it, perhaps with a bit undermanned, but this time around, Munkushi putting his body out there once with the completed Yasha. And they look to claim a little bit more of this control for themselves. Nice deep ward placed down that still remains by respect, so understanding if anyone was coming for the full defense. Although we've kind of left mid a little bit solo here with Natty Narwhal able to pretty much take it completely solo, even just the placement of his illusion.
Oh, Dory's in the river. Okay. That drop positioning is going to be big here. Not going to send him back. Does slow down, but Danch not going to be able to close the distance here.
Those boots of travel plus the fiery assault. Enough for Dual Raze to be able to get away from that. Taking out Cloud.
Tips.
Sorry, I heard a shrapnel, but at this point in time, it's just about taking this giant stack that Natty Narwhal was set up for himself, wanting to get value out of this Blink Dagger reveal, but they don't find anything. They also have that valuable piece of information as well. Observe ward is going to be dewarded pretty damn fast. Up top.
Top lane, the Doom?
Maybe.
Yeah, it looks like they should be able to get this kill.
Maybe not.
Okay, never mind. Are they going to be able to cut him off on the stairs? Cloud, the range for the RP. Blink.
Nope.
Got a couple of cooldown in 5 seconds, and they will not be able to continue to chase. So phase boots, drums, and wand, and with the Scorch activated, this boy is zooming.
Just able to get away. And continuing the farm, continuing to maintain this net worth, not putting your cores at any significant danger. Rotaker down bottom needs to be a little bit careful. And that's where a lot of the pings are being put down to, and where the movement is coming through from Sweden Strong as well. Might be looking to just try and set up a deep observe ward here outside of the high ground range. To be able to set up for a future kill. For now though, it still feels like quite some time until you're able to truly feel online with a lot of these heroes. Maybe Dual Raze wanting to hit into his level 12, wanting to get that Aghanim Shard at the 15-minute mark, just so you've got that consistent damage coming through.
How do you? What is the path to victory for you for 1W? Because I feel like I don't know what I'm expecting out of the Deucer this game with how countered she is. Like maybe still we can see timing like we get out of the Deucer with like 2 items and being able to get Roshan, get T2 towers. But for me, I was really expecting like the Lina to be the one that's just getting pickoffs across the map on the sniper and the draw. I know we are too early on for that to be the case, but because I really just feel like Radiant, unless there's some like crazy RPs onto multiple heroes, that the Drowned Sniper should have a pretty good game and get them over the finish line.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing, right? Like, you already have this game where the Deucer is going to be countered by the double core. Hold on. People walking into each other. Nice tombstone.
Tombstone's going to be laid down in a pretty good position with the RP as well inside the calling. They're going to try and skew him out with the TP up, with the stuns back up. The finger doesn't matter about the stuns, but the raw nuke there from 1W. Now Dulraze is looking to catch up to another Laguna Blade still with the Arsenal. Ariel tries to pop into the cover of the Pierce to Veil, but that is not going to work versus the AoE. We got a 1 for 2 as over on the other side. There was a Assassinate, I believe, to get the kill onto the Lion.
You would be correct. That's what ended up finishing it off, even just getting a little bit of that extra magic damage coming through from the Assassinate. The big thing that I'm really looking for is, yes, Dulraze needs to get into this Aghanim Scepter for himself. It's why you play the Magic Lina. It's why you look to have a lot of this burst damage early on that's unanswerable. This, to me, is the Shadow Blade game that you need. You know, you need a way to enable your team to get onto the backlines, and I don't think you can fully rely, even though Cloud is... I was about to say a very good player, but he's about to die.
That is indeed. Oteka's got a great position on the high ground as the Drow Ranger. An uncontested level 12, able to freely right click. Doesn't actually multi-shot looks for it. Volleys are out of range.
Very surprised that Dulraze wasn't able to at least clear up one of those kills onto a support. Speaking of him, though, he's actually the one that might be getting hunted. No Blink Dagger just yet for Mr. Moral, but doesn't seem like that's the main target that he wants. They're putting a lot more focus onto this Lina. It doesn't have a lot of mana to be able to play around with.
This time it looks like the Doom's going to be able to come into play. Netting them a kill onto the Lina and slowing down that ever so important Scepter for the mid laner on 1W.
Instant smoke after the fact as well. Not sure how I feel about this one, but with the fresh Blink Dagger completed on Pedanchik, they're feeling like damage is the least of their concerns. Might be just using Natty Narwhal as bait inside of the lane. They get a valuable piece of information about where exactly Cloud is looking to play. Can he get through the Twin Gate in time? Ooh,
they know.
Yeah, no.
Oh, they got him. I believe the dead shot was there for the vision. Pedanchik holds him down, and another kill for them. Again, it has to be highlighted. This is the first time this series where we have seen 4 Pirates actually competitive in the early game. Usually it's 1W with a pretty large lead after the lane. Then they look great after the early game. And then game 2 we saw was a different story with the comeback from the boys on 4 Pirates. But now they've got a 2,000 lead at the 18-minute mark. It has not been that way so far this series.
No, definitely not. And they're just keeping the pressure up. I'm even just looking at, I mentioned the Doom before, right? With the drums build. He's building into the pipe next. Still has 4 charges. By the time he sells it, that's what Ariel's next item is. Hold on, Cloud. Just walking up into him, but won't be able to claim that freebie. Just letting the creeps through the dewarding for them. But yeah, they're always going to have a drums to play around, essentially, right? Like, drums right now on the Doom, drums next for the Muerta, then the Boots of Bearing. Just all of this consistent damage enabling those 2 cores on the backline. Sweet.
Dude, the Lion's the one jumping in first. No vision for them to work with. Munkushi pretty low in the mana department as well.
Needs levels on the Lion for sure. I mean, just 1, to survive a little bit longer, but 2, more points in the mana drain required. As are they going to be able to find Cloud here?
Might be able to find Respect at least. Looks like that'll be the case. Respect
went for the Blood Grenade onto the Magnus to try and stop the Blink Dagger, but ended up blinking away just before that. More kills bleeding through to the 4 Pirates.
So weird to see the Undying back alive. Sometimes it's funny when the players forget the facet as well.
Mm-hmm.
disrespectful. Don't die again. Don't die again.
Undying was maybe an overstatement. He's definitely dying so far this game. 4 deaths. And yeah, the Ceaseless Dirge not going to bring him back to life. I do want to see a little bit more of this individual prioritization from Sweden Strong. He did a great job of it previously on the Batrider, but I don't think he can afford to just sacrifice himself as much as he did in that previous engagement. You know, that's what your Magnus is for. That's what you built this this Blink Magnus. You know, if he was just looking to focus on farming, he would have gone straight into a few other items like, I don't know, an Echo Saber to be able to play for himself. It's not like they have that instant lockdown to be able to catch him out.
Oh, man. Dude, 3 deaths in a row. Really well done. Defending the vision, so important. We see it can be frustrating for supports when you're playing pubs and you're just begging people to protect the wards. And, well, that is what Natty Nawa is going to be able to do. Another kill into the Undying. And how do you feel about this Undying, this game so far? Like, do you feel like it's done its role? Because Dusa, yes, is second in net worth, but you also kind of picked this hero to stop the offlaner from getting farm. And maybe you have, like, Doom's not that high in net worth, but I don't know if you slowed him down enough.
I mean, that's mostly been off of his deaths, right? I think he did a fine enough job in the laning stage. They were able to put a ton of pressure onto Mr. Moral in the laning stage. The big thing for mine is Undying's importance is going to be so much more important around this Tormentor that just spawned about a minute or so ago. If he can get a free Tormentor shard for himself, that goes such a long way to be towards being able to, you know, get value against this big burst initiation coming through from the Avatos combo, from the Assassinate, from where to popping Pierce the Veil, or even just waiting out some of that Doom duration.
Let's see, maybe this could be the fight to claw their way back into this game. And the smoke might line up onto the sniper, but he's going to get back to the safety of the T2 tower. Now, they may intercept him before he connects with the team. We'll make sure he doesn't go through the lane instead, but
they don't see him yet.
A little bit. Shortly jump over the top of the tree line.
Great.
Tiny does his best to be able to counter-initiate, but they're going to be able to get the spells up at least. Charging into the middle. The Tombstone on the high ground is going to give them so much information for them to take the team fight. They're not going to be able to deal with it. As a result, they need to escape. For Pirates will at least on some of the other members, but finally we see 1W take a successful team fight.
It was some pretty fantastic counter initiation, to be honest, from Pedanchik, right? Ends up getting 2 in that Avalanche Toss combination, stops all of the pressure getting into them. But they didn't even have to pop the RP for that one. It just goes to show the burst damage potential that exists when you're playing around dual rays when he's not the one getting initiated on. 4-1-1 so far this game. Having a look at the sniper's death summary, the majority of it was coming through from the Medusa for sure. It was just about that additional burst from the Lina as well to be able to start things off.
And Aegis now for the take. Your 1W looks like this one. It's going to go over to Munkushi with the second life. So this is that real big spike that we see out in the Medusas. You know, Butterfly with the Mantis, Aegis, and then ready to start walking it down. We'll see if they still look to huddle together or if there are some things that they want to wait for. Munkushi's got 2,300 gold in the bank, so he's closing in on an item here shortly.
And once again, going for the Yasha Kaya.
On the
So
Lina?
this game around, it makes a lot more sense than previous, right? Because you're not necessarily... It's not going to stop an Avatos combination. If you get doomed, you're pretty much screwed anyway. So I feel like it's just more about that impact, being able to find the appropriate amount of space away from this Lina sniper combination. After that, still the Shadowblade build for mine, to be able to, again, find the right target to be able to get this initiations in onto. And do they have another smoke available? I think they do. Maybe just waiting for Respect's courier to get back with that Gem of True Sight before they're going for any sort of play.
Items
Natty
for the
Narwhal,
offlaners,
actually.
though. Yeah, okay. Natty getting chased down at the moment. So previously he was the one to get initiated on. He's going to be okay. There's the team going to funnel into the area. But the offlaners, BKB from Cloud completed. You've got a Crimson as well on the Doom. So some big items here for the threes. Is the real Deuce, but of course with the Aegis, And I don't know if you really want to toss him back. The rest of the team may be looking to move all the way around past the bridge.
Gem up on the 1W side, of course, mentioning respect. Got it previously. Wonder how deep this observer ward is going to go for the Lion. Just getting vision of the Tormentor, seeing when they've got the inkling to be able to try and yoink it away. They would love to claim this for themselves. Again, some really valuable Aghanim shards coming for both of these supports.
If they stick around for the objective, though, I think it's a tiny illusions that's dragging the wave top, so they actually don't have a creep wave to be able to get that tower. Another ward is even used here as well, so a lot of emphasis on trying to maybe control the left of the Ancients to be able to get some pickups. Bottom lane, this is where the pickoff could come into play. Finger, Laguna, it's the double zap combo that we've seen a lot through the years and history of Dota.
We have indeed, and there's a little bit of pressure on that mid lane as well. Munkushi still with 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Wants to keep this pressure up into a tier 1
Cloud,
tower.
meanwhile,
Assisted.
BKB, not able to get the RP off. Nadina was going to be able to get that last little bit of damage before the potential turnaround. Munkushi, though. Stonegate charge up in the middle. They've isolated the sniper, but he can get a 4-star down. Oh, actually, hang on a second. Tiny maybe sees an opportunity to be able to get that aggressive jump in the middle. Dual raise. Is he speedy enough on the Lina to be able to get out? Assassin's going to fly through. It's not good enough, though. Lina's going to be okay. Meanwhile, they have left the Medusa alone. They've got some buybacks here. They're going to use them, or they're just going to leave the Medusa. Munkushi in some danger. Toss up in the air. And with the double range cause, she's pummeling into her from afar. She's going to go down to the triangle, so what started okay for 1W, not going to be a successful fight for them, and for Pirates, they will strike back in a big way without the Aegis.
I thought it was a little crazy on the Tiny there, looking to try and re-engage into that, but really just protecting that high ground vision, realizing what a strength it is to be able to fight into a team fight where you're not worried about the Magnus, you're not worried about that reposition. And like we just saw, both for the first and second life of Munkushi, as long as the sniper and the drow are able to stay at range, there's nothing really she can do about it. Dancic has been high MVP for this game. 4-4-1, giving a decent enough start to a taker, being that initiator for his team. I mean, he's got a decent amount of net worth from this position 5 role, not something that we see all too regularly out of the support Tinies.
No, not at all. He's making good use of the net worth that he has been able to find across the map. And like you said, has got enough now to really put a lot of impact in this game. I think they are stalking dual raise as well, but we'll be able to TP to join the rest of the team. And I'm now really getting worried for what 1W is able to do. I mean, this probability is 51% at the moment for 4 Pirates. Yes, I mean, sure, it's a 3,000 net worth lead, but it feels like I don't think we're going to feel that impact that we need out of the Medusa as this game goes on. Like, you can go swift lane short to get on top of, like, the sniper and the drow, but these heroes are going to have Pike. These heroes are going to have way to get away from the Medusa as she gets a jump in, if that is going to be the choice from her. And I'm really struggling to see actually how you take a successful fight towards the later stages on Dire.
Even just with a concussive grenade as well from the sniper, right? If you're using the Manta style a little bit too early, you can get disarmed for a full 3 seconds. And again, just some of that forced movement coming through. Hurricane Pike on both of these 4 Pirates cores as well, providing them with a lot of assistance. And we mentioned constantly having those drums available. Mr. Moral, he's sold his. And
charging forward, Smoke's gonna pop. Great position once again for the Tiny. Cloud has to use an early BKB. They put the Tombstone down to the south, so they do not want the fight to continue up on the map. They will not get value out of this, if that's going to be the case. And it looks like 4 Pirates will disengage away from the area. Now they might look for the reinitiation once again. Pedantic finds the combo up in the face of them, making sure that he's going to be able to keep the sniper and the drow alive. Cloud's in with the RP, but it doesn't matter. Cloud is unable to get the skew away. Munkushi Teep is out in the cover of the tree. Sweet and strong. Ain't gonna make it though.
Ain't gonna make it indeed. And I was really puzzled as to why they were looking to re-engage there. I mean, the Magnus especially, we saw he tries to get in onto the drow, get that reposition off with the blink skewer, but instantly the Atos coming through from aerial, holding into place. And really, as soon as that BKB is popped and a defensive skewer is used, I feel like the fight is over. You're such a key part of the control that you're needing for the rest of the team. And you know, even though the Doom did get picked off early on, it really feels like there's nothing that you're scared about once this Lion and Magnus are dead. Like, what is there to prevent you from just getting into the perfect positioning on both Ortega and Nadi Narwhal?
Do you feel like 1W actually just need to like literally take no fights for the next couple of minutes and try and farm up this Scepter on Mag? Because maybe that could be something at the later stages where you do not have an answer to the Horn Toss Skewer away.
It's a possibility. I would be very happy with them just looking to make a play with Sweden Strong and Dual Rays here. Like, he's TPing into the bottom lane, shoving out this lane a little bit, but he's got that Shadow Blade available, right? So I just want to see him connecting through with the rest of the team a little bit more effectively, because it's all about finding the backlines, whoever it might be. Honestly, Doom, not the worst target to be able to pick off at the start, but they had to use a fair amount just to be able to blow him up at the start of the previous engagement.
Yeah. Took a bit too long, and using everything under the Doom, often that is going to mean that your Sniper and Drow, like, how are you getting on these heroes? It's a point we are not going to stop harping on with the importance of it this game and how much they've drafted into it. Level 20 on the Sniper with the damn damage. You're closing on butterflies for some of these heroes. Does look like Roshan is the important thing this game for 1W, especially with how they're positioned currently down bottom around the high ground, but it's going to be a relatively long Roche spawn, 2 minutes until that one's up.
Yep. I really do want to see them sort of force these plays to happen, though. This Observer Ward, it's going to get dewarded, one would assume. They've still got the gem available on Ariel. Needs to be careful with his positioning, though, not wanting to offer his life up too early, and there we go. Not going to be able to get that deward through. So it just comes down to, again, who can find the backlines. This smoke coming through from 1W, I want to see kind of do this big wraparound like we see being drawn on the map by Sweden Strong. Don't walk straight into the wall of ranged heroes. And find a way to be able to initiate onto, honestly, anyone. Even Ariel at this point is giving a decent amount of value. Is it worth popping the smoke to be able to get the gank onto him? If he doesn't have buyback, the answer is yes.
Oh, Mokushi on the low ground. Smoke gonna pop.
Sniper.
No
detection.
Oh, they don't see him. Okay. Cloud is still under the cover of the smoke. Looking for that opportunity for the Blink RP skewer back. And it needs to be the best that we've seen from him so far this game. They're going to send the illusions into the tree line, which will scout out the Doom card. That's a pretty decent opportunity. They used everything previously. They're going to try and attempt it once again with the Illumicate, Stone Gaze as well. Down goes the Doom, but I don't know if you can take a team fight now with all the spells and heavy committal on just the offlaner. It's going to be the Sniper and the Drow should be relatively free. They've been able to isolate Sweden Strong at the front of the pit. A kill should go their way on 4 Pirates. Sweden Strong is making it a little bit more difficult, but a numbers advantage will favor 4 Pirates, and with this recognition, they're going to start to swarm to the left. Dual Rays, TP out the Avalanche. Did they get him? Oh, okay, so close.
Well, they're going to be rewarded from more effective positioning in these team fights. Roshan is up. Roshan, number 2. Gives them chance to potentially start pushing into... Yeah, they've only taken 2 towers this game. That's the kind of crazy thing. They've been playing so far on the back lines, playing around that counter initiation, not wanting to put themselves in a position where they can get blink skewered back behind enemy lines. But maybe with this, it'll be the difference maker. The secondary life, the Roshan's banner, probably not going to be used for a decent amount of time, but it's still going to enable that eventual push onto the high ground if these team fights continue to go in their favor.
Which, again, I really can't see it changing anytime soon. Like, lead is not getting too far out of reach, but there's a feeling this game. There's something going on where really these fights are looking very difficult for 1W to be able to execute, and it has to be said as well, this would be a very, very big upset. I mean, this is the first seed going up against the team. Again, didn't even make it through the open qualifiers. They lost the first one in the final series, and then they, I think, dropped out in like the second round in the open second open qualifiers. Didn't even make it to that best of 3. So that then put them in a position where they could play the last chance qualifiers because they did come second in the first qualifier.
The Blue Submarine.
Yes, versus Blue Submarine, who lost versus Namiga 2-1 in the second open close. It's a lot of close I'm speaking about, but regardless, the thing I'm trying to harp on is the fact that Four Pirates almost weren't in this position. They're about to potentially take down the top dogs here. They will lose their Tiny across the map, who's been very pivotal to their success. And he's actually going to make him work for the kill. Tiny's not even going to die. Or take him with an aggressive force off in the middle. Munkushi, fresh round of the BKB, looking to try and stand strong. That's going to be a completely wasted Doom, but regardless, that is a victory for Radiant, especially if they get the kill into Dual Raise with the Assassinate flying through. It's not enough, though. Very close for him. The BKB mitigating some of that Assassinate damage.
Went for the dead shot as well, long range. Not quite able to take him out. Even just playing around this vision game, right? They make sure to get that sentry ward up onto the high ground as quickly as possible. And now that it's nighttime, this really does feel like the time for Pirates, right? You have to remember that Fog of War is such a key tool to their lineup with the sniper, with the ghillie suit facet. He's going to be playing around that Fog of War so much more, so he's actually not going to be revealing his positioning at all once he's got that take aim available.
Still 56% favoring Four Pirates, but what would you put this at? I feel like this is... I don't want to get too ahead of my... Did you say 70? I was going to say like 80 something. I don't know, dude. I'm really coping when I speak about this Magnus like late game Scepter, or because I really thought that the Lina, again, I was speaking about this hero, and we just have not seen dual raise. I don't know. What is the difference this game? Then we'll hold that. Sweden strong. Maybe with dual raise, speaking him might get 99. Well, what's the difference this game compared to game one, where we saw the Lina completely pop off and we're not getting in this final one?
Just understanding of where exactly they can look to be playing. It feels to me like they're grouping up a whole lot more. And if you're going this glass cannon build, at least this time around, he's got the BKB to be able to play with before starting to move into that E-Blade. It looks like they want to go for a full-on backstab, kind of take the full fight into them, going back the other way. No ward on the high ground, so they're not going to be instantly revealed here. How much can Munkushi use himself as bait to potentially force them to try and go in onto him? Who have they found, though? Ariel, he's into Shadow Blade.
They got a glimpse of them.
Take
a destination. Oh, McLeod's got a screw to the north. Tried to go towards Munkushi. It felt like that was the call, and well, they've been able to actually get on top of the sniper. Finally, what looks like could be a decent fight for them. Tombstone to the Medusa. Tombstone laying it down in the middle. Cloud tries to get the jump in with the RP. That's great. That's everything they've been needing. Cloud does queue with the Dry Ranger away from the Medusa's right click, but Sweden strong still. He's going to be caught in pursuit. 0 casualties so far from 1W, and they're going to be able to get the Dry Ranger on the respawn as well. So finally, it was looking like also a weird start for 1W with the skewer, but all in all, the best fight we have seen from them in quite a while.
Just more of the divide and conquer, but if you're not able to get any right clicks onto these targets, that's the big deal, right? He's just using that BKB a whole lot more effectively now on Cloud, bringing the people out of position. It was a really clever smoke to set it all up, right? You're using the Medusa illusions to create a little bit of that sense of panic, to feel like, should we go, should we not? And then they were caught in two minds, and I can't imagine anyone would have expected them coming from the bottom hand side of that engagement. Are they going to be able to get this? I mean, it's just a couple of supports going for a Tormentor.
I think they got a bit too confident for getting their position. Tiny's like, hey guys, look at my net worth. Like, he's not used to having this much.
Oh, high ground push begins. And now, is it a matter of, like, what does Sniper actually need to build into? Looking to try and get the Lincoln Sphere to stop him from being just 100-0 comboed, but as long as Dual Razor's positioning is good, which, again, it should be with this Boots of Travel, with this Shadow Blade. I'm talking about him, but a couple of supports might be able to find him.
He should be fine. No, he's got BKB. This is crazy.
Oh.
Can Pedantic get out? TP. Oh, man.
Nicely done. But yeah, like, you're still going to get caught out by the Light Strike Array. You're still going to have a lot of this right-click damage coming in from the Lina. It's going to get more and more and more once the Ethereal Blade comes through as well, a way to be able to get through that Lincoln Sphere that Nadi Narwhal has queued up as well. So I think the days of full-on Glass Cannon have to be over for him.
Safety ward from Ariel. Sneaky ward placement from 1W. And this gives them not a lot of wards to be playing with across the map. The vision is quite limited, which is going to be important. The positioning of some of the heroes from 4 Pirates. We might have a fight actually around the mid lane. Both sides starting to group together. Power rune up in a couple of seconds. We'll see what it's going to be for this upcoming team fight.
No smoke available for 1W for the next half minute or so. So even though it's turned into daytime and you're not as worried about that ghillie suit, you're not as worried about the lack of vision that you have across the map, you could still look to play around your high ground, the ward that you do have, and even just putting respect onto the front lines there, being the one to pop this smoke.
Let's see if they can repeat the success we saw from them previously. It's going to actually be a wraparound. So what we saw from 1W previously is going to be the same thing from 4 Pirates. Looking to come from an angle that they would not expect. Mancusi's almost in a position to pop the smoke and have the illusions for the vision. Mancusi with aggressive jump into the middle. They've been able to get on top of Natty. Now with the Skadi still with the Stone Gates, they're going to be able to keep up with the Sniper. Forstaff help get some separation, but the burst Ed is there. Down goes the Sniper, but they lost Cloud before the RP was used. A 2-for-1 favoring 4 Pirates. Are they wanting to go back in? No, they are out. It was just the illusions charging them down, so a gem's going to be snagged as well for Radiant.
There's the Doom onto the Undying, realizing the importance of just locking him out of the team fight entirely, not getting that tombstone up, not giving a lot of this vision over to the Medusa. That's an underrated aspect as well. You know, in the middle of these team fights, when you're trying to play around, you know, a little bit of the fog of war, you're trying to, you know, work your way behind the trees. Those zombies, as long as they're staying on you, will enable Munkushi to get a little bit more of that right-click range to be able to take you out. And now he's level 25 as well, so those split shots are going to be very effective if, again, he's able to close the range against the Sniper and the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, I do like what I'm seeing with how they're actually closing that distance on the Sniper. I wasn't thinking... I brought up the Swift Blink, but I thought it wasn't actually going to be enough because of the Concussive Grenade and the Hurricane Pike, but...
He's committing further. Can you afford to do this? Bit of a wraparound coming here.
We'll see. So they are on top of the Drow Ranger. Dan's just going to jump over the top or take up the quick and easy kill. And meanwhile, the other side as well, they lost the Undying. Both supports dropping in a heartbeat. And 1W, they're going to be able to back up. Should be able to claim their wisdom. But it does mean that there is a massive advantage for 4 Pirates with the third Roshan respawning now.
Third Roshan respawning. They still haven't used the Roche banner as well. So if they would have 2 for an eventual push in onto the high ground. And they're just becoming even harder and harder to kill, right? Partially because of the positioning coming through, but even a Wind Waker is coming shortly for Pedantic. This is a very, very farm position. 5 Tiny.
I mean, all the supports. That's really where a lot of the net worth is. It is favoring the supports at the moment. The Muerta, 6,000 ahead of the opposite position. 4, the Tiny's 5,000 ahead as well of his counterpart.
Raise. Walking into the gem.
The pickoffs. Been so desperate this game on the Lina. We have not seen the success from this hero like we saw in game 1. Is really in dire territory to try and make some of these plays across the map, but in a desperate position, it can mean that sometimes you put yourself a little bit too aggressive, and it's a big kill for them. This is 80 seconds. Just speaking about some of the Roche banners they can now use with the high ground siege, so you got Glyph at least, but it's going to be a difficult defense from 1W.
It will. They're doing their best to try and keep these lanes shoved out with the Deucer Illusions, and gets rid of 1 wave, so it might be able to delay it long enough so that, you know, you're able to use the Glyph. I don't think they should be losing any racks off the back of this. The thing that's impressed me most throughout the entire series, honestly, is the movements coming out from these position 4s. You know, the preemptive movement from Ariel there to be able to catch him out, use the gem to its fullest potential.
So we're dropped inside the base. Who's just going to send the illusion to deal with it. Wanting the little bit of vision for the tiny toss back. Won't have that, but you have the Drow on the low ground sieging. Sniper not wanting to reveal his positioning, considering he's the one without the ages. Concerned about Cloud's potential horn toss skewer away. But he is nowhere to be seen at the moment. Cloud will finally now TP back to the base. Lina up in 20, so not a lot of damage has been dealt to the objectives. They are hesitant on 4 Pirates.
Extra multi-shot wave now as well, level 25 from Oteka. So you just have to look at how far back they're looking to play this, right? There's really no danger that they're putting themselves in, and Now that Lina is dead, the burst damage is non-existent. What a shock this would be. They were able to get the W against one of the more highly favored teams throughout these entire qualifiers, and they would need an epic lower bracket run.
Yeah.
They're able to get through with this.
And I know we don't have some of the really strong teams in Eastern Europe in regards to your Paravision, BetBoom, Spirit, because they've already been looking so good. They're more than likely going to be invited, but still the Eastern European qualifiers, it's pretty stacked. You got some very good players, some very good teams, so going to be difficult if one win, if one W are in this position where they're in the lower bracket. It'll be a hard run, and 4 Pirates. One more team fight potentially.
Found
Smoke
one.
with the charge up the high ground. Cloud's going to be able to get the drag back instant to the LSA as well. Great spell casting. 1 W, an opportunity now, but they need to capitalize. They need to get something more out of it. Maybe the Tiny is all they're going to get, but the rest of the team are sticking nearby, seeing if there's going to be the window of opportunity to jump in. Ariel thinks there is. He will not be able to find it. Is Mag nearby stalking his prey? They're a little bit too far away to catch them on the retreat.
Lina was on the hunt as well, but won't be able to claim anyone this time around. It's just about using those illusions, using that little bit of extra information, right? It's the thing that they've been lacking, and the thing that 4 Pirates were lacking that time around was this vision to be able to, see what sort of stuff was coming, to see the fact that the enemy team knew about your positioning, and you can't find yourself getting caught out against this Magnus and the burst damage lineup. Who's to travel
What is the Mag got queued up?
Shadowblade.
Do you like this over something like Refresher? Do you think he needs a Shadowblade and then Refresher afterwards, or?
Don't hate the Shadowblade, even just having something like a Force Staff so that you're not forced to use the Skewer as like this defensive tool, means that you still have that Blink Haunter Skewer available outside of the cooldowns of the Force. Wouldn't be the absolute worst for me, and again, it really does still feel like it's about enabling Munkushi's Medusa, so anything that's just going to enable him to, he's like, force me forward, do it, make sure that he's able to actually hit in onto all of these heroes, because he's hitting like an absolute truck. I think what he just sold, but he just bought out a Daedalus. He had 8,000 gold prior to that previous engagement, and he's still got 6,000 with a Daedalus, plenty of gold for the buyback.
Okay. Well, a little bit of break in the action. 46 minutes in, 31 kills for the boys on 4 Pirates, 21 from 1W, 10,000 deficit. All the lads who were expected to be the strong team heading into these qualifiers, they will not have to worry about the ages for another minute. Looks like that's probably going to tick out before a further fight does occur. What do we need to see out of Dire? What are in some of the fights that we've seen lately actually look good for them? What has been that key thing, the key characteristic we've seen for them have success in these last couple of fights?
I mean, it's just all about finding that jump. But I'd say if they had to have like a quest objective on the board for themselves, it would be kill this Muerta, because she's the one that's going to be able to stop a lot of this initiation coming through. Still holding on to the gem. They've actually got an additional gem just sitting inside their base, so even that's not going to be enough. But you just see you've got a Shadowblade queued up. He can afford it on the Magnus. You've got a Shadowblade on the Lina already. You want to be able to find those quick pick-off attempts, and the gem really does put a damper on that somewhat, both from being able to see the heroes as well as just the vision that you're going to need to be able to find that initial jump. They've been able to get away with being this full glass cannon on the Drow and the Sniper up until this point. Like I mentioned before, Sniper does have the Lincoln Sphere finished up, and Drow working towards BKB could afford it now, I think, if he wanted to buy it, but still with a little bit of time left on the Aegis. 1 minute. We'll look to hold on to it for now. Can probably afford to sell the boots, to be honest, considering he's got the Ninja Gear and the Swift Blink available. Sanjin Yasha as well.
What is the Doom got queued up currently?
He has BKB queued up. He's Shard, and then it is a Octarine Core after that.
Okay.
And he is very much playing a support role, right? Like, his job is doom someone, press auras, that's about it. You know, maybe if you can put yourself super deep to be able to disrupt blinks coming back the other way with the Scorched Earth, that's going to be a nice additional benefit too. But you're not really relying on him to be able to 100-0 anyone. The Infernal Blade with the max percent max HP, not going to be super value against, honestly, any of the heroes on the 1W side. Maybe the Magnus, but that's about it.
What a punk.
We've got 1G. Seeing for the second coming through, and there it is. We're back in the action here for our final game of the first series. Just a quick recap. Under a minute left in the ages. Looks like another D-Ward as well. Die continuing to have a difficult time of getting any ward set up. They're having to get kind of crafty, but that is not an easy time for the supports when you're going up against these gems.
Yeah, can't just put it in an obvious position like that, just straight up in the lane. Needs to be high ground, and more importantly, a not so obvious high ground spot, as they're just walking forward using this Smoke of Deceit. It's actually the ninja gear for Pedanchik, so nice little way to be able to get that deep ward up. We know he's got so many escape tools, right? Being as beefy as hell as this level 21 Tiny, Wind Waker, Blink Dagger, Force Staff, tossing people away. It's a lot to be able to take out just a support. It's almost... Do they even consider someone buying a Dagon level 1 on 4 Pirates just to be able to get rid of these Deucer illusions instantly? Feels like they are putting a little bit of extra threat, panic onto the 4 Pirates lineup, whereas if you're taking away a lot of that vision instantly, it goes a long way. Are they going to be able to catch them on the retreat back to base? Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Interesting positioning.
He's got the boys behind him, and smoke pops.
Oh, they are
Being
very
cancelled.
split.
Well, Kushi has used the BKB early on. Member of the left side. They've are they going to get the Undying? Respect. Yours up. All right. Looks like they will be able to get him. So, Respect isolated from the team. Buyback is available for him. Stone Gaze and BKB importantly used for the Medusa, which may make it a little bit more of a difficult time for her to be able to enter the fights like we've seen get on top of the sniper.
Once again, though, just instantly shoving out every single other lane as soon as they had that pick-off happen. You know, not wanting to fight without the BKB, not wanting to fight without the Stone Gaze. Both of them about a minute away. The Deucer Illusions could only do so much to be able to clear out this mid lane. Might be able to withstand it long enough, though.
Looks like they will. We may put ourselves in a position where both sides are just waiting for that 4th Roche of the game, potentially up in about a minute 20. They're a little bit hesitant for 4 Pirates to go for that finishing blow, and you can't blame them. All of Dire have buybacks. This is a big advantage that they're playing with. Radiant actually lacking the goal with the Sniper and the Doom buying out, so this is one thing to mention. Importantly, Roche, it's going to be a bottom spawn though, so Radiant will have the outposts to be able to utilize.
They saw dual rays up here on the top side of the map. They don't have the advantage of that Gem of True Sight. That's with Pedanchik using that ninja gear, looking to try and chase him down. They see where he's patrolling back. Under the cover of the Shadow Blade though. They find him.
They're going to be able to get the BKB off. It should be too late if it does. Doom is out, and that's going to help secure the kill. They got the yours on the Skewer away. Cloud now popping the BKB afterwards, but that's too late, my friend. The damage from Oteka. Oh, well, there's this buyback's going to be forced out pretty shortly. That is a massive little skirmish here for the boys on Radiant. 2 cores. And really, it didn't even break a sweat.
Nope. Once again, Munkushi's like, all right, time to shove lanes again. Time to try and get a bit of a defense happening. But you just see how quickly Oteka is able to deal with them. Those Deucer Illusions still alive, but they're not going to be doing all that much in the mid lane. Even Mr. Moral cutting the wave, making sure that there's not going to be too much stopping them from not only walking up this high ground onto the top lane. This is a 50-minute creep wave as well, so you've got double siege creep, and do they have 2 Roche banners? At least not 1 is going to be going down.
Taker's going to try and deal with the Tombstone. With that cleared off. Objectives.
How fast he's hitting.
Yeah, I mean, this is impossible to defend. They're going to try, though. Aggressive jump in simultaneously on top of the Drow Ranger, but the Wind Waker is going to be there. Pedanchik keeping her alive. Cloud's looking for the RP. Well, the silence aerial. Oh my lord, the calling timing. That's a dieback on the Mac. There's no RP to be able to turn the team fight. And now they're on the Medusa as well, trying to get the 4-staff away. But the number 1 seed is about to go down to the team, making it through as the last in the qualifiers. I mean, this has been a great game 3 for the boys on 4. Pirates are going to get the buyback out of the Medusa as well, but one more fight is all they need for a big upset.
Yes, indeed. And like you said, it's not something that we would have come to expect at the very beginning at all. I think he's holding on to most parts of an Aghanim Scepter. Can't let his courier get sniped here as it's walking back. He's going to micro it through the right side of the lane, though. Axe still kind of standing AFK.
Tree throw?
Needs to be off the side of the map, yeah. Nice attempt. Be able to just get it back.
Oh, there's a DD. Oh.
700 gold away from that Ag's Blessing. And at this point, I really don't think it's worth waiting for a potential Aether Lens to come from Sweden Strong. Just buy a gem. You know, they've got so much vision that you just haven't been able to deal with. They even see him walk. Like, it's because this is
It's about to be a dieback. Yeah, I mean, the vision from Radiant through the entirety of this game. Doom right over a tier 4 tower. It's not going to be a concern in the end. Assassinate should help secure.
Oh, the grab ally.
Oh, okay, well done. It is Megas though, and their tier 4s are falling to the amp. Dude, look at the damage. They might just be able to go to the throne. They need to commit. Mukushi has to jump in aggressive, just put his body on the line to protect this throne, protect the Ancient. That is the name of the game. But you are unable to right-click. Your hero's about to fall. Your building's about to fall. No RP even clicking on a single hero, and the upset is there for Pirates. They got absolutely demolished in game 1. It was not even close at all. But the game 2 and game 3 after that, it was all them.
A lot of tips coming through from Sweden Strong. I always thought the man was quite a PMA positive guy, but clearly there was a little bit of emotion in this series with some DCs coming even before the GGs came out from the 1W side. They're frustrated. They knew that this was a series that they needed to take. This was one that they would have written in the books as a pretty easy win after that game number 1, but really clever drafting to be able to counter out this Medusa, just going down the avenue of, all right, well, what's going to have a decent time against the Lina? Sniper? Wouldn't you know it? That's exactly what ended up happening, preventing her from getting that incredibly solid start, huge lead in the early game, and of course the Drow Ranger, even though Oteka did die once, maybe twice at the very start of the game, coming off the back of Cloud and Sweden Strong having yet again another incredibly solid lane. It was just that core-to-core matchup. The 3 protect 2 is doing it once again.
Yeah, you say 3 protect 2, but you also, with how much, I mean, the Moeta got as more damage than the offlane Doom. I guess maybe, what, are you putting him in the protecting the 2? Maybe here's the 3. It's the 3 protect, so the 2 protect 3, I should say, potentially for full price with how it looked that game.
I mean, just having a look at a few of his items that he picked up, he had a BKB, Scythe of Vice, Boots of Bearing, Shadow Blade, and Atos. So not too many defensive items in the toolkit there. And any team that's able to make a 5 tiny work in the fashion that they just did is one that is a force to be reckoned with. A really surprising result, but a very well-deserved one. I was incredibly impressed by Pedanchic's play. I think that was probably the big difference point for me. Like the gem, the ward play, to me it was subdiff, and then the cores kind of played themselves, you know? Like it was a relatively easy game for both the sniper and the drow to play as long as they weren't just clumping on this one individual spot. And they didn't do that. They didn't stuff up, they didn't mess up their positioning, and there just wasn't enough panic and vision and information for 1W to really find those perfect team fights that they were hoping for.
Yes, that was the case indeed. So awesome to see where we have the first game
of Eastern Europe, where we get a pretty big upset again from the last seed against the first seed. So 1W dropping down to the lower bracket. That has to be a crazy run for them. They have to win 4 series in a row even to make it into the best of 5 grand finals. So we're going to have to see what they can do. But of course, our attention needs to go to our second series because we still have a long way to go here for day 1 of Eastern Europe. 4 best of 3s and now 2 brand new teams as well. We've got 9 Panthers taking on 1 Move. We're going to see you guys shortly after the break for our second best of 3.
We are back with the official broadcast for the Fissure Playground 1 Dota Closed Qualifiers presented by Fissure. We're up to our second series out of 4 for today. We've got 2 new teams going at it. It's going to be 9 Pandas taking on 1 Move. It's going to be exciting to see how these teams are able to perform as well. We have seen with these teams, and I should say at least organizations, 1 Move has kind of always been a bit of a middle of the pack, like tier 2 team. They've been competitive when we saw like DPC going on. They were always kind of 4th, 5th place, being able to take some series of some of the top teams at that stage, but never being able to make it to LAN. And for 9 Pandas, of course, we saw that 1 year really where they looked really, really good, where they were able to be competitive. I think at Berlin, right, Major, they had a 3rd place finish there. Unfortunately, since then, team disbanded, new team. You have, I believe, Solo is the only person from that original roster still around. So both sides kind of back to the drawing board in regards to being down to the lower pecking order in regards to the Eastern European teams.
But we've seen already in the first series that reputation only matters for so much, right? You got to keep delivering, you got to keep performing, because if you're down for one series, you could find yourself down in that lower bracket, like we saw with 1W already coming through with a loss, to the 4 Pirates. So that's who the winner of this series is going to be playing up against, right? So they would have seen like the unique style that they were playing. They would have seen, potential avenues for punishing perhaps a little bit too much of the group up style that 4 Pirates were going for, but big props need to be given to them. Now it just comes down to how are they going to be able to get there as we see the draft starting to begin. I'm expecting a lot of emphasis to be given over to removing Liza's hero, probably. If I'm on 1 Move, he'd be, outside of Solo, the most experienced across the board for the 9 Pandas side of things. Of course, having stints on Na'Vi, he stood in for Tundra for some pretty decent results as well. So I'm keen to see how they're looking to deal with addressing him. Looks like they're already starting to do a little bit of that, just with the Dawnbreaker being banned out, one of his stronger heroes.
Yep. I'm trying to remember, did we see the Nyx and the Batrider in the previous series in regards to bans? We had that game 1 when Nyx, the Batrider from Sweden strong, but I don't think we saw the Nyx, right?
Don't think so, no. It was just the Western Europe that is valuing the Nyx a little bit more strongly. Probably because Eastern Europe does skew a little bit more to team fight as opposed to, split up, pick off attempts, all that sort of thing. Even just the Magnus, right? Does lend itself down that avenue. Still being banned out, still being given a lot of priority. And although Cloud did have a good time in the laning phase, we never really saw him completely go bonkers, get out of control, force it to be justifiable, I suppose, as a first pick hero.
Yes, indeed. So let's see a different draft overall, though. We've got the Gyrocopter into the Bristleback, which we have seen so far. We saw it in Western Europe, right, where Smiling Knight was playing the Bristol 2 games into, I believe it was Miracle's Gyro in both games as well. So we've honestly seen that. I guess that was, again, a carry Bristle instead of the offlane Bristle laning into it. But overall, throughout the game, I don't know if these two really have that much. I feel like it's on a lot of the other heroes, the mid laners, the off laners, and the supports, on how these matchups actually fare. It's not like they really counter each other, but recently, from what we've seen, Bristle seems pretty solid into the Gyrocopter.
It does, but like you said, it does rely on the rest of the team, right? Gyrocopter is inherently very fast. You might be building into that drums. You're probably going to be building into other forms of movement speed as well. So I'm expecting that Bristle's going to have a pretty rough time of actually, getting close enough to the Gyrocopter to get value out of the Quill Spray, out of the Aghanim Scepter. So it really just comes down to how is the rest of the team going to enable that in terms of stuns, in terms of movement speed, slows or bonuses, forcing out an early-ish BKB, making it so that the Gyro just can't effectively fight. Those are the sort of things that I'm considering here. And then from 1 Move side, they need to address this Bristle. We've seen it a bunch of different times. Has it lost a single time? Trying to remember, but it seems like it's had, just off the top of my head, a pretty successful win rate so far, right? And it just comes down to the fact that hard to kill, and people just aren't buying the freaking break against it. Early break needs to be the way to go, because, if you let it get too late, then he's probably going to have some form of lifesteal as well. So, you can have the break, but if you're still healing up off the back of, a Bloodstone Aghanim Scepter, especially with the Doom being removed from the pool already by 9 Pandas, then you might not actually get the kill when you're really needing it. So that's what they're choosing to get rid of from one of these supports. Kind of surprised we're not seeing more of the Hoodwink, to be honest, just as a way to deal a lot of that damage early on into the piece. But Dark Willow feels like not too bad of an option as well to get a little bit more of that control going back the other way.
A little bit of vision, a little bit of initiation, can't really complain. Can be a bit frustrating if the Dark Willow gets caught up by the Clockwork Hookshot, stuck inside the cogs. So we'll see what the next hero is going to be. More than likely, we're just going to get the secondary support, unless they want to flex the Jar.
Lich, give me the Lich. Going up against a Bristleback feels pretty nice. I know Clockwork more often is being played as a 5, especially when paired together with a Gyrocopter. It makes a lot of sense just for really solid laning stage. But to me, it just feels... It feels like Clock isn't being flexed enough, in my opinion, right? You've got the offensive damage potential as a position 4. You've got the potential to stack with 1 point into the Rocket Flare. They're just going to go for the Ember Spirit, though. So a little bit of magic damage to have to deal with. We're still not sure if this is going to be 2, 3, 4 Earth Spirit coming through. It really could fulfill any of those roles. Hell, even Gyrocopter could be a position for if you really wanted it to be, but I'd say this is much more likely to be a 1 just because of the space that you're able to maintain away from that Bristleback.
What do we feel like are some heroes that come to mind though now in the mid lane to lane into the Earth Spirit if he does get put there?
Monkey King's removed. We can see the Invoker's removed. I was about to say TA, but for the lane it's fine. Teamfights not so much. But it does provide you a little bit more of that minus armor that I'm considering. Tiny's still in the pool. I'd be totally fine with that. Anyone that just has really high HP is obviously going to have a rough time. Have a good time against the Earth Spirit because the Magnetize isn't going to be all that impactful. Kind of similar sorts of thing with the Clockwork, right? You just are relegated to be annoying rather than deadly. They're going to go Pango instead, though. Still not certain if this is going to be the mid laner, right? Lies loves to play the Pango too.
Yep, a little bit of flex for them. Teamfight control, and should be fine inside that lane if it is going to be the Pango versus the Earth Spirit. We'll get that secondary support, and they're going to snag the Lich for themselves, so quite nice against the late game Gyrocopter damage. Of course, the flak is going to be AoE, but at least for one person. Pretty strong lane as well with the Lich and the Bristleback going at it.
Solid control as well. You got 1 stun in the form of Pango, but plenty of slows and roots, and I don't think you can really count Sinister Gaze. Still, of course, is a factor. And anytime that you've got these 2 heroes that really do need to commit heavily into the middle of the team fight, you're going to get good value out of the Chain Frost. And I'm not so sure that you're going to be able to burst down a Lich quickly enough before you're able to, just get a couple of spells off. I feel like if you can throw down the Ice Spire, Chain Frost, and put in a Frost Shield, you've kind of done your job if it's after 1 move of already committed into the center of the team fight. Oof. Yeah, well, that's a way to be able to not let a single spell go off in a lot of these engagements.
And is eventually a nullified builder as well, right? Which is going to be quite nice versus the Frost Shield, but versus the 4 Staffs and kind of Ghost Scepters that we do see versus the Night Stalker. It's a big vision advantage that one move are going to have. The Clockwork Night Stalker, but then also just the Earth Spirit naturally wanting to play up in your face. So the 2 squishy supports, and also a Pango who kind of does play backline until the Rolling Thunder blink him. So that's even going to be more difficult for him to position. So I don't mind the Tide Ban at all, feeling like they are forced to go for someone to kind of plant in the middle of the fight and just anchor themselves around. So is there someone else that you can even think could fulfill a similar role to the Tide?
They couldn't offlane Conquer, could they? Just someone that's relatively beefy that's going to be hitting into multiple different units here. With the Tide Bringer, with the stuns coming through. Again, if you're heavily committing onto 1 or 2 heroes, it becomes a little bit obvious as to where the control needs to be. I mean, they could just Mars as well, right? And it wouldn't be the worst. I'd just be a little Actually, it's a pretty good Mars game, right? You terrorize into it all. Chain Frost able to go off a little bit more effectively, and even just against the Gyrocopter, reducing a lot of that damage. One other aspect as well, of course, with the Dark Ascension, just the amount of vision that you're providing, Flak Cannon's going to be hitting everything. So
True.
that's another really useful aspect.
Yeah, very good point. They are, with the Drow ban, what are we really like? I guess expecting the Gyrocopter to potentially be played as a support, concerned on what the Drow is going to be able to do for their lineup, and then they'll also get rid of the Bat Rider as well.
So they don't know, it basically is what these bans are saying. You know, a position 1 and a position 4 being removed from the pool. I mean, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, looking at maybe the Wetzer, if we are going for a 4, we saw maybe that Deadshot could be something, depending on the positioning for the turnaround against the Bristle.
More magic damage to be able to go through the Frost Shield as well. Nice way to be able to interrupt the Willow Shadow Realm TP away. Certainly a possibility.
What were you going to say, sorry, before I...
Oh, I was just saying, like, with the Tide Hunter being banned out, like, yes, it does provide that big anchor assist that we were talking about, but Gyro doesn't necessarily hate laning into it, right? We saw Miracle play against... Ooh, who was it?
Shibe?
I want to say Shibe, and he just dominated him in the laning stage, right? Like, he was running up underneath his tower, laning into it solo, and having a fantastic time. So that's clearly not going to be as much of a factor. I still think they can get away with the Mars for 9 Pandas. It's just a question of what other support do they want to be able to pair this with, or like, can they just Viper? No, Bloodseeker. Okay, that's another way to be able to go about it. I was wondering, like, do you Viper and look to crush the Pangolier in lane if you're putting him there, and then still have the break for the Bristleback, but instead just 2 heroes that want to be running at you in the Bristle and the Pangolier, kind of counted out a little bit by this Bloodseeker.
I don't know if this is a deterrent for the... Well, okay, quickly, you may want to put the Pango in lower in priority because of the Rub Shot, but you also may want more priority so you get more farm to itemize against it. I don't think the Bloodseeker prevents you from the Mars that you mentioned, but we're actually going to get a Terrorblade in the end, which... I know we were speaking about vision for 9 Pandas. In a way, the Terrorblade does that. It is actually a carry Terrorblade as well, and what I was going to mention in regards to the vision is just the ability to be able to push the wave with the illusions, because they really do have a difficult time in actually dealing with the TB illusions, which could help you be able to get some information across the map where the moves are coming through from one move. But it is going to be the 1 Terrorblade. How do we feel about this with the flex? Lies playing the Bristleback, and then of course the Ultra 24th for Dark Lord.
I feel okay about it. Like you mentioned, their draft is very focused on like kind of grouping up and balling in towards the supports. So something like the Terrorblade's going to give a lot of information away. You do lose a lot of the impact coming out from that Flak Cannon though, right? Relegating the Gyro to a position 4. Maybe that's part of the reason why they even picked the Terrorblade, just to say, you know what, you can be dealing all of this magic damage, but I don't really care as a TB as well. So I honestly don't know how I feel about it. It's a bit of a wonky draft from both sides. I liked it up until these last picks overall, but I feel like you're still kind of melee focused on the 1 move side. 4 of these heroes are going to be, honestly 5, with the Gyrocopter being a support, right in the center of a lot of these engagements. So there's the potential for a lot of punish to be able to come from these heroes that can, you know, incorporate... Like Chain Frost could go absolutely bonkers this game, for example. You know, just things of that nature.
Okay. If we isolate the Night Stalker in particular, how do we feel like this hero is going to perform? Because it definitely feels hit or miss. We do not get this hero a lot. And it definitely feels like it can be someone who can be pivotal to the success, or can also be almost the reason why you lose, because you play from behind, it's difficult to keep up, and then we see just the net worth be a very big issue in some of your mid game and late game prowess in some of the team fights. So do we feel like the Night Stalker is going to have a good game? And if he does have a good game, could this be a key reason why they're able to get the victory? Or do we feel like the victory is going to come off the back of some other heroes?
I think it's going to be fine enough for him, right? Like, we have to keep remembering he's got the Night Rain facet. So laning stage, it's going to be during the nighttime. You've got a Gyrocopter supporting you in lane, and Rain, he's pretty strong against the Terrorblade, right? All of that magic damage against the TB Illusion is going to feel quite nice. You're not really caring that much against the Frost Shield that Solo is going to have going back the other way. And even just being relatively speedy is going to be another aspect of just staying away from all of these slows that they've got on the Nine Pandas side.
30 seconds.
We keep mentioning like the drums build that Miracle's gone as the position 1, even position 4. Like this needs to be the first item that Rain is looking to go for, just because you can constantly refresh the charges. You get a ton of value out of it. And I mean, just have a look at their heroes, right? Every single one of these heroes wants to be running up into the enemy team and looking to punish before you're able to escape. Even just as a way to be able to create space away from the Bristleback, it's going to be such a useful tool.
Battle begins.
I think one thing to mention in regards to the facets is that we are getting the Snot Rocket from the Bristleback this game instead of the Seeing Red or whatever it is called. So a little bit of a different change. I think we do get that. It's more common in regards to the offlane, at least with this facet, right?
Yeah, for sure. You know, he's even looked to skill up the goo for the laning stage, so maybe expecting a little bit of bullying to be happening in this lane. I mean, it's double melee that you're laning up into, so why not? Jesvi as well on the Dark Willow will spend a lot of his time just right-clicking away. You know, it's a Bloodseeker, right? But it still is going to be taking a lot of a beating in the laning stage. Not too much a Clockwork's going to be able to do about that. Doing his best to try and get some mana burns onto Lies and is not going to be successful.
Nice side steps is a good way to start. Well, it looks like mid should be probably a wash, right? I think both the Earthspirit and Pango are going to be fine to get their farm.
Yeah, I think so. There's not really too much that can happen unless we're going for a super deep dive underneath the tower, which both have the potential for, of course, right? Like Earthspirit, if he's able to hold onto the rolling boulder, might be able to get a quick kill and then roll away. And Pango, of course, having that extra barrier to enable himself, could look to do the same. Not expecting too many rotations to be coming from the side lanes. Maybe the Gyrocopter, once you're getting off to a relatively decent start on Night Stalker.
Speaking of the Night Stalker, gonna put some pressure onto Yuta, who hits his own level 2 now. So with the extra spells, they're going to be able to at least fight back. Not sure what the tip was for. Maybe, I guess the Blood Grenade potentially not really doing much. This is one thing that's going to be a bit frustrating for Solo. Rocket Barrage up in his face. I do like that Dark Lord has changed his name. Probably one of the worst. Yeah, probably one of the not
More
more
edgy names.
Yeah, I was going to say one of the worst names, but I didn't know if I wanted to be too critical. But he's got Yuta instead. I feel like that's a bit better. Speaking of him, First Blood, Solo's going to get it.
I mean, Eraser's name used to be Erase the Pain, which, you know, you talk about edgy.
Oh
that's
my God.
That's some, I mean, it's before your days, the MySpace level stuff. Honestly, I didn't even have a MySpace, so that's something that I can actually get away with. What was I, in the womb still? I don't even know when. No. Before then, honestly.
We were alive. That's...
Maybe a few months old, you were. Kind of surprised it didn't take off more.
What, MySpace?
Yeah, I mean, it was very popular, but just being able to have, like, music on your profile, that was pretty cool.
Well, it sounds like you know much about MySpace. What's going on?
I know of it.
Well, you weren't using. Oh, you know of it. Okay.
I was an early Facebook adopter, not a MySpace enjoyer.
Nice. God, I thought there was some pressure onto Jesvi, but not to be. Woe is chilling as well by the looks of it. I say that actually 14 losses compared to the 24 from the Bristleback. So we are seeing Rise already start to get a bit of an advantage.
And remember, he's gone a bit more of this bully style, right? Going an early point into the viscous nasal goo, prioritizing not so much his own net worth. Of course, that's still important, but his role is just to make sure that this Bloodseeker doesn't get too far out of control. It takes a little bit of time to truly come online. Of course, just the Rupture on its own is still going to be very effective against the Pangolier and the Bristle itself, but we know Bloodseeker notorious for needing a few of these items to truly feel like it's impactful when it's coming online.
What am I watching?
Just a little bit of a chase.
What? I guess that is the one nice thing with the Shadow Realm, where the Battery Assault really doesn't do anything at all. I'm going to try and use the creeps to tank up a little bit, but this chase down is not going to stop anytime soon. Lacking a little bit of the mana, but he's got enough for the cogs, and our Warwick's nearby.
Thank you very much.
Well, yeah, awesome. I mean, just a massive chase across the map. It does leave the Bristleback solo, and again, he's really building up the lead there, but at least your mid laner and with the Earth Spirit's going to be able to snipe that kill.
I'd say it's a bigger deal just for the Bristleback to have a good time, you know? Like, I don't think that kill matters all that much. It still means that Erase gets some of that solo XP in the mid lane while this is all happening. He's built up a little bit of a net worth lead as a result of that. And we might even see... I want to keep tabs on when this first rotation is going to be. I'm pretty sure Erase is going to be considering moving towards the top power rune first and foremost, and just hoping that it's there, because a quick rotation onto that Bloodseeker before he's level 6 could be so impactful.
Speaking of the Bloodseeker, run into a second Bramble, and Lies is starting to stack up. The Goo will assist with the chase down. Another round of the Quills in a couple of seconds, and that is a nice kill for them to find. Creep Wave shortly is going to be shoved under the tower too, so we'll be missing
Magnetized mid lane.
a decent amount out of this. Okay, Warwick looks to try and slowly poke down. Meanwhile, bottom lane, in fact, Nightstalker as well. Fear back in the Metamorphosis. He's got a little bit to help out with the resources, puts him back in fighting shape, but they're still going to be able to go through the damage, so the health that was healed.
This is kind of big. I still want to race to maybe move up towards the top side. You just TP back to the lane on Woe after just going down. He got a shield rune, which means that he was able to shrug off the effects of the Magnetize and has the Rolling Thunder if he needed to. So might just want to quickly shove out this lane, but if he can make that movement and force the Bloodseeker to take the Walk of Shame, that would be enormous. Still has the TP as well to be able to make the move up top if he feels like walking will just take a little bit too long. Boots coming on the Courier. No wards to be able to scout out this movement either. But surely it must be something that's being anticipated, and yep, has to eventually just walk back into the mid lane with Warwick revealing there.
But overall, the lane's looking good. Bottom very much favoring the Terrorblade as a massive advantage, even before the kill. That nighttime to start the game, not enough for Triple S. And your mid, little bit of advantage for the Pango, but really top lane as well. So side lanes all favoring 9 Pandas, and that's going to continue now. Kill for solo with the rotation from Jez V. Maybe a little bit of chip damage into the tower, nothing overly crazy.
I have to wonder about the choice to go Orb of Corrosion as well on the Nightstalker. It's not really providing that much early benefit this game. You know, the lifesteal, not really all that impactful. And I'm really not expecting him to be in too many situations where he's able to get, you know, this bullying happening. So maybe just a phase boots rush would have been the better option.
3,000 net worth lead is no joke at this stage of the game. That is a very big advantage that 9 Panda is going to be playing with already. But it's pretty much just under 2,000 in the bottom lane. It will be a power rune at the least that goes to Warwick. And we need to see this Earth Spirit go crazy. I mean, this is pretty much the person who has the more equal lane out of all the three. And definitely has the capability on this hero to be able to offset the advantage that 9 Pandas have been able to build up and put this game in a position where, you know, they can be somewhat even heading into the early game. Speaking of Warwick, Haste rune's going to be activated. It's able to charge away. Bramble will connect, but Array's unable to jump up to the high ground and put him in a position where he can bounce back against the walls, so not bad.
Looking to try and keep this movement going. Still has a fair bit of that haste rune.
Attempt onto the Terrorblade's life. TPs are going to come through. Has a point if required to level up in the Sunder.
Just on that, like, how do you feel about that sort of thing happening? Like, I know obviously it makes a ton of sense, but people just hold it until they need it. So why not just put a point into it, you know? Like, if you're saving it for a rainy day, I
Yeah,
rarely
I've
see
always
people.
thought about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, you're not using it. Oh, roll it. Warwick, Magnetized ready to go, but it's just Solo who's going to be the target. Unfortunately, there's going to be no more value out of the mid laner, but this is kind of the rotations that we need to see out of him, though. Unfortunately, they were just unable to convert onto a higher priority target.
And with that, it means Erase, again, just farming away in this mid lane. One of the strengths about the Pangolier, early timings that you can look to play around. He's already got the Rolling Thunder, hasn't used it yet, well, other than an attempt to chase a hasted Earth Spirit. But it's really that Diffusal Blade that we're looking for. About 1,200 gold away to be able to get into that. Doesn't seem to have... he's actually got 3 stacks inside of the Ancient area to be able to claim, so it's a nice little way to expedite that process.
And I wonder what the build's going to be after the Diffuser, though. Again, I know we've seen the Pango Bloodseeker recently in the Western European qualifiers. I think that was an offlane Pango where he went Lotus eventually, so probably not expecting that to be the case from him this game.
Maybe. Going up against the Silence coming through from the Earth Spirit, reflecting the Rupture.
Bit messy on 9 Pandas.
Wastes
Oh,
the
the
roll,
bro
though.
just off the mark.
Oh, nice pick.
Oh, what? Okay, the damage with the Rupture was not really expecting it to actually nuke him down through the TP. Wow.
They see these stacks. They're looking to try and yoink them away while they can. Lies not going to give them up so freely, though. Again, this offlane Bristleback going a little bit more the utility route, not as concerned about his own damage. And to be able to enable them to fight into the Magnetize in particular. Going for the Pipe of Insight.
Do you like that this game? First item for the Bristle?
Sure. I mean, they just need to make sure that the supports aren't getting completely dived on and demolished by a lot of this this damage that's going to be coming out from the magic. I mean,
Bottom
hook
lane
shots
Yudo.
now available.
An attempt onto the Terrorblade's life, but it looks like he's got the Sunder, but that ain't going to be a factor with the silence there for the Night Stalker. So, again, this Earth Spirit, great rotations. Top lane assisting with the kill with the Rupture down to bottom. Slowing down the Terrorblade, who again was getting a really big advantage over the offlaner from one move. We do have to keep tabs on top, though. It looks like 9 Pandas are making their own play with the rotation out of Arrays.
A little obvious,
from the
though.
Pango.
They walked through the creep wave to be able to make it happen, so Woe might be able to get away. There's TPs coming through to be able to back him up, and LJSB was in the right position to be able to scout this one out.
Try to slip it through for the left side. Warwick's going to be in with the roll as well. Does get the chain frost at the last second, which helps out with a little bit of the damage. Warwick attempts to roll away. It's going to be blocked from Lies, who does have Yuta as well coming through the portal. Will be able to slow down Woe. Woe in some danger. Might have to be able to TP out. There ain't going to be a way to stop it. Terrorize. A little bit too late there.
All right, but it does force them away from the lane, right? So they're going to make the most of this metamorphosis. Yuta should be able to get some pretty significant damage, if not just take this tier 1 tower. So 2-for-1 trade, but opening up the map, always a useful tool, especially considering you want to be a little bit more greedy. You're not quite at that stage yet on the Bristleback or the Pangolier to be able to truly influence a lot of these team fights. Erase still hasn't got a kill to his name, but he's closing in on the area where he should have the highest impact in the game, with Diffusal Blade just about 100 or so gold away.
Somehow a Clockwork just outright clicked to Terrorblade to deny the tower.
Sure.
Very nice. And they've done a good job from one move to be able to continue to slowly cut into the net worth lead. What was at 3,000 around 7-8 minutes in is now down to 1k.
Have you ever seen a first item Blink Dagger on Clockwork? Because I haven't, and that's what Janta is going for.
I have. Give me a second. Mid lane, Warwick. Attempt to do a raise. A little bit messy, but it looks like it's not going to matter with the Night Stalker coming over. Great use of the offlaner. He struggled inside the lane, but the Dark Ascension, whenever it is off cooldown, they are looking to make plays, and they're not going to be done just yet. The TP out will be there. Warwick with the roll still on cooldown.
So you've seen first item? I haven't seen first
Yes, I
item
have.
Blink Dagger. That's
Man,
very
who
ballsy way
is
to
it?
go.
It's some Eastern European guy.
Is it Janta?
God damn
Because
it.
he's doing it.
No, it's not Janta. Okay, let me keep thinking. I was really impressed with it, honestly. Far out. It'll come to me. It'll come to me.
Erase mid lane again. They're going on him once more.
I've done it.
Wasn't on.
Really eliminated the Pango's threat this game. Lowest net worth out of all the cores. Bramble does connect over towards the Night Stalker, but the reinforcements going to be there. The roll. Uh-oh. The Chain Frost in the river stuck inside their own cogs. It's not good at all.
Oh, as a Pos 5 player who's going to be getting dived very consistently, Solo will be having a massive smile on his face. They just walked into the meat grinder there, and it's only going to get stronger and stronger, right? Like this Chain Frost, the level 1, it's good. Level 2 is such a big power spike. Damage each bounce starting at 400 is way too much to deal with at the super early stages of the game, and you just have to compare what we're seeing from the different offlaners, right? Night Stalker, much more of that ganking style. He needs to get onto the supports, whereas Bristleback, he's all about just enabling the team as much as possible. So it's not really that extra layer of protection that you have in the form of like a Night Stalker going a pipe, for example. That's not going to happen for, well, I don't think it's going to happen at all, actually.
It's a big fight to be able to turn this game back into the favor as well from Nine Pandas. What it was probably dropped to 1,000 lead, I believe, is now back up to a 3-4K mark. They are looking to strike back pretty quickly. Solo under the tower, but we saw what happened previously, a little bit of PTSD, so they're going to make sure they don't group up. Even with the Chain Frost on cooldown, they are concerned about this, so they're going to give up the clockwork, an attempt that they do not want to continue in.
And they would have loved to get that kill for, I'm calling it free, but Solo, by living, doesn't give up a lot of that unreliable gold, and he's going to have this 4-staff at the time that the Blink Dagger is coming through for Triple S. I think it's coming on the courier for himself right now, so Solo should be in a pretty good spot to at least keep his life. Maybe we'll be able to get off the Frost Shield. Love the way that he's built it this time around as well. 4 points in Frost Shield, not prioritizing Frost Blast. They know they've got the damage. It's just about surviving. See them. Dark Ascension's available as well, though.
Right, Nick. Give the kill into the Jericho. They're not the worst. Make him work for the kill. Okay, so I think I've come up with who it is, but I can't remember. Who is the old position for Virtus Pro?
Oh, God, you're putting me on the spot here.
Yeah, my Liquipedia is not working as well, so I can't check.
Not like Illich.
Because it is some... Who?
Illich?
Illich? Who's Illich?
Dire's bottom tower is under
That's just a
attack.
personal name that I have for him.
Because it is an Eastern European player, and it was I was very impressed with the first item, Blink Dagger. I thought it was super cool, and it was pretty recent, honestly. It was like a couple of months ago, but I am struggling to remember who it was now.
Antares?
And who's? Yes, it was him. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 80% sure it was Antares.
I just think of Techie's Willow when I think of Antares and Skyrat.
Yes, I do as well, but then he was doing some crazy clockwork performances, and like you'll see. Has he? How close is he this game? Is he still going for it?
400 gold.
Okay, you'll see. I hope you see, because honestly, it was. I was very impressed with how it looked for the clockwork. We'll see if it's going to have the same effect this game, but they will be playing to the Aegis advantage. Yes.
What is his role though? Like, is it just to get on the Pangolier and like start the battery assault going, make sure that he's not able to just use the Rolling Thunder from space, and then, you know, swashbuckle away? Because maybe that's the thing, right? You blink onto the Pango, you start battery, he swashbuckles, then you hook shot him, and then you're able to control him long enough for the team to be able to, you know, just walk onto the backlines, delete the Lich, hopefully do some decent enough damage to the rest of the team.
Yep. Yes, definitely potentially is what the decision is behind that. I think as a whole, like, it gives you crazy mobility for the hook angle, and also, like you're saying, just blinking cogs and hold people into place. There is a lot of AoE on one move. Got to make sure you don't keep your heroes inside the cogs as well. So I'm still, even though I liked the blink from what I saw, I was still like not entirely sure why. It was just, it looked good, but I couldn't really see the reasoning behind it. So actually we will see. Maybe off the back of this smoke, either side ready to try and take a fight. One move will be going into the Asia's advantage, and the Night Stalker playing a little bit away from the team. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Yuda, there's the jump in, but the Terrorblade, he's the one without the Aegis, and oh, the mids are in the Sunder. Strength Tread saving lives. Yuda's okay, and now Ryan 8, he's going to be blown up as well. And simultaneously, the Night Stalker also goes down on the opposite side. I believe that was a Raze and Dark Willow in combination together. Just the two heroes been able to deal with the offlaner.
Yeah, vast majority of the damage did come from the Pangolier without even needing to use the Rolling Thunder. That's the bigger deal, right? Like, you've still got this potential, and you use the Dark Ascension, about to turn to... Well, it'll still be nighttime, actually, right? Because of the Night Rain, so not the absolute worst for them to have to play around, but certainly means that Solo just gets a little bit more of this time to be able to play around. They know that they're potentially going for this Tormentor with the Rocket Flare, but seems like Lies should be able to still claim it for himself after building up a few of these Viscous Nasal Goo stacks.
Definitely harder without the Scepter. Okay, never mind. I thought it was...
Oof.
Okay, it's fine. Nice shot.
God, this is good. Like, yeah. I'm just waiting for that level 12 on Solo. And Lightstalker, he's gone for the BKB. It's important, but Nullifier is even more so, right? You're going up against double 4 stuff. You're going to be going up against double Glimmer Cape. Just ways to be able to find the target and blow them up. Frost Shield.
But that Nullifier is an absolute pipe dream. They're going to try to take a fight with the Wisdom Room. Array's Shield Rune protected, but they're going to jump in. Now, he's still in a lot of trouble,
Aegis,
but I guess
though.
he has the Aegis, so not much that he needs to fear. I mean, the Night Stalker, there is no escape for the offlaner once again.
Clever play, though, trying to get the deny from the Tormentor with a lot of the damage coming from the Bedlam. Not going to do it, though.
Sidestep the hook shot, but unfortunately, Solo's going to eat that. Tries to turn with the Chain Frost, but at least chance up. It feels like we might see this combo for multiple times at this game. Solo's able to get the force up over the high come with the missile in hot pursuit. Yuta deals with it, and also trying to body block potentially if there's another roll on forward. Nicely done from Solo, the old man. Putting them on ice skates.
Mm-hmm. You can see the tips coming through there, both from the enemy as well as the teammate. And yeah, I'm a little surprised that we're not seeing more of the Lich. Like, it just seems like a really, really solid hero this patch. Mostly off the aspect of the Frost Shield, but in this game in particular, they just kept picking melee heroes into it. That's my main area of concern. And they've addressed the Night Stalker well enough. You just have to look at the net worth. Solo has nearly overtaken Triple S in terms of net worth.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is what we were kind of mentioning, right? The Night Stalker. It feels like you can sometimes... It's either a good game or a bad game. It does feel like more often we're getting bad games out of this hero, but playing from behind, at least you will still have some value with the Dark Ascension vision, but it's really, you're playing down a core, which is the big issue. And your supports, it's not like they are doing much to maybe make amends of the bad net worth from the Night Stalker. Your Gyro, it really struggles about scaling. Clockwork is okay, but it's not like some of the other supports we have at the moment with being able to scale.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I quite like the itemization coming through from Reiner as well, right? Like, he's got 2,000 gold that he's holding onto right now, so he's actually only got 2.5k net worth, not the 4.5 that the game says, and he hasn't gone for the drums. So how is this Night Stalker meant to have the additional movement speed? How is Clockwork meant to chase down his targets? And, well, you finally looking to try and get a little bit more active here on Woe, joining in with the rest of the team, with that Maelstrom, with the BKB. 8 seconds left on it. I want to try and claim a quick kill here. Nice use of the TB illusion, though. Just giving a little bit of that extra.
And not that weak.
Okay.
Oh, the hook shot, but no one else is really close to follow with the hook shot. Again. Oh, dude, this Chain Frost combo and the Clockwork initiation.
Yep.
It's just suicide every time now.
I think he was assuming that they were just going to be a whole lot lower than they actually were with that hook shot in, but not the case. And it really doesn't feel like the sort of game where battery assault is going to be all that impactful. I know it's by far the most damage that you can be doing on the Clockwork, but I wonder if he needs to go down the route of just maxing out the Rocket Flare. Well, he doesn't really have too many choices at this point, just to try and equalize these lanes a little bit and force people to perhaps be farming in an inopportune area. They see Nightstalker, by the way. He's going to back off in time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We're doing his best to just try and keep this lane pressured in without revealing himself on the map, staying far enough away from that active watcher. He's not going to get punished. And that's the Mjolnir now completed for him.
But it does feel like it's well against the world, and with the Lincolns still a little bit away from a raise, but I don't know if he can get them under the finish line by himself. I mean, you do have the Earth Spirit with a decent amount of net worth, but BKBs are going to be a concern. The pipe, like we've already mentioned a while ago, from the bristle back.
Another smoke coming through. 4 members of 9 Pandas just trying to back up Lies here.
They got a good ward on the back line. They're going to see Warwick starting to teeter a little bit forward.
Not the
What a
greatest.
rupture out on Lies. That's not the target. That's going to enable the Pangolin inside the team fight. BKBs protect him. Everything committed for the Bristleback. He's not going to be killable. Lies is fine. Turns his back. And now Warwick as well blocks the roll. They were able to deal with Solo to the backline. That's where the Night Stalker, his prowess and ability to help out, assassinating some of the supports.
Yeah, I was almost wondering how Solo ended up dying. Like, yes, Nightstalker gets onto him, but it's 3 points in the Crippling Fear. He has the Glimmer Cape. He has the Force Staff as well. And Glimmer Cape wasn't even used in that engagement. And it didn't seem like Clockwork was part of too much of it. So maybe it was the lag actually coming through.
How do we...
Gotta say, they used a lot. And if you're willing to drop the Rupture on the Pangolier, you've got to just expect that Erase is going to have a free fight. You know, they've got absolutely nothing to stop him from rolling around outside of the hook shot, just to put up the cogs so that he ends up running into a wall. But they was just completely able to control both the Night Stalker, sorry, not the Night Stalker, both the Earth Spirit and the Bloodseeker, force out that early BKB. So they don't really have any fighting tools left.
Hook shot in.
Looking to continue.
No Chain Frost they're going to be worried about this time. So the Clockwork quick in and out. But now the Night Stalker, he doesn't have this ability slowed down by the Gurus, and yet they've got far more to be concerned about. Lies is even done. Scouts out Ryan. Try to look over the TP. They got any way to prevent that?
That was clever, just walking right next to him. But that's a very puzzling decision to walk into a TB that has meta popped and you don't have vision on that high ground. I mean, I guess they did have the low ground vision that Janto had placed up previously next to the Watcher, so they felt overly confident to be able to claim it, but yeah, into a TB metamorphosis with as farmed as Yuta is right now is not the place where I would want to be. Especially not when you're down in Earth Spirit without BKBs and without the Dark Ascension.
No, this boy is huge. This boy is huge. 17,000 net worth. And second Roche is up for grabs as well. It's going to be the bottom spawn and will be there for quite some time. It's probably not going to change. What is what's Clockwork up to? Running past the tower in daytime terrorize. He's dying indeed. JSV's going to be able to catch him with the buzzer. 35 seconds of 4v5. We're going to see them instantly start to beeline down to bottom. This will be a free second Roche for them, and more than likely an Aegis that will now enable them to walk up high ground.
What big timings do they even have left to be able to pick up for themselves again? We mentioned that Nullifier, it feels like a pipe dream for Triple S. He's just got his BKB now coming out onto the Courier for himself, so at least they'll be able to pop that to be able to shrug off a Chain Frost that has the potential to come through. For 9 Pandas, the only thing holding them back from going high ground is BKB coming through from the Terror Belly pretty soon. I would look to prioritize Solo getting this Ghost Scepter for himself. He's only 400 gold away, not that far to be able to ensure his survivability.
I mean, they're going to be able to force out the BKB here for the Bloodseeker. They're super aggressive positioning. He's looking for the kill, but he's going to be cautious. You want the kill, but are you going to escape as well if you go for it? So has to decide one or the other, and he will value his life more.
Still though, no BKB, right? You feel confident enough to, I was about to say push in towers, but the only one that remains is up on the top side of the map, and that's where they were anyway on the 9 Pandas side. So I'm imagining that they're just going to join together with Yuta's TB. He just head up onto level 19. BKB about to be delivered on the Courier, still 4 minutes left on the Aegis. No real reason to not play around this sort of area. So for one move, seems like the main priority is just try and force them into, again, these defensive areas. Get bottom pushed in, get middle pushed in as much as possible. At the moment, though, they're playing a little bit scared, not wanting to even show on the lane, realizing that the threat the Lich and the Pangolier have. Janto's doing his best to fulfill that role. Wasn't quick enough with the fingers and ends up going down. I mean, Yuta's just up here solo.
That he is. Yuta is okay though. Of course, with the Aegis, not much they're going to be able to do against it. Meta popped, and the siege now begins. Over on the other side, Dark Willow, I don't know if he cancelled the Night Stalker's TP, but is at least close enough on their territory to be able to get back in time. T3 Tower should fall down pretty shortly though.
You've got the Aghanim Scepter on Woe though, is
Dark
the
Willow
thing.
positioning's going to pop the smoke. They're going to get the glimpse of Woe looking for the full wraparound. It's an early use of the BKB. He hasn't started right-clicking anyone. Now tries to get over towards Yuta, but Yuta, he's got way too much net worth. This Bloodseeker is not going to win the man fight. And over on the other side, yes, Solo, you deal with the support, but it just doesn't matter. The support is not important to the team fight of 9 Pandas.
Yeah, and that tip is all about using the Rupture onto the TB, who he's not chasing you. That's not how TBs fight. He just stood his ground and looked to try and engage back. That was most supposed to be the big timing that one move we're looking to play around, right? You were level 20 on the Bloodseeker with the 15% spell lifesteal, with an Elven Tunic, with an Aghanim. Just couldn't do anything with it. They are far too big. There's far too much lane pressure, and they don't have any spells to be able to contest this consistent move. Just not fast enough, in my opinion. Not able to get onto these supports before they get a little bit too big. Glimmer Cape, Ghost Scepter, protection being provided by the Bristleback as well in the form of Pipe. Lotus, even just, I wouldn't put it beyond Yuta to defensively sunder one of his supports at this stage while he's still got 2 minutes left on the Aegis.
They give up Megas, no contest from them, lacking some buybacks, but they feel like they are unable to defend it.
Fully sharded up already.
Oh, really? Okay, well, yeah, I mean, we're 31 minutes in. They've had all the gold they could ever desire. 26,000 net worth lead, one more fight. And Lies, he's just continuing to occupy their base, beating onto an effigy that's protected by backdoor. And Raine's caught outside the base. One man with a buyback. Warwick, he's going to be okay as well. Does get the Curse Crown proc over. Oh, look the backline. Okay, Night Stalker. Got to try and run away from the Terror Blade. This man standing strong again. Whoa. He just can't man fight the TP. Yuta.
Chain Frost.
Ever so far. It's not a bad hook shot. Holding multiple heroes into the middle, but no one is able to get any value out of the control. Warwick's out of the base, and the G's are going to be caught. A great performance from the boys on 9 Pandas. They're going to be able to find game 1 in our second series.
Yes, they will indeed, and just going a little bit too melee heavy for my liking. Made a lot of these team fights just a bit too easy, right? Like, when you think about the sort of heroes that love fighting in enclosed spaces, you think of the Lich, you think of the Pangolier, you think of the Bristleback, and these are the sorts of things that they were just running into an absurd amount of damage that they just weren't able to sustain through. No protective items coming through from the Night Stalker. Understandable, because that wasn't necessarily his role in this game, but no one else was really filling that gap. So it meant that, while you still had to contend against the magic barrier from the Glimmer Cape, against the Force Staffs to be able to create space, against the Pipe of Insight, against the Sunder for the saves, against the shield that Erase had, it was just a hill too steep for them to climb. And this was a pretty dominant performance from Nine Pandas from the very beginning.
Yes, it was indeed. Cool last pick from them with the TB flexing the Bristol to the offlane. We saw what he was able to do. Like, we were kind of suggesting an offlaner to provide a similar role, right? Where you can anchor the team fight around the arena, with you mentioning the Mars. And you were able to do that with the Terrorblade. And we saw he was also able to have a really good lane versus the Night Stalker, meaning that there was no nullifier that they were desiring to deal with the Glimmers, the Force, and the Frost Shield. So this was like you said, a very, very convincing performance from Nine Pandas.
I suppose looking back at it in hindsight, when I was mentioning like the Mars and that sort of thing, you just have to consider what the enemy team was looking to throw at you. And when you're like, we need this team, this hero that's going to keep a fight enclosed in a small area so we get value out of our heroes, what did one move actually have? Like, they had to commit for the team fight, so you don't need a Mars to force the fight into a small area. The enemy team was kind of already doing that for you. They're not doing any damage unless they're already in on top of you. So you just needed someone to make the most out of that time when they are looking to get the engage. And, we saw many multi-person reflections. We saw the Sunder able to save himself a couple of times in those fights. And of course, even just plenty of armor surviving a lot of those previous engagements. So really solid draft coming through from Nine Pandas, giving themselves a 1-0 lead so far. 32 minutes looking like pretty dominant performance for the day, but we saw that a strong game one is not always the recipe for a just swift 2-0 in the series. That's what happened last time around with for Pirates able to take the win against 1W. So you've got two chances now on one move to be able to rectify the mistakes and see if they're able to come back with the win. But we'll have to wait and see until after the break to see if they're able to do that. Some quick highlights, and then we'll be back in just a few minutes. See you soon.
Welcome back to the official broadcast presented by FISSURE. We got game 2 ready to go. Like we saw in the first series, the team who won game 1 did it in convincing fashion. However, we saw what happened. The opposition were able to strike back and then send us to a game 3. We'll see if that's going to have to be the case in this second series as well. 9 Pandas, start to finish, looked incredibly clean. And Denog, what do we want to see? Well, let's actually, instead of this, what do we want 9 Pandas to repeat with that victory? What do you feel like were some of the key things to success and that you would like to see them do again to potentially get this 2-0?
Lich Bristleback. That's just 2 linchpins of a really solid draft, in my opinion. And I don't know, I just felt like the way that they were moving around the map was very effective a lot of the time. You know, using the movements coming from the Dark Willow, pretty consistent pickoffs alongside of the Pangolier. Like, this roaming duo were enabled to, you know, get so many kills just on their own away from the rest of the team. And it kind of forced them to all in into a certain area on one move. And it just meant that you were setting yourselves up for disaster. We've already touched on all these things, right? Chain Frost, Bristleback, Terrorblade, Willow Brambles, Pangolier, Rolling Thunder, and everything else. So, like, one move just kind of played into the 9 Panda strategy, unfortunately. So I think that's probably the big thing that needs to change if one move are going to stand any chance in this one. And it's just about taking away some of those really strong meta heroes. Bristleback, to me, is top of the priority list in terms of being able to pick it up for yourself / ban it. If you want to pick it up for yourself, I think the Lich has to go, because clearly Solo has shown that he's very comfortable with playing it, and that Chain Frost is going to be very effective at finding these ganks, but it's the Frost Shield for mine. He is much more of a defensively oriented support, so able to nullify a lot of the effectiveness of the early Bristle. Not going to be the case, though. 9 Pandas, they have the first pick.
Why is there a Night Stalker band?
Solo captain. Say it, I don't like dying.
He was killing. He was killing that game. He was actually doing nothing wrong. I mean, the Chain Frost was great. Like, what is going on? So I'm honestly very intrigued about the Night Stalker band, but like you said, Solo, let's let him do his stuff. Gyrocopter into the Moeta for one move.
Sure. Again, Gyro Flex, we saw in the previous game. Didn't really like the item build that we saw come through from Arena, right? Like I mentioned, 25 minutes into the game, he effectively had 2.5k net worth. Not good enough. You know, you need to be assisting the rest of your team with getting these early kills. Gyrocopter as a support massively falls off when you get to the late game. So, you know, the Muerta, yes, it's a solid position 4, but even just for the laning stage, if you're trying to run at someone, Deadshot puts a stop to that. So just feels good overall.
Radiant team ban.
Trying to think of what some of the... So the Nick Assassin, again, there's going to be something that slips through, but like you were saying, potentially Eastern Europe might favor that a little bit differently than what we saw in Western Europe. But so something to keep tabs on. Haven't seen the Phoenix prioritized as much so far. So I guess Lich Ogre, some of the pos 5s we could be looking at. We'll see if they're going to go Clockwork again for one move. Pretty good with the Moeta.
Okay. Terrorblade going up against the Gyrocopter doesn't feel too bad. Again, like you're able to nullify a lot of the damage that he's able to do if you're just purely focusing on yourself. Again, maybe they're just wanting to keep this layer of flex for themselves. The other thing that I was, considering was the potential for like a Spectre to be able to come through here. Just, again, find the backlines a little bit more easily, enable Dark Lord to get a little bit more impactful with the rest of the team. There's a hero that you don't see quite as often, but I mean, against the TB, feels pretty damn amazing, right? Not too often that TB is going to be buying any form of armor for himself. So I just mentioned why the TB is a 1 or even a 3 against the Gyrocopter can feel kind of nice. Not if ET's around.
Yep. Couple of things, right? Like also Solo. Feel like this man on the Elder Titan. You've got now Tiny and Gyrocopter with a lot of magic damage to get value out of the natural order. And a minor thing, but also something that can be a factor. Is that Metrum? Oh, I didn't know he was coach of 9 Pandas. Okay, this guy's been a bit MIA since what I saw when he was coaching Entity. I think did honestly a really good job with that Entity team. I know there was probably there was a time where we were seeing them contest at lands. I think the Arlington Major,
last year, 2 years ago, we saw Entity really be consistent 5th, 6th placement. I think it was a big reason why that was the case, and I didn't know he was actually coaching Nam Pandas. Yeah,
no, me either. So very nice pickup for them, and could be a big reason why the drafts have shaped up in such a big way. I really like this ET Tiny combination with the gyrocopter, right? Like we mentioned, obviously there's the Phoenix that we're talking about. The natural order, early on, when you're a little bit squishier as that position 5 ET, the natural order for the magic resistance reduction is around the spirit, so that's going to enable the Tiny to be the one going in, making a lot of the action happen. And then later on, when you can look to, commit into the team fight with the rest of the team for the armor reduction on your actual hero, that's when you're probably going to have a little bit more farm, be more survivable, and enable the gyrocopter. So it's this nice little balancing act of playing around the heroes that are certainly strong and enabling a support in a big way. So really like how they've been able to start this one off. Just looking at how are they going to be able to control this Pangolier? That's the main issue for mine for the very start of this game. Is the Tiny going to be enough? Do they need the follow-up damage for it? With the Pangolier Beast basically being their only backline dive, can you get away with a 4 Snapfire? Decent amount of extra magic damage to be able to take advantage of the natural order. Another thing that's going to be hitting the egg on top of the gyrocopter. Could be an option. They might just go for the position 3 though, and that is indeed the case. Lots of attack speed to be able to deal with the egg. A nice roar for the Rolling Thunder, and of course the wild axes to be able to hit into the TB as well. Again, if it is indeed going to be a position 1 TB, those axes don't care about the armor that you've got.
5 seconds remaining.
I like the pick. Kind of complain about the Beastmaster. How do you feel about gyro support? Because I'm honestly not a fan. I feel like this hero is good for the first 20 minutes, and then I feel like afterwards you really don't do a whole lot. I know some critiques have been similar to a hero like the Undying, but I think his late game team fight has a little bit more value. So, like, do you like gyro support?
But in this game, it's okay, right? Because they are going to be playing on a bit faster pace. Playing around the Beastmaster, playing around the Tiny that hits his timings at that 15 or so minute mark. I mean, Tiny hits his timings all throughout the game, to be honest, but it just feels like there's a little bit more synergy this time around, and they've still got that flex where you're not 100% sure where this gyro is going to be. So if it's indeed a POS 1 gyro, it's fine. If it's going to be a POS 4 gyro, maybe you go down the avenue of, I don't know, a Drow Ranger, for example, and then just have another counter for that TB, another way to be just consistently pushing forward with 3 people, maybe even 4, that are going to be standing in front of you in a lot of these team fights with realistically only one way for them to get on top of you, which is the Pangolier. Also, I mean, that could be part of the reason why the Spectre's being banned too, right?
Just the point I was about to mention. Yeah, just the point I was about to mention. I really like the call you make. So it seems like one would potentially have overlooked this as an option. We're thinking that the gyro is going to be carried. Now, they do have Ultra last pick. So let's see if the Drought does come out, they will have at least one way to respond, whether that be in the offlane or the carry. If it's going to be offlane, we could be looking at something like a Mars. Honestly, could be pretty deep. Mars Phoenix, I think quite nice with the Terrorblade as well. They banned the Dusa, which I guess if they were going to Drow, maybe not one you needed to be as concerned about, but there are some timings where like second item could be a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, and even just the Stone Gaze, little frustrating to have to play against as well. Just trying to think of some of these other options that they might be considering. Like, no one's really playing around this Nature's Prophet. I think it's still a strong hero. Not as busted as it used to be, but if you're going up against a lineup that wants to ball up and go, feels pretty good. If you're looking to try and catch the back line, which pretty important against this ET, feels pretty good. Able to join in quite effectively across the entire thing. Even just like an early Aghanim shard is going to have so much impact. If you wanted to flex the Pangolier to being position 3, you still have that option and then can run a mid NP.
I agree. I feel like some teams aren't prioritizing that as well. It seems like just pretty much Liquid is the only team that is feeling like they have the ability to run it. We are going to get a pug note though.
More push though. That's the important thing. So it's a 1 gyro. of the Pugna, this is where a gyro, either 1 or 4, is enabled, right? Like, this is what the sort of draft that you want to be looking to try and play around.
10 seconds remaining.
Feels pretty nice, and nice ways to be able to deal with those TB illusions as well with the Pugna. Just the life drain is going to be able to instantly delete those.
Just trying to work out. I haven't been as impressed with the TB offlane as of late. Maybe you put it as a 1, and I'm still happy with a little bit more AoE control for the lineup that they have, but maybe your safe lane of TB Phoenix could be a little bit vulnerable.
I'm just trying to see, like, what does the most damage for one move? Because I think that's the big issue, right? You want something else that's able to play with the Pangolier when he makes the, the initiation with the Rolling Thunder. Or is it just something that you want to lock the team fight into place prior to these BKBs being available? So in that case, the Mars is not that bad of an option. Good, great value out of the Supernova, great value out of the Muerta with the calling. Nice way to be able to reposition away from the Pugna. And it takes away some element of that save as well, right? With the fact that you can't see inside of the Mars Arena. I guess you do have the ET Spirit to fix that a little bit. And if you're really on point with your cast range of the Nether Ward, you can just place that inside the arena as well.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so looking to try and limit what Beastmaster perhaps is trying to do in a lot of these lanes. Take away some of those boars if it is indeed like a full group up and push lineup. I didn't necessarily get the sense of confidence in the player camps coming through with that Clinks pick, though. It wasn't big smiles across the board, clapping and saying, right, this is the one, guys. Maybe it was just a woe selection. We heard Jibe previously when they qualified against Enigma Galaxy. He asked for the Lycan. The rest of the team was like, Lycan, what are you talking about? And he's like, trust me, guys. So it's all about having faith in the rest of your team. And clearly, Woe has asked for this one.
Let's see, though. It feels like I was thinking that we're going to play terribly carry just because I thought the carry pool was going to be quite limited with all the first phase bans and then the last phase bans as well. That I thought you weren't going to get a potentially a better hero than the TB. But they go down the Clinks route, which I think the Pugna is quite frustrating, to be honest, with the decrep. Like, we have seen some Clinks' itemization can be a little bit more versatile at the early stage. Maybe there's some awkward potential to be able to hunt the Pugna. We will see. I think at the moment it's definitely like at the first item Dragonlance. I think also ET can be a little bit frustrating with Necrostomp because you have to like kind of pop out of invis and then stand your ground and spam right clicking, and if you don't do that, like Echo Stomp could force you to reposition, and that could be enough time for the enemy hero to escape because you don't have a stun or another way to close the distance afterwards. So I do feel like the supports could actually be a little bit annoying for the Clinks to play into, but like you said, there is some value, right, versus the Beastmaster. So we will have to see. We'll see what they're going to be able to do for one move, flexing the Terrorblade to the off limb. Do we have a draft that we prefer? Do we think this is going to be a repeat of the first series where the team that lost game 1 is then going to be able to get the victory in the second game?
You know me, I'm a big Beastmaster enjoyer and I'm a big Tiny enjoyer, and anything that's going to accelerate a lot of those timings is going to be a big plus for me. So more push with the Pugna feels good. More magic resistance reduction, there we go, from the ET always feels quite nice as well. It really just comes down to how good is your coverage of when these team fights are about to break out. Are you going to have the sentry wards down to be able to protect that backline so that those two supports can indeed do their role? Because an Orchid on a Tiny, not really going to do that much. An Orchid on a Gyrocopter, probably not that much either. You really do need to be catching out this Pugna every single time.
What is the, I don't remember, what is the common facet as well for the Clinks carry?
Oof.
Is this the one they go for?
Not sure, to be honest. And if you're just looking to reduce the Death Pack cooldown, then against the Beastmaster, it's not the worst option. Especially, again, if they are going for this... I like the palm tree that Tiny's holding, by the way. We'll get a look at it in a little bit of time. So he has still gone the Wild Axes, going up against the Clinks, which it's understandable. You're not necessarily wanting to walk up into it, and of course, the Death Pact as well. I wonder what point you feel like you need to put a little bit more emphasis into this. Like, does he just go full on into the drums of Slom, or is it not really using the Helm of the Dominator at all and just waiting until that Helm of the Overlord is available and then using that to help the entire team continuously push forward? Or can you just put the faith in the Pugner to do the majority of the pushing early on?
Maybe with the start, if Pugner has a good time, then you can put that faith into him. So we'll see. It should be a pretty good lane, though. Pugner Gyrocopter up top, like that sounds like quite a free lane. Maybe there's going to be like some level 2 play from one move with the Deadshot calling into the Metamorphoses, but this is
Solo should be able to hold them back. He's just
yes.
Constantly being this bully for the laning stage, especially whenever the Deadshot is used. That's his key to just move on forward, right? Like, what is Reiner supposed to be able to do against all of that?
So overall, looking good to start mid lane, 9-4 compared to the 3-3. So Array's having a stellar start versus Warwick. We saw had a decent game on the Earth Spirit. Unfortunately, wasn't that big factor that they needed. The playmaker being able to provide the space for the team in the previous game. We'll see if it's going to be a little bit different in this one or not. He's going to get a nice little choreo snap, getting rid of some of the regen from Jantor.
I mean, this is the pipe game, for sure, coming through from Triple S, right? Like, you're going up against a Gyrocopter, magic damage, a Tiny, magic damage, a Pugner, magic damage. Is Solo going to be okay, or is he going to be giving up first blood?
Got them attack speed slow inside the calling. They will have another round of the Deadshot pretty shortly. Yuda looks like he's going to be fine, though. Makes it back towards the safety of his own tower. So first blood's going to be given over to one move.
Nice little start from them. But yeah, even just like, you got to remember the natural order is base magic resistance reduction, right? So even the, I forget if it's 10 or 8 that you get from the Pipe of Insight, it's still going to do a decent amount. Yeah, they nerfed it to 8. Like, to be able to give you at least that little bit of assistance against the burst damage coming through from the Tiny in particular. Solo, he just keeps this pressure moving forward. Doesn't have a blood grenade, unfortunately, to enable him to chase down the TB, but doing his job. Just keeping him away from the lane, preventing him from getting a lot of this farm. Was it what the first blood either? That one went over to Reiner on his Muerta.
But the lane chopped out that they won't be able to get the Lotus. So Pandas gets that. Bottom we saw a cute little dive from Phoenix to be able to secure the Lotus. So we're going to have that advantage there. So they've been able to get the pull off, stabilizing the creep equilibrium. Having the small camp open compared to the hard camp, which is still blocked. I think actually open now with the sentry.
How's this mid lane going? Warwick has got an early point in the Blightstone, just looking to try and bully the Tiny as much as possible. He looks very cute in his little Santa hat. Like a turtle Tiny? What's going on there?
Yeah, it's actually very cute with the Santa hat. Like you mentioned with the tree before as well. It was funny watching it. Watching the man just try right click.
But a bit more of a passive start to this game. You know, both teams, it really feels like it could break open at any second for Nine Pandas, but not before they're really ready with their ultimates or, you know, a few of these first big items for Erase in particular. Like, he needs the Soul Ring. He needs minimum Boots of Speed to actually enable him to close the gap against the rest of the team and find that quick pickoff.
So the big net worth difference at the moment, though, down bottom, lies against the Woe Terrorblade. And this is starting to continue to be a bit of an issue for them. We'll see with the strong start that the Beast has had, maybe they can continue to make some stacks for him inside the jungle. I mean, he can kind of do it himself as well, but might even free up the support to assist the mid lane, who we will see probably a lot of emphasis this game with both of them being pretty active mid laners, wanting the power room, but it's also we've got to look through that portal as Jantor looking to make the first move of the game here for the Phoenix. It's instantly going to be mirrored with the TP through for the Pugner as Triple S just runs into the nuke.
was not expecting the damage. Janta takes a lot of right-click damage from the tower as well, and he will be able to find a location to TP away, but this does continue to leave the Terrorblade solo. It's about 1,000 net worth difference, continuing to get even worse now for the carrier one move.
And this is just going to show how impactful having a solid bottom lane is. I mean, they're very happy to leave Lies solo. He's using every little moment of time to its fullest potential, even making his own stacks with the boars. More stacks for himself down the line with the wild axes as well. So this net worth lead is just going to continue to grow and grow unless they start to put a little bit more pressure onto this Beastmaster. Luckily for Warwick, he does have the bottle available, but not a lot of net worth to be able to make those early rotations. It was the Invis rune picked up by Erase there on his Tiny. So, yeah, the power rune itself is important, but right now he just needs the status to be able to try and play with this mana pool.
Oh boy. JSV got it at least, but Lies wasn't concerned about using that raw just onto a support. Happy with the guaranteed kill.
Woe's going for
dude,
a wisdom rune snipe.
Dire are scanning.
The entire time we were looking at the Beastmaster Terrorblade network instead of the Clinks.
Hold on.
My whole
Link's walking.
storyline of the... Yeah.
Is under attack.
Looks like he's not going to get the wisdom. My whole storyline about the safe lane carry on one move struggling versus the Beast is not
Down the
game.
drain.
I said it multiple times. You didn't correct me. I feel like I said it 3 times.
You did, and I just didn't want to be mean. Just let you live in your own
so
little
what are you
fantasy
doing?
world.
Yeah, now that
We are.
we've woken up.
I mean, the thing is, like, they picked this TB and then they flexed it knowing you were going up against a gyro, most likely, right? Like, they had the last overall pick, so they're the ones that made this sort of situation happen. And I'm not sure what they were expecting, laning a TB into a gyrocopter, right? Heavy magic damage coming through. We can see no points in the homing missile right now, but looking to prioritize the rocket barrage over anything else, even the flat cannon. So TB just hitting onto level 6, won't be able to go for a dive, but felt to me like Yuta was considering the call down, moving in onto the TB itself. Farming underneath
that the
observer
recall?
ward right now.
Rolling Thunder used from Warwick. Rory's back up on Lies. Gonna be cautious about the shield crash mitigation, but the toss from Erase will stop that possibility of soaking up some spells and further damage to get him out. The Rolling Thunder first one. Nothing they're able to get out of it.
Offensive Glyph actually coming out there, trying to protect just a couple of creeps from the call down, but didn't really result in too much of anything. The creeps still ended up dying to the tower. It was about half a second too late. So I wonder if One Move really are wanting to commit heavily onto this with the additional bit of information that they've got for the backlines. Whoa, just underneath the sentry ward, and that sentry not covering the observer.
A lot of importance on trying to defend their safe lane tower. Rhino with the TP out. They're gonna have to depth. Far out, man. 3 points up with the blast at this stage of the game, and like you've been saying, with the maxed out rocket as well. And we are really seeing how much emphasis they are putting on securing their safe lane. And I guess this is also then, you want to keep the gyro in this area for as long as possible, because then it means the Beastmaster will always be able to play the triangle, and you can see him and how much net worth he's been able to find. Top net worth and continuing to be an
just
issue.
keeping
They
an
may
eye.
run into Woe.
Keeping an eye on Yuta, yeah, there we go.
Decrep keeps him in range for the Echo. Some nice use of the Death Pact though. Very cute.
There's the facet coming into play. But everyone's still hanging around this bottom side of the map. No arcane boots at this point, so will mean that they're running a little low on resources. Pugna would love to be just slamming that Nether Blast into the tower, but Beastmaster going for a little bit of a different build with the power treads as opposed to the arcane boots. So not able to spam those out as effectively and be a little bit of extra assistance for his team. Already halfway towards the Aghanim Scepter though, and doing a fantastic job with his own net worth.
Another shield
Power
rune.
rune going their way, yeah.
Another power, yep.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Game is... I'm going to say even a moment. 1,000. Definitely feels like I thought it was a bit worse than what it is. I'm surprised the net worth lead is showing this. It feels like Nine Pandas have been doing making a lot of good moves across the map and also been responding well to one move, but it doesn't seem like it's as dire as what I was expecting actually the game to look with how the early couple of skirmishes have gone.
Sure, I think it's mostly around the levels though. Like you've got probably about a 1 level advantage across the board when it comes to like a 1-to-1 sort of situation. And they haven't necessarily hit these timings yet on Nine Pandas either, right? Like we mentioned, still on the way towards the Aghanim Scepter. Tiny, he's looking to get every little bit of farm that he can because he's about halfway towards the Blink Dagger as well. Time to be able to, you know, not necessarily be slow about things, but be methodical. You know, Pugna, still no life drain, so can use that to make sure that the Tiny's consistently online as well. Just a matter of patience, not losing too much of their own map control, not having any heroes die unnecessarily. I don't think this is the time for them to be going for any sorts of ganks. It just needs to be saving those TPs for counter initiation. And I am a drums enjoyer. Jara's got it.
Yes. Okay, very good.
Makes sense.
We'll see how active he's going to continue to be inside the early game. It does indeed make sense, and I think I'm also in agreement. I've really been enjoying the drums that we've seen early, so maybe he might look to get involved. His position is a little bit too far away for this power rune that we're about to get. But it feels like it's only moments away before Nine Pandas start to group up and force another team fight, and potentially this time around the mid lane to get an objective off the back of a successful fight.
Just the ability to literally use the drums off cooldown whenever you're just hitting creeps is kind of insane, right? It doesn't cost any mana, 30-second cooldown, 6-second effectiveness, and then you just disassemble it, reassemble it, and you've got it all again. Full charges. So, like you mentioned, it's just going to be a matter of time. Erase has the haste rune available. Seems to me like Lies is going to take this ancient stack, go back to base, regen fully his health and mana. Jess has the... I don't even need to head back to base with the amount that he's just getting this life drain off as well. And the Arcane Boots nearly finished up for the Pugna too.
Where's the TB sitting with his item?
No, he is about 2,000 gold away from it, so nowhere near close enough to be able to get it for this impending team fight.
Well, this has got to be you got to go, right? If you're Nine Pandas, knowing this pipe is not yet completed, we're seeing all these items about to be completed. It feels like they could get a lot out of the map and T1 time. You could you force Roche, or is it too early? I mean, we know we can do it with Scepter on Beastmaster. Maybe you can force a fight, or is it just a little bit too slow where it may not be worth it?
I don't think it's worth it. You may as well just take the map control while you can and use that to enable yourselves to more easily take Roshan in the following few minutes, right? Like, it's going to be easier for them to do it when it's up on the top side of the map anyway, and they kind of want to give them some insurance if things don't work out perfectly.
Radiant are actually collapsing first. Plus back into the damage from Yuda. Janta is okay momentarily, might tick out to the cooldown, and the tree throw, and yeah, that's going to be the case. So down goes the Phoenix over the right side, solo as well. Under some damage output, they are going to be able to turn it back around with another toss from Erase, getting the Terrorblade into a dangerous position with the Sunder already used it to double for the Tiny and Nine Pandas. Don't even really commit that heavily, like Lies got there late. So, nice successful fight for them.
A very puzzling decision for them to make to go for that gank attempt, right? They don't have any items finished up. They've got a Diffusal Blade, and that's basically it on the one move side. You know, they're still, what, 1,600 gold away from TB getting the pipe. You still don't have a Maelstrom on the Clinks. You don't have any active item on the Phoenix or the Muerta, and no Blink Dagger on Warwick. So the choice to, you know, just fight into that area, and they didn't deward either. There was an Observer Ward that was just scouting out the entire positioning, meaning that Janta just got picked off pretty freely. They'll be saying thank you very much on Nine Pandas.
Yeah, it feels very forced, right? That move from one move. Maybe feeling desperate, but I don't know if they had to be desperate at this stage. Like, everyone was farming, keeping up in net worth, but now the gold is increased to 3,000. I think the biggest lead that we've seen so far this game. And now it's actually going to be an aggressive smoke from Nine Pandas. I believe it's just Tiny and Pugna together. Whereas, unfortunately, is going to take the bait with the Pango Illusion.
And they'll know that it's coming, so all immediately backing up. The one that's actually getting out on the map and making the most space is Janta right now on his Phoenix. He's just looking to keep this bottom lane shoved in as much as possible, realizing that this isn't necessarily the area that 9Pandas want to be playing in, right? They've already taken the tower, Roshan is top, so if he can just force someone to make a defensive move, it's bad to, you know, give up his life, but you just used a Primal Roar and you've revealed the Tiny's positioning for a kill onto the Phoenix. Now, it just comes a question of, do they fight into Roshan now? But it looks like without the Phoenix, they just want to push mid.
Pops out with the invis, but this isn't for an Elder Titan, and they might be able to secure the kill. Woe jumps out, Deathpack is okay. So quick assassination onto the life of Solo, and they may be able to secure the power rune. Gets denied from Rhine.
Nicely done there. You just see like what that sort of enabled to happen, right? Like you use all of your spells, you use a bunch of cooldowns, you use a bunch of mana to kill a Phoenix who's still getting levels and is building towards a Midas. And it just means that you're not as able to get that even trade. You're not able to pick off the Clinks after he goes for that early-ish gank attempt. Love, by the way, the fact that he's going for this early Aghanim Shard, the Burning Barrage, as Triple S gonna be okay here?
Quite sure.
No.
Look for the Sunder, and not going to be able to cast it off in time. Meanwhile, Jesvi solo kills Rainy onto the backline. That's a double for the Pug now.
Should be Roche as well. Drums available. The Beastmaster able to tank it up with the Drums of Slom. Should be a pretty simple objective for themselves. Mid tower getting hit into a little bit, but just keep giving them freebies.
Who do you want the Aegis on? Looks like Wise will take it. Is that the person you wanted to be the Aegis carrier?
Sure. I mean, if he's wanting to... He is still that main initiator, right? On top of the Tiny. And if he's able to blink in, get the roar off, that means the Drums of Slum start ticking in. So why not just try and make it even harder to be able to kill him? Not once, but twice. They're going to need to put so much attention onto this Beastmaster. And I'm not sure if it's going to be worth it. Like, there's no healing reduction on the one move side at this point, and they're going to need it. Already going up against the Pugna.
Might see Janta. Gonna be able to TP out just in the tree line, hugging the Tiny's location. Was able to drop an observer deep behind the T1 tower, which could be pivotal because there is this impending team fight around mid. Like, we are waiting for the eventual push from 9Pandas. Surprised they haven't forced it, but it looks like finally they're going to group some heroes nearby with Yuta up on the front. So second tier 1 tower of the game now for Dire. 5,000 net worth lead.
Even got an Arcane Rune for Erase as well, so he's going to be able to consistently take a bunch of these team fights too. Nearly a Glimmer Cape for Jesvi, so even more of a safety net for the rest of the boys. He's only just got the pipe now, finished up on Triple S, so certainly not the sort of net worth that you're expecting to see from a Terrorblade in these early stages of the game, but does enable them to take some form of team fight. It's just a matter of, do they want to take it right now, or are we trying to wait for the Aegis to expire? It's still got 3.5. I don't think you have that luxury.
No, they don't. They're going to try and force the
Backline
fight
jump.
into the Aegis advantage. Warwick
Solo or Erase.
ready to go with the Rolling Thunder. 9Pandas actually themselves are going to smoke, but they're kind of splitting away. Two heroes trailing into the mid lane, while their remaining team
They don't see
is
anything.
down towards bottom. They just, they don't see anything though. They don't see Lies disengaging down to the low ground.
They do have Observer Ward coverage inside of the area that one move are in now, but they didn't smoke underneath it, so 9Pandas are just as unsure about the positioning as one move are. The advantage, of course, 5k net worth lead, second life coming through. They might see this backstab though.
It's going to be good positioning. Arrays in with the combo onto two, but the Clinks might be burst down, but the Echo Storm's going to stop the Death Pact out. Warwick will try and do his best with the Rolling Thunder, crashing into the middle, but it's not enough. And the egg is far too late as well. 9Pandas will not hesitate to kill the remaining members, and they will do it with ease. It's a 5-man wipe, and it didn't even look close.
Didn't look close at all. You just have to look at a lot of that burst damage coming through, right? The Phoenix dies from not that much damage from the Supernova at the very end there. Muerta exploded at the start of the team fight. Even Clinks, right? You mentioned the Echo Stomp used to absolute perfection. And the majority of the damage coming out was magical, assisted, of course, by that natural order coming through from Solo's Elder Titan. He's got that maxed out before anything else. Just need the one value point in the Echo Stomp to stop a lot of these movement spells from coming through. It's just about buffing up the rest of the team, and they've basically hit all of the timings that they could have been hoping for on the 9 Pandas side. They got to keep the pressure up, though. It might seem insurmountable, but if you get to the later stages, I'm not counting one move out.
But it's just a concern if they're going to be able to get to that stage. The map control is shrinking. Another minute 20 of the Ages. And you've got the Wisdom Room they're going to be able to steal as well.
Tormentor.
A lot of objectives. This lead will grow. Not just gold, but also experience. Looks like Woe is going to be able to steal the opposite Wisdom Room, so at least it's a 1-1 trade.
Not terrible as well for the Pugner to be getting the Aghanim Shard from that. He's going into the cast range for himself. And yeah, just that increased cast range on the ward, plus the ability for it to split off into the middle of every single team fight. You can just clear the TB illusions incredibly quickly with that that AoE usage of it, right? And it just makes yourself so much more survivable.
Sorry, Chanters. Capitals go. This is a real Terrorblade. S-triple-S, we're going to get the pipe activated. Toss to the low ground. Work. Not a bad rolling thunder. Ages still for another 30 seconds, so jumping over the top of the Beastmaster works. What? Wait,
what?
The Hawk canceled
He cancelled it?
What happened?
No. Hawkeye, yeah. The very last
What
second.
actually a raise now as well? That I don't know.
It was literally like 0.1 seconds that it had left on it. On the debuff immunity there. So the root coming through from old mate Hawkeye ended up being able to secure the kill, and that's a big portion of what's holding them back from being able to push into you. Clinks does have the Burning Barrage available, so if you're just consistently running forward in a line, he is going to be able to dish out a decent amount of damage, but really feels like it's just delaying the inevitable at this point.
And it is Rhine top lane. Woe might be able to get a solo kill onto the ET. There's going to be a response to Lies ready to go, but the roll still on cooldown for him, so unable to get that turn potential.
Dust gets off.
One move is actually charging 9 Pandas down, but a raise is ready.
Yeah,
waiting the secret shot for the opportunity.
Got the
It's not going to be presented though.
This is a farm tiny. Preferring to go into that as opposed to a BKB at this point of the game. Understandable, it's all about just finding those quick pickoffs as Warwick feels on the lane. Does he have enough damage to be able to take out the Pango? Well, there's that answer.
God damn, dude. What a hero. Nerf the crash landing is still able to do stuff like that. Okay.
They might be looking for more as well. Daytime. So if he gets even just the briefest glimpse of the Phoenix, there we go.
And they will. Oh.
He's not worrying about his own survivability. You know, he's got ET backing him up with the drums, with the... Not sure why ET's gone drums, actually, with the gyrocopter getting it. A little bit of a waste from Solo, but maybe just expecting that Yuta, in the not-too-distant future, is going to just need to sell them because he's running out of item slots. But I think that's the Aghanim Scepter that he's got coming out to him right now.
That it is indeed. Scepter up. Drums back again for the gyrocopter. All the charges he needs. And no real threat for 9 Pandas. 16,000 net worth lead, 24 minutes of the game. The map is all theirs. I mean, Raze is pretty much sitting parked outside of the base here. I think, did he ping or they ping? I didn't see actually who pinged him. Maybe they are aware that something could be going on, lurking in the tree line. Or they're baiting potentially. Pango with a jump in. Doesn't have to burst this time. Let's see if he's overplayed his hit. Okay, never mind. He has it because he's got the boys there. Raw on the Rolling Thunder and back crawling inside the base group with the rest of the one move.
Level 18 on a race as well, so even more damage that's able to be output into these towers if they do so wish. Still hesitant to go up onto this high ground though. I mean, no Rolling Thunder. That really spells time to be able to go for me, but maybe just wanting to put it beyond a shadow of a doubt, take out every single one of these outer towers, give them nowhere to be able to farm, and that's what they've been doing pretty effectively so far, right? This net worth lead has grown exponential.
No Mjolnir. Unlock.
And it's only going to get worse. Solo, he's only 250 gold away from being able to pick up the Vlads. I'm sure after that he might be considering a Boots of Bearing once the Gyrocopter is fully selling that drums.
This is
Looking
the
good though.
discipline I guess you would come to expect from Solo and a team from him. You were just mentioning about the hesitancy to walk up high ground, paying the respect, and they're making sure they put themselves in a position whereas no way for them to throw this game and lose with a lead like this.
Perfect timing with it as well if they were wanting to back up and just secure Roshan for themselves. It's up in 15 seconds. But they feel like maybe with this siege creep, they want to continue pushing on forward. Look at that cast range coming through with the Eye of the Vizier and the Aether Lens coming through from Jess. He's able to just stand so far back in a lot of these engagements.
They're coming
nowhere
back.
near. Yeah, they're going to have to. They're just letting Pugna siege. Why not?
Tier 3 down without a contest. They still haven't had the Clinks TP back. Finally, he's going to rejoin the team. They're going to look for the full wraparound. Warwick, attempt with a charge up with the Rolling Thunder. Lies is instantly there with the roll multiple times. The ultimate for ultimate exchange, but it's always going to favor the Beastmaster lineup. Numbers disadvantage. It's
Nice
not
egg.
a bad egg. It's a really good position. Good for one, but the rest of the team, they have not been able to stop Nine Pandas to reposition the remnants of the T2 talent. Meanwhile, Erase was waiting in the wings with the combo back up. He's got an Arcane Rune inside this team fight, so the spam of spells is not going to stop anytime soon.
Just erases the Phoenix from existence, right? They used, once again, everything. You could just see the mentality from Nine Pandas. As soon as that Pango goes down, they're like, well, there's nothing that's going to stop us.
Terribly, I don't know if you can be here. The burst is... No thunder. Was even on cooldown?
Yep.
Oh, man. Disrespect.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't really anything stopping them from pushing on forward, like we've been saying, right? Where are the stuns coming from? If not for a perfect dead shot, if not for a perfect, I mean, Rattle Atos a little bit easier, but Lies has been the MVP for me. I mean, 3-0-11, constantly getting that Primal Roar onto the Pangolier, stopping him from really having any level of effectiveness in a lot of these team fights. He's still got potential to grow on Warwick, for sure. 800 or so gold away from being able to finish up the Aghanim Scepter and get his level 15. So the extra Rolling Thunder duration will be quite nice. But right now, he just needs to find that Beastmaster. That's the biggest issue for mine. He just never is able to get that lockdown from start to finish. And then even if he does,
93.
even if he does, like, you've got an ET behind that's going to be stomping people. You've got drums and Force Staffs and Glimmer Capes and Decreps and no ways to be able to deal with them.
Yeah.
Still no Orchid, no Scythe of Vice, no Nullifier for Woe. So I'm not really sure how he expects to be able to control a lot of these heroes and prevent a lot of these spells from just getting off in every single team fight. An amp damage would help on the top side of the river, but they haven't scouted it out just yet.
Dire are scanning.
This looks like maybe this is a Hail Mary last fight clumping up together.
They know they're in the area. They smoked underneath an Observer Ward planted down by Janta previously. Love to see that amp damage rune.
Yeah.
But this also becomes a bit obvious that they kind of know what's happening with no one defending the top side of the map. And again, they're just going to keep pushing on forward. Vlad's available. Roshan's banner, if they wanted to drop it down, which they do.
They're going to see the illusion. Charging from behind. This was the previous angle for them in the last team fight. They're going to try and take it once again, but the egg used early on. Over the left side, Woe's doing whatever he can to deal with Solo, but the outer side, an assassin to start the team fight. Now they've got the Roars from the Terrorblade. He's gone, and Warwick too. Two members instantly in the grave. Where's Woe? You need the Clinks to get in to provide the damage, but Nine Pandas just have too much of a net worth lead. This Clinks He can't do it all by himself. You got to buy back out of the Phoenix, but it's not enough. He's going to pop out of the Invis, get the kill on the Aegis, but now he has shown himself. Nice use of the depth pack. At least he's able to get out of the toss range, but it does not matter because the barracks are exposed and 9 Pandas. Eyes are on the objectives.
Yeah, this Quinks really didn't accomplish what the goal was to do, you know, finding quick pickoffs onto the back line just because they've left it too late, you know, like he doesn't have a way to control the decrep. He doesn't have a way to be able to lock them down away from the rest of the team, and well, they are suffering in a big way. Not able to really participate in any part of a lot of these team fights, and that's going to be Mega Creeps at the 30-minute mark, just getting pickoff after pickoff. Dieback coming through.
Jumping from Warwick into the instant brawl. Warwick pops out of the Invis, but the detection is there, and the game is indeed over. The G's getting dropped. That was a massacre from 9 Pandas. This team looking very good to be able to start the qualifiers. Close. Oh, Jesus.
Close
No way
coming
you just
through.
said close.
Just some bads coming through, and then making sure to instantly DC out of the game as well, just so not giving him the right of reply coming through. That's the way to play it these days. But yeah, it just seemed like so much more of a well-balanced draft. It had an identity from start to finish, and we're really starting to see that Metrum stamp coming on this 9 Pandas team, because that draft seemed a lot more, I guess, disciplined. Like when 9 Pandas were playing with Ramses, for example, it did feel kind of greedy at times, for example. It felt like he had a big voice in this, but Metrum's able to be that outside voice, paired together with, of course, the experience coming through from Solo, and, well, it's clearly working for them so far.
That it is indeed. It's just going to be the question of, can it continue working for them? We'll see. Their opponent is going to be...
Four Pirates,
right? Yes.
Yep.
So, look, I know we saw 4 Pirates take down the first seed, but again, I need to see them do it again. I want the consistency. And I do think that even though we saw them win previously, I'd say 9 Pandas, I'd probably put them as the favorites, which could be a road home to at least upper bracket finals, which is really far through the bracket and making it less stressful for 9 Pandas to go through the lower bracket. But they also need to continue to prove themselves. I think they did in this series, but I don't know how to compare one move versus 9 Pandas with what we saw.
Yeah, I think the next series is going to really reveal the outcome of, you know, what's going to be, you know, perhaps a little bit more of a close series, because it felt like one move drafted themselves into this really difficult position. What was it, a 32 and a 30-ish minute game that we saw out of that one? And it never felt like they were really challenged at any point on 9 Pandas. You know, there were times where they probably could have gone up onto the high ground, but just giving that extra little layer of respect, putting it beyond any shadow of a doubt to be able to close it all out. So very well done by the 9 Pandas. And Aries, we've got 2 more series left to go, all of upper bracket round 1 starting off today. I believe the next series is going to be Chimera Esports. Fitting name, because again, it's another one of these teams that kind of pick someone from a bunch of different teams and just smash them all together and see what works. The return of Dahak as well coming through in that next one. So really exciting to see how that one's going to turn out. Again, it's a follow-by schedule, so not going to be too long of a wait. I'd say probably around 20 or so minutes just at a guess, but stick around, make sure you hit the follow button and stay tuned in, because that series is coming in right after these highlights and right after this break. See you later.
Welcome back, folks. We're returning with a FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE and the East European Qualifier. Into our third series we go as we're on a rolling schedule. We are on a roll today with our two first series well done and dusted with 9 pandas and 9 pirates, 4 pirates going up against each others. And we have the 2 latter of this upper bracket still remaining. The opening round for a couple, let's say, more known players in the East European qualifier compared to others. So I guess looking at these 2 matchups, we'll show them in just a moment on your screens, Harry. This East European qualifier, I feel like this could be a little bit more straightforward compared to the Western one.
I'm not 100% sure, not gonna lie, because when I looked through the names, of course, 1W really did kind of disappoint me today. But when I went through the names of the players that are playing here, I'm thinking that this one is a bit more stacked. It's just that in Eastern Europe, these very, very strong stacks, just like Chimera is the team that we're going to be watching now, they tend to be a bit more consistent than newly formed Western European stacks / teams. So maybe for that reason, we could be looking that it could be more straightforward. But to be honest, getting in, we have had at the start 2 clear favorites, 1W and Chimera, which was kind of the same as we had Avilus and Enigma Galaxy. But I don't know. I kind of believe, I want to believe that Dota will be of a higher quality here in Eastern Europe.
Well, one of those teams I can agree on, the other not so much, because I had Chimera and Liga as my top 2 coming out of this qualifier compared to the rest. Maybe 1 win, 9 pandas, potential for that 3rd place, but really do just see Chimera and Liga being the stronger lineups. Of course, the past with Violent hasn't, I wouldn't say it's a violent past, but hasn't really worked out that well for him. Hasn't had those results really on the board, but Mirage, very good player. Alberca, who has been playing in Division 1 back in the day. He has been with a lot of good teams and played against a lot of good players. And Malady, of course, is another support player that I do want to highlight. One of those Kazakhstani, I would say somewhat of a pioneer in a way of those strong players from the region. Only 24 years of age, but has been a very convincing player. So I feel like Liga is probably one of the top teams for me to watch, but we're going to have to wait a bit longer to see how they fare because, as you mentioned, we're going to be watching Chimera against Nemiga Gaming. And this is, for the first time in the last 6-7 years that I've been casting their games, a completely unknown roster to me because you always saw the good old names on this team. Like, let's bring out the Hell Screams. We had Malrine playing on this roster for quite some time. You cannot forget about Fishman, Sunlight, and of course the old time, the Chosen One. But they're not there.
You didn't mention Kiritich. I can't believe it. But yeah, this is a pretty new lineup with relatively known players. I have seen Riaf, Meow, and Shishak play in the past. Cutie and Monodrama for me are completely new players, which is weird because I've been following this region for a very, 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 very long time. So yeah, it is gonna be fun to see. But one thing that Nemiga has always been very, very good at is finding new talent. So I'm hoping they do it again. I mean, their manager and their coach have stayed the same across the years as well. So I'm assuming that they have a pretty good idea on how to find the new and up and coming players. So I have high hopes for them.
It's a new project, for sure. That's something that Nemiga is doing differently. The reason why I didn't mention Kiritich is because I could mention so bad. I could mention a couple other players from this team back in the past here. There's been so many players on this roster, but that also talks the volumes of how long this organization has been around. So all I can say is good luck. Hopefully this experiment works out, and maybe some players of these are going to be looked at in maybe a year or maybe 2 years, getting signed by somebody, getting interested in how they do. But I think the coin toss at least hasn't changed too much. We're continuing with the first pick Radiant trend here in our matchup with Chimera and Nemiga.
Yeah, nothing has changed. I mean, we've switched regions, but not by that much. Maybe by 10 ping, left and right here and there. For me, it's Eastern Europe and Western Europe, pretty much the same ones. So all of these players play at play on the same servers. They scrim versus each other. If it's a trend in Western Europe, it's gonna be the trend in Eastern Europe and vice versa as well. And we're not gonna be getting many surprises here.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too surprised. I agree with you. I think this should be pretty straightforward in terms of the coin tosses and all. But we'll have to wait and see until that draft kicks off. I do believe Chimera should be doing pretty well in their matchups this roster with TA2000, Dahak, one of my absolute favorite players coming out from the East European region. These two guys can truly dominate when they're on the field. TA2000 known for his fast farm pace, but not also just that super late game guy. He has some very good mid game timings. His hero pool complements that as well. Like we talk about his DBs, his Faces Voids, or Morphlings, for example, but he doesn't just AFK farm. He gets involved with the team very early. And Dahak, well, we know he's a guy who loves to go full Davai, literally to the word.
Yep, for sure. You know what I want to see? If Dahak still has his weight-shaped water bottle. That is what I want to see. I don't know if you've been paying attention to that one. I think he bought it when he was playing for Level Up, so it'd be nice to see. And every single time I see him on camera, he is drinking water out of it. So it's, it is going to be interesting to see if he still has it, if he hasn't broken it, or maybe he's found a bigger one because, you know, progressive overload, Dahak, you cannot stay with the same one for years.
Yeah, maybe the size is going bigger, right? Like he's got a bigger weight this time around. He's just like, really showing that muscle on camera, you know?
Yep, that's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. But yeah, Chimera is coming as the favorite for the entire tournament for qualifying to the Belgrade LAN. Recently, they played a tournament organized by 1W. Its name was Dota 2 Punch. And it was, all of them were best of 5 series, a single elimination, 4 teams. And Chimera there won 3-0 versus 9 Pandas. And then they won 3-0 versus Liga, who before that won 3-1 versus 1W. So, yeah. You know, they have recently smashed the second/third strongest team in this qualifier, like literally without any chances of a loss. So I think it's safe to assume that these are our favorites to come to the LAN.
Well, we'll hope that somebody can put a wrench in their way, make this qualifier spicier, just like 4 Pirates did already versus 1Win. So I think a lot of 1Win fans pretty disappointed with how that series ended up for Pirates from the last chance qualifier, not even the open qualifier. So literally a third attempt that they made it through. They managed to knock them into the lower bracket, and they're going to be playing versus 1Move. So it's going to be a long grudge, just kind of like with the LeBron stack in West Europe, that they had to grind it all the way from the first round in the lower bracket to the end. But hey, the draft is live, and we'll just see how this tournament meta shapes. We do have to look at team-specific picks and bans, but I think the majority of the time, I think it should be pretty straightforward and standard compared to the West European qualifier we just saw. We're going to get a Magnus first pick, though.
Pretty similar, yeah, but there is definitely going to be some changes. I already saw them. Night Stalkers being picked up. Magnus is a little bit more popular. We saw in games where the Magnus was untouched in the banning phase that nobody really wanted to open up with it. Good response to this would be a Lich. And one thing to point out, I think Chimera, if somebody gives them a Beastmaster, that means that team is crazy, right? I just don't think that the Hawk should be given this hero under any circumstances. You will not beat it. Let's be honest. You will not beat that hero. And see, differences are gonna be there in terms of drafting. They go for an Enigma. Let me check. Is there a chance they play it on a 5?
Yeah, I'm thinking Pantomim. Like, has he actually been playing this Enigma in his pubs? Because
not much.
Pantomim's been playing a lot of Io, a lot of Rubik, a lot of Phoenix. Don't really see this Enigma popping up on his profile. 1J, same thing, hasn't either been playing Enigma in his pubs, so...
Maybe it's just an idea that they're going to be picking the Hawks hero early on and it's going to be one of the Zoo heroes because this is what he wants to do. I mean, you mentioned full Davai for the Hawk, but it's a different type of full Davai. It's a type of I'm standing here and I'm pressuring you and there's nothing you can do about it. He's not jumping in. The Hawk is, I mean, he's skilled, but he's not your classic, I'm going to go in, blink in, use my spells perfectly. No. I'm going to destroy you in the lane with all of the basics. My basics are better than yours. I have a better understanding of the game, and you lose, I win. Enigma, Beastmaster, Visage, those types of heroes are something that allows you to do it.
It's kind of like with Sugarat, the last time we were casting his Enigma games, he was rushing Boots of Bearing at 7 minutes and 7 minutes 30 seconds. He, in back-to-back games and Enigma games, he built Boots of Bearing and he put the top 1 and top 2 all-time Boots of Bearing timings on the board. So I think that could be something similar with the Drums Vlad's potentially, you know, just group up with a couple easy auras and just push and go. That would suit the Hawks playstyle a lot more than, as mentioned, waiting for a BKB Blink Refresher, Ags to be ready, maybe even a Pocket Midas. That doesn't sound like the Hawk at all.
Nope.
Dire team pick.
He could go Drums Blink. I mean, that would be okay for him just to go around the map, and I think it depends on how the game is going. If you think that pressuring is going to be better or being able to maneuver a little bit more around the map. We get a Clockwork, no surprises there. Lich hasn't been in touch, right? He was like the most popular hero in Western Europe, I'd say, especially towards the end of the qualifier, but Eastern Europeans not that stoked on it.
So I have 2 statistics here, just to jump a little bit deeper with this Enigma, and we might be a little bit wrong here. So yesterday finished the 1-win series where they played a single elimination bracket with 1-win team, Liga team, Chimera Esports, and 9 Pandas, and they all were best of 5s. I see 2 games where Chimera has picked the Enigma. It is the Huck, correct, but his game 1 build, in the first series, he built himself something very different. He went Crimson Guard Midas into Boots of Bearing.
It was drums first. It was drums first.
Probably drums first,
I
yes, but that's the full collage. And in game 2, or in series 2, Blink Midas, Boots of Travel. So I think we might actually be looking at a big team fight Enigma after all.
No, we're looking at a Midas Enigma. That is what I understood from the little story here, is that this guy wants to get a Midas. But yeah, who knows? I think it's just more of an. Yeah, I think it's just more that the Hawk is gonna be active no matter what, and maybe if he's gonna be focusing a little bit more on finding heroes rather than going for creeps, that he thinks that Midas allows you to play a bit more aggressive.
I mean, they went undefeated. They went 3-0 against 9 Pandas and 3-0 versus Liga teams, so they won that little tournament with ease. So not really tested too much. But at least, protecting the Enigma with the Clockwork, very self-explanatory in there. Then you have the Pugna Lion, which don't really target this hero, but potentially something that Chimera might be looking for in advance. Lion, very good versus a lot of those already mentioned heroes from CA2000, the Void, the Morphling. They don't really like Lion that much. Also, with the Medusa potentially being picked, the Lion is annoying in the early game, probably not as good in the later parts of the game anymore, where Mana Drain is just like... It's just a thing. It doesn't really do anything to the Medusa anymore. But the Insta-Hex and the Burst.
They played a lot of Pango, but they're going to go for a Storm. I know that he does play a lot of Storm on Lorinov, but I never imagined that he would want to play it versus a Lion. Still, his best hero. But in my mind, if you're going to pick a Storm into a Lion, you're better off just picking a Storm as a first pick. I mean, you obviously don't care.
Yeah, Storm doesn't really matter about what's going on here. Plus, it's also a block pick, so they don't get Pugna Storm.
And what would they want? I guess you want something to help you with the damage. So, Dark Willow is a 1J hero that could do it. Maybe, okay, Rubik is banned out. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Shadow Demon. Sure, so they're going more of let's save the storm rather than let's murder with the storm. Is this maybe a Pantomime Shadow Demon, and we might get a 1J Clockwork because there's an offlane Enigma? Probably laning stage wise, it makes more sense. And
At the moment,
Shadow
you
Demon
don't.
is-
I don't think you lock it in yet. I don't think you have to lock it in yet. You can put either way, I think. If you have something like Lena's in the pool, if you want to play Lena Clockwork, I like that more than Lena Shadow Demon, for example. I think this Clockwork should work as a buffer for a +1.
10 seconds.
In that sense, I would put the SD as a 4 instead for 1J, and then Pantomime plays the Clockwork.
Remaining.
So what would they play versus a Magnus in lane? Because that's most likely going to be the offlane of Nemiga. There is a lot of heroes that TA 2000 does like to play. TA would be one of them.
Classic.
Morphling not in the pool. He does play a Meepo. That would be cool versus an Ember. Versus other heroes, probably not so much.
I mean, you could play Waver. That's also in there. You could probably Slark that lane. I think that's also okay. Wraith King, Bloodseeker. But I wouldn't probably
he
like
played a
Faceless
Seeker.
Void. I probably wouldn't like Medusa that much. I think those are the two heroes that I'm kind of iffy about, maybe. The Medusa still feels good in general of the game, but just not in that particular lane matchup. I feel like Medusa just has to bail the lane pretty quickly. Mag could get away with it with his Lion pairing him up.
Team ban.
Lifestealer would have been another that kind of dominates the lane versus Mag, but I don't think they were really aiming for a Lifestealer with this draft.
They're the type of team that can play it, right? I have seen some Lifestealers pop out here and there. We didn't really get to see it in the Western European qualifiers, but here in Eastern Europe there is a chance to go for it. It's not only about the Magnus lane. These heroes on the side of Nemiga do nothing versus a Lifestealer. When an Ember is playing versus a Lifestealer, he can only cry. He literally cannot do anything against him. You just have to ignore the Lifestealer. It's not your target.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, well, Chimera banning out the Spectre and the TA. Pretty straightforward, I guess. We were mentioning the TA actually for TA 2000 above Nemiga potentially picking it up, but one more ban to go. Does any of those pre-mentioned heroes get banned, or is there something else that Nemiga is planning? That Lifestealer could also potentially hint towards another melee core Nemiga's planning on picking. Something that really benefits from that Magnus Empower, which you don't really get to see a lot these days in Dota, but it helps giving you that free little Battle Fury since we don't have DK.
I mean, you're playing versus an Enigma, so what would be good? Like a Sven in the lane wouldn't be half bad, but I think because the Shadow Demon, you're probably not gonna go that route.
Just I have no info on this carry player, so honestly,
Yep,
hard to
we don't really know.
hard to expect anything specific. I think you could play Tiny. You could wait. Are they
Carry
playing
Mag.
a carry Ember instead then, or carry Mag?
I'd say carry Mag makes a little bit more sense, unless they want to carry Ember and maybe mid lane Night Stalker. I'm not sure here.
I think that's Night Stalker off lane because they banned the Ursa, right? I think Night Stalker just loses that lane matchup. So I think you might be right. Might Mag carry or Ember carry. I'd put the Night Stalker still into the offlane position. But
This
there's
takes
still that
away-
pick that... Because Chimera's looking for a range core very likely to pair up with that Clockwork. If they play a melee core, which would also make sense considering two of their other cores are ranged, they would have the option to swap lanes around. They're going to pick up that Earthshaker instead. So now maybe SD Earthshaker makes sense as a lane. Yeah, 1J
Yes.
Hawk work with the Hawk going with the Enigma. Yeah, this makes sense. Like range and melee as your lane partner duos.
Carry Magnus, mid lane Ember, and then off lane Night Stalker. I'm not the biggest fan of this Shaker until you get the BKB. And Night Stalker is kind of a problem for you, and your jumping potential isn't the greatest. I mean, you have Clockwork for some vision, but overall, I think what Chimera is trying to do here is just overtake the game by Storm at a certain timing, and that is when I guess both the Storm and the Earthshaker do have their BKBs. So Namiga, I'm gonna be looking forward to, let's say, from minute 10 to minute 17, 18. At that point, Chimera is gonna be relying on the Enigma to apply pressure, to kind of give info to the other guys. So if you can find openings during that time to murder Chimera, you have a solid shot. But I mean, the Chimera guys, they're coming in as the heavy favorites. It's so hard, Panda. It's so hard to go
you
up
look at
against them.
Lorenov, like he got himself his Storm Spirit into mid. I don't think he's going to lose this matchup any day to some mid player he's probably never even heard about.
I told you, Riaf has been in the scene for some time. He's not every single Eastern European mid laner. When it comes to laning, at least he's pretty solid. So he's not to be underestimated. But the thing is about this matchup is that the Storm just wins versus the Ember naturally, right?
Exactly. Exactly. I
That's
don't think we need to protect that lane too much. I think the Storm is just going to run him over. I think Lorenov, like, as soon as he gets his Storm Spirit, plus the matchup in general, it's going to be a tough one for Namiga to bounce back in with their Ember Spirit. So they have to start playing around him, maybe try to shut down the Storm Spirit. That's the way to do it. Send your supports down mid. Lion's really good at that job. Pugna's also very mobile. You don't have to just sit a lane. Watch out what is Dahak going to be doing with this Enigma. So you got some mobile supports. Use them.
Oh, we'll see if he's gonna be able to do it effectively. Riaf did stand in for Avulus in a tournament that happened in August, so maybe he did pick up some knowledge there, right? And he won that tournament that he stood in for. He stood in for the entirety of the tournament, so he was there with the team. I'm just gonna be guessing Stormer couldn't play at that point, so.
Okay.
You know, I'm putting my faith in him being able to keep his team in the game, because it is going to be the Ember that needs to apply that early pressure when Chimera are farming their BKBs. But yeah, it's not going to be an easy one.
Well, you're putting a lot of faith on the guy, but let's see how that works out. We've got bounties have already been picked up. Momentarily, hopefully, you can also see the game screen.
Get us in.
Dive into the action production. There we go. We're into Dota.
Yep, the casters need to start the game. I have read the Twitch chat so many
Stop,
times
talk,
in my
start
life that
game.
I've understood. Exactly. I have understood how it works, so it has to be us, Panda.
You finally understood the plan. That's exactly how it works. We have all the power.
None of the responsibilities, of course. That's how I like it.
I'm curious to see how this mag carry works out. I've seen a couple of those in some pub matches. It looked all right. Something that I used to play in like 2016, like a full-on Reich like Magnus from the +1 position. So if it is anything like, well, of course we've had new items being added to the game since 8 years ago, but if it's anything like the way I used to play it, I could see him have an all right time. It's still versus an Enigma who can still poke, but in general, I feel like Magnus is maybe slightly better than the Enigma in the 1v1. Just falls down to the supports, right? I mean, Pugna with a Decrep Shockwave, they can hurt maybe 25-30% of Enigma's HP pool. Same thing for the Clockwork. If you overextend, you can get skewered. But you've got cogs that block skewer, so it's a lot of this and that. Not really hard locked in.
It is gonna be an interesting lane to look at for sure. But if I was Chimera, I would play this lane for an Enigma and her Eidolons passively. And when it comes to the Clockwork, the idea of the Clockwork is always to soak in the damage and to trade, and that's exactly what he's gonna be doing. So you just pay attention to where the Magnus is at, so he doesn't skewer you, and you are gonna be securing that the lane goes at least decent for your Enigma, which under the circumstances should be good enough.
Still waiting on a pause. Did you understand the Hawk's message?
There's some sound issues. I don't know exactly what he said, but there is something to do with sound. So my bad. Sorry, Panda. Today it seems that my Russian is not good enough. The Hawk needs to be using simpler words.
Well, I will We'll attempt to translate. Oh.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Penguin, put it somewhere else so that I don't hear this sound every 2 seconds. Thank you. Does he have a penguin in his lane? Yeah, he did. He did have a penguin in the trees. He's getting annoyed by the sound of it. Okay, sure. A reasonable pause, I guess.
Yeah, okay. So I never would have understood that context, but yeah, I get it.
Imagine if somebody's using a voice line and you don't like it and you call a pause because of it, but at least you can mute it. The problem with game sound is you can't mute the penguin. If you mute the penguin, you can't hear anything else.
Well, the ends justify the means. Annoy the Hawk as much as possible. Get those penguins out. Let them slide. I was the happiest guy in the world when they made so that the taunts cannot just be spammed all the time. Yeah, I was in trouble. Probably did. It's fine.
Yeah, Cutie gonna go down most likely here as the first blood will be picked up by the Hawk. And 1J helping him out there with that almost full duration battery assault, just poking the mag. Still level 1. Not really the optimal start for Mr. Magnus.
I'm surprised that happened. I mean, he has decent stats, around 4 armor, 800 HP on the Magnus, and level 1 Eidolons plus the level 1 Clockwork get you down.
Yeah,
that
went too
shouldn't
deep.
happen.
Went too deep in the lane. The Hawk hit level 2. He had the Malefice on top of battery assault, and then the Eidolons multiplying. So that many guaranteed hits, you're bound to die. At least now he's got level 2, but it's not a skewer. It is an empower.
But level 3 on the Radiant top lane is like amazing for both of them. So I don't think you have that kind of a spike on the Dire safe lane. So I'm pretty sure this is gonna be problematic. And 1J is gonna be using Godly Cogs to secure the Healing Lotus. Very nicely done.
Yeah, I think that kill actually means quite a lot in this lane, because when you hit that level 3, of course, Cutie also gets to that point, but they didn't get to play aggressive first. And now they can just protect these pulls, and potentially if somebody just walks in, say Pugna, you just die. Like, level 2 Eidolons already start to pack a real punch. It's like having a fourth one on top of the original 3 when you get from level 1 to level 2.
You still don't have boots on the Clockwork, so Pugna with the Windlace is going to be able to outrun you. So there is a chance that the Pugna can be annoying. Riaf in the mid lane.
Yeah, Lorenov is being very annoying here with this Remnant spam. Trying to force out his Fairy Fire. They're both still holding on to theirs, but the water runes are spawning. Lion is there to help him out, but Storm is going to get his bottle refilled no matter what.
And Riaf isn't. Which means that this lane continues to be a problem. He did hold on quite nicely.
As well. Okay.
Yep. He was following the line from the lane. That's why the Storm even knew that the line was coming.
So far, all 3 lanes going in favor for Chimera. 19 denies on the Hawk, of which probably maybe 8 or maybe 7 might be Eidolons. That is a lot of denies coming out from this lane, and 1J really applying the pressure onto the Magnus.
Yep.
Just love how he's single-handedly zoning 2 heroes on a Clockwork.
He got second point in Cogs. That's interesting. Well, TA2000 barely survives, but he's still alive. Usually we do get to see a second point in the battery as well, just because of how strong it is. I'm gonna assume that he maybe have had mana issues and thought that just isn't gonna be able to spam the battery assault that much.
Also, Ember had to go home. Like, this investment of getting the Blightstone and hoping for a potential kill, or maybe even more CS's bottom. Looking to go on the Night Stalker, but a quick turnaround with the Lion Stun. Phantomum hasn't been able to stack more than 2 Shadow Poison stacks on the Night Stalker, so it doesn't look like a kill. But going back to the Ember, the investment of getting that Blightstone early, hoping that you can maybe slightly dominate the lane, hasn't paid off for him, and he was forced home. Storm Spirit's now level 6, and he is ahead of this Ember Spirit by quite a margin. That's 500 gold between the 2 mids.
I'm surprised that he went for a Blightstone versus a Storm Spirit.
It's so risky.
Storm Spirit doesn't need to get close. He's a high base armor hero anyways. 1J. And he's gonna survive
Easy.
this. Easy.
They can't do anything in this lane.
weird. Nope. After that first blood, after Magnus making a mistake, now the difference is way too high. There's a 2,000 gold difference between the Enigma and the Magnus. And this is just the thing. You cannot ban out all of these the Hawk heroes. And even if you have good heroes versus him, he just knows the lane better than you.
Does. And I think it's a mistake that 1 point in Empower. I think you should have just gone with Shockwave all the way.
You can't get away with that if you're a carry Magnus. It's just not possible. At some point, you're gonna have to go into the jungle, and if you have a Shockwave skewer, then you're screwed.
Sure, but now you're not getting into the jungle nor getting to stay in the lane.
Yeah. I get it, Panda, but you have to get into the game with positive thoughts. You cannot think that this is how it's gonna end
I'm
up,
just
because
trying to
it's
think
pretty
what the
bad.
Magnus is thinking right now. He's probably hating the fact that he didn't go into a second point in Shockwave.
Yeah, I'd say he's hating the fact that he has to play this game and get bullied by the Hawk that much.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's not pretty, and it's not gonna get any better. That's just the thing. Once the Enigma has
He's double the net worth.
has the Vanguard, I don't know what you do. He can literally just dive your tower, and you're helpless to stop him.
He's got 4,000 net worth at 7 minutes, while the Max got 2. Doubling the net worth in the lane. That is sick. I mean, that's nothing else that I expect from the Hawk. Like, he should always perform like this, but still, this is brutal. He's not even level. He just hit level 6. He's got Black Hole Drums, and he's going to go straight to Cutie. TP instantly rotated there, but the Black Hole Lion's going to be able to cancel it. Pugna's still probably going to die, but can they get the Clockwork kill first, which would really matter a lot to them, but they will lose the Pugna. And the Pugna gets his right click off on 1J, gets the trade off.
Oh boy. If the Pugna didn't turn around there, I mean, he was dead 100% to get that hit onto the Clockwork actually survives. Yeah. And then you feel super bad about what just happened. Hey, Stroon.
Yeah, but they're actually really happy on Namiga taking that trade, because now you hit level 5 on the Magnus, and getting that 3rd point in Empower might just start slowly paying off. Even if you don't have the items to really farm, at least you have the skills to compensate for it. So I think that trade was actually better for Namiga compared to Chimera.
Anytime
Bottom
die is better.
Echo Slam is ready, but can't drop it on the silence of the Night Stalker.
He is T2000. That is the 2nd time that he's missing his enchant totem. The thing is that he's afraid of the crippling fear stopping his animation, and then he's just trying to use it beforehand. And that's the 2nd time that, well, he is making a mistake. I don't think you can even do it. That you can stun him before the crippling fear comes out.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
They want to kill the Hawk. You know what? This is a
3v1.
hard kill.
4v1 even. Sure is a hard kill. Might lose the Magnus in the process. Cutie's gonna get hit by a couple more hits, and the Hawk will take him. Oh, 4 heroes, still losing your carry for it. I guess it's worth taking that dominating spree. The 1J, if only he had a hook shot. He needs a couple more creeps to die. Like, maybe one more. 33 XP.
Yeah, you generally don't want to jump into 3 heroes, even if some of them are pretty low. You also don't want to be walking towards the storm when you're very low in HP, so that Pugna is gone.
Yup. Rectify just pumps up the extra damage. Night Stalker coming in with his ulti. We'll just wait for this crippling fear duration to run out. There's no finger on the Lion. That's probably what they needed to secure this kill, because now Lorenov's going to get saved in the bubble and should be able to zap himself away to safety. 1J has already taken all the notice and all the attention. Chimera bringing in the numbers. They should be able to get this tower. It is denied by Meow. Also, the Arcane Rune is taken away by the Ember. Gives him a slight fighting chance.
Laronov went forward there, but they know that the nighttime is coming to an end, so you are well aware that the enemies don't have damage to kill you. Once the Mega do have the level 6 on the line, that is when things change, and it's gonna be Laronov that is gonna have to be a bit more careful with his jumps in the future. But for now, he knew that he could pretty much get away with anything.
Still, this Shaker has been somewhat uncontested by the Night Rain Facet Night Stalker. Pretty much picked it up because he knew the laning matchup was going to be difficult in the first place. All that overwhelming damage that the Shaker has. There's the stun coming out from Shishak. Will catch Phantomum. Team 2000 going to get rid of the Nether Ward, so SD could be able to get the bubble off, but now the Ward just ends up killing Phantomum. The Crepify keeps the Ward alive just a little bit longer.
It's so annoying that the ward deals damage before the spell comes out. It's just you can never save yourself with a disruption if you're low enough.
Yeah, it would be very balanced if it did it afterwards.
Exactly, right? I know with the Phoenix, you want to get your ulti off, bam, no, you die. It's,
yeah, imagine getting your egg off and then you come out of egg and then you just take damage because you're full HP. RP is not going to go off, cutie. It's not going to work.
Just black hole the ground on the...
Very likely. Very likely.
Why?
I think if we had a webcam available on the Hawk, we would have taken a glimpse of did he give any expression, but we didn't see anything, so nobody saw anything. Black hole just decided to go on cooldown by itself.
Exactly. Looked pretty cool there. He forgot just how fast the Enigma is.
A1 Phantom, this is a trap.
It's out.
Lorenov just jumps on the backline and almost finishes off the Lion, but Meow is coming in. Phantom needs another 10 seconds for a bubble. You're gonna have to try and save this Storm Spirit. He is dropping dangerously low, and it will work out for them for a kill. The whole team is here, and the Finger takes down 1J. So 2 kills going for an Amiga, and now chasing Phantom in the trees. They do still have a potential Shaker, but he does not want to rotate in. He's almost done with that Aghanim, so they're just gonna have to give 3 kills away. So that was the right read from Amiga. It looked very dangerous at the very start. Can he actually kill these guys? But after basically surviving the first assault, all of the spells on cooldown, very long cooldowns too for Chimera, it's just an open playground for an Amiga then, with 5 heroes especially.
Yeah, this is the timing that we talked about, 10 to 18 minutes. I think that's pretty fair to assume that 18 plus, you know, maybe 20 plus, there's going to be BKBs on Chimera, but now you don't have them, and now you're going to be in trouble, especially for the next 2 minutes while the nighttime is here.
Just one more piece, and Shaker can slowly start taking parts. He'll probably want the Ags and Blink Dagger combination. See if he decides to get something else. 1J goes for the hook shot. They're going to trap Meow. Silence though, and he's able to walk out of the cogs, but still that Phantom multi does quite a lot. Little zippity zap on zap action. Nether Ward spamming like a real machine gun out there.
That fissure of the A2000 looked like it blocked in the Pugna, but somehow there was a little narrow passage that he could escape from. So unfortunately, Chimera, they do not get their second kill on that fight. They did open up the map, and I think that is huge, right? Because if Namiga don't have their towers, mainly the mid one, they won't be able to spread across the map fast enough to get those kills, to apply that pressure that we talked about. So I think that Chimera should be quite okay surviving through the next couple of minutes. Which is
Orchid reveal coming out now. You don't have your silence, and if he drops lower than that, he might die, but it's not quite enough damage. 1500 HP is not a real joke.
They were missing the hook shot. If 1J had the hook shot there, which came 2 seconds pretty much after the Orchid damage kicked in, they would have been able to kill the Night Stalker. No such luck. Namiga, you have to go now, right? Now is the time to go. Start the fight off while it's still nighttime. When 15-15 comes in, you have the Dark Ascension to go in again. There's the smoke. Magnus, unfortunately, still doesn't have his Blink Dagger, but he's better off farming at this moment.
Yeah, Black Hole is also ready, but Enigma will not be using it here, as 1J is already deleted. That's another finger stack for Lion.
Still not good. You use the Dark Ascension because Meow expected there to be somebody in the back there, that they're going to be getting more kills, but now this is a disaster. You've used your smoke, you've used your Dark Ascension, you've got a Clockwork Kill who pretty much went there to die. He knew that that was going to happen. And you didn't get down any of the vision that has been left on your side of the map. Yep. This is a disaster for Namiga.
It's problematic. I think the main goal that Namiga has been able to establish is get this Ember active and online. But the cost of it is a whole different question. Because he actually has the most net worth in the team. Mag still doesn't have anything, while Shaker has already finished up a pretty darn big item in that Aghanims.
Let me check what is going to be next. Okay, so he will be getting a blink on TA 2000.
Yeah.
I guess
The blink Aghs. It's I think that's the standard now.
Yeah, the Storm will have the BKB, so you're gonna try to get vision and info from that BKB of his.
Talking about info, they've got the Ember. This is a much easier kill, even though he does have that Mage Slayer, but with the hook shot, it is secured. G-Shock trying to run away. TA2000 found a solo kill with the Echo Slam, and he's out before Cuties finished his TP. The skewer does not connect.
That was very close, but overall, because he was not hesitating, the second that he jumped, bam, 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 and then TP out, you don't get caught. A half a second of hesitation in those kind of plays is going to cost you your life.
$5K lead.
His big camp is blocked, right? This is one of those situations where you just ping it to your supports. Like, how am I supposed to get back into this game when I don't even have my camps?
It's a bit of a whack.
Is that what you tell your cores? If you do that to your cores,
I think that's what my support tells my core. Can you deboard this, please? They've locked the camp. Like, wah, wah. Cry more.
Yep. That's usually when the game ends and not in your favor.
I mean, that's why they call Dota pubs the team that tilts the first or tilts last is the one that loses.
Yeah, I can understand though people wanting to annoy their own teammates. Sometimes it is so appealing.
GG, go through 'em. I can't play this item. I'm destroying my items.
Chimera are still now playing aggressively. There is a Dark Ascension available, but at the moment Nemiga don't really have anything to make plays with. You have the BKB of the Night Stalker, but no Blink Dagger. And once again, even if you go for a move, it is probably going to be a support given to you, reset, and then go again.
All right, let's see what the smoke can lead into. Pipe, drums, Vanguard, all on this Enigma. It's a very strong guy. Night Stalker's an easy kill. On to the next one. Orchid onto the Pugna. Shishak is just watching on the side. Cutie is like, guys, can we bait them in? This fight is not going on our terms. But they're not going to follow that deep in. And there's the Echo, but he got hexed right after by Shishak, so this Earthshaker ends up taking quite a lot. The RP is also used, and Cutie will skewer him, but the Black Hole comes out. TA2000, oh, he dies to the Nether Ward out of all things. Could have been something to behold, but instead it is him just going into his own grave.
Night Stalker is
an
back.
Early grave. Night Stalker has indeed returned. Dahak, his DP is cancelled. Surrounded by 3, and Storm's the one who's going to have to get out of this one, and you kind of have to wonder, Chimera, was it really that necessary going that deep in? This is a good trade for an Amiga.
I think they don't feel any pressure, because you can see, even if they make a play like this, sure, it's bad for them. It's great for Nemiga that they're getting the lead. Nemiga are not showing any signs of initiative to understanding what they need to do. And really, when you look at their lineup at the moment, I don't know what they're supposed to do. At the moment, you have to farm and just try to force out rotations on some other part of the map. It is that hard to play if you're an Amiga right now. So because of that Chimera, they just thought they can get away with anything. But also you have to keep in mind, if it does go like super late game, that's where you can lose.
Exactly. Lorenov does reveal that BKB charge for the first time. That is the 9-second BKB on a Pugna kill, so probably not what he was looking for. But 1J did get jumped on by multiple heroes, so had to do something about it. Pantomime is trying to cut his escape here. Has the Demonic Purge. I think they want to get this Night Stalker BKB used here. There we go. But will he still die? The Demonic Purge is connected onto Meow. 1J tanking the front line. 3 stacks of poison. Just has to wait for the BKB. Perfect by Pantomime. I didn't think he even saw properly. The flare came after, but he used the Shadow Poison release just as the BKB ended, so he was counting seconds in his head and just snapped. The 3 stacks when he has 50 HP, enough to kill him. That was... If he did that earlier, I think Night Stalker would maybe lived with, I don't know, 10 HP.
He was super low after the demonic purge. I think even at that point, if he used the shadow poison, that the Night Stalker probably would have died. But yeah, it's still quite impressive that he waited for the last possible moment. Also, coming back to the Storm BKB, I don't think the Storm here cares that his charges are getting low. You need your charges to get out of the Night Stalker silence. That's about it. If you use your BKB when there's a crippling fear used, you don't care about anything else. So even having a 6-second BKB in this game is not that big of a deal. Obviously, you like higher charges, but it's not one of those games where you're going to be thinking too much about it.
Also, what has been really worrying this game has been the fact from Nemiga that because the way that their lanes went, they went so poorly, they haven't been able to shut down Storm, who literally lives off of all of the runes spawning, and he's gotten pretty much all of them this game, and he doesn't have mana regen early. He sucks with mana. He will lose his mana pool like in a quick zap. He goes into one target. It's down to like 20%. He casts 1 or 2 spells and hopes that it's going to be enough. Nemiga hasn't been able to shut him down at all because of how that early game went. And now he's gotten to the point where he has so many items that his mana regen, 10 points or 10 stacks of galvanized, and that's all he needs now.
Oh, a smoke onto smoke action. You don't have the BKB on the Shaker just yet, but the Hawk is so tanky that I think he can take a lot of a beating of the other side.
Let's see who they connect on. Who are the ones they're going to find? The Flare's going to miss Nemiga's lineup narrowly. We also don't have any deep vision on this side of the map. Do they have any wards with them? They got 1 Ops ward on the SD. I think that might just be saved for Roshan rather than an invasion.
That is a deep ward that was placed in the Chimera triangle, but under vision.
In the Chimera jungle, yes, but by Chimera in the Nemiga jungle, different as they got the Orchid already out onto the Ember, and they're splitting onto the Pugna. They want to make sure that this Pugna doesn't get his ward out, and he doesn't look like he's going to get it at all. They have, however, put the RP down at the backline, but there is the Black Hole, and with no proper damage sources, this is too easy for Chimera. So they might maneuver this one much better than the previous fight.
Oh, Nemiga got spooked there for a second, and then they decided to re-engage when Chimera came there. So what happened is that the Shadow Demon went to that cliff, placed down a ward. He saw that Nemiga had a ward there, and he didn't know, okay, I'm gonna stay close, go for a D-ward, don't go for a D-ward. Nemiga, they hesitate to jump 1J while he's hesitating about the ward, or maybe it was just a conscious bait for him inside a Phantom, and he just waits for Nemiga to go in. At that point, his team was more than ready to grant the assistance. Now easily take Roche. It's basically from one objective to another, be it a area control, ward, taking down a ward, going for a kill, or now going for Roche. They know exactly what they need to do from minute by minute on Chimera.
Yeah, now it's kind of hard for Nemiga to bounce back unless they have a bit of a miracle in their way. Just a bit of an intervention from some higher power to turn this game around, because before this moment, before that last team fight took place, I think when they won next to the tier 2 tower, Nemiga did a great job, especially Shishak, spamming that Happy Penguins voice line into all chat non-stop without pause, because it was getting into the head of the Hawk and he was starting to tilt, and that gave them a bit of a win condition. But now, well, you got to kill him 1J, that's all. Still the Aegis on the Storm.
Where the Hawk is at. And they found him.
There goes Meow. Yeah, they found the Hawk as well. Okay.
RP was used though. Oh no, it wasn't. It's just still on cooldown from the previous fight. Man, I thought that previous fight was a long time ago, but actually the game is being played quite fast, so there's a lot of happenings on it. The thing is, the Nemiga are gonna try to slow it down now once the daytime comes, and I don't think Chimera are gonna allow it, right? The only reason that couple of these last engagements you get a trade or you maybe even get a pick off without any pushback is because it is nighttime and you just have better info on what's going on around the map than Chimera. But that's not going to be the case for the next 5 minutes, and for the next 3.5 out of those 5, Chimera have the advantage of the Aegis.
So maybe a bit of an issue just easily getting to those tier 2 towers. Nemiga can always surprise with vision advantage. You have the skewer, especially now the blink skewer. Which you can turn into a harpoon. And if you have the room for it in your inventory, maybe even the horn toss, but probably not the carry mag's job. I think you would like to get some more damage on top of it. Harpoon would be a good one, though, which he has queued up with his BKB.
He cannot play without the BKB. The AoE stuns of the Shaker and the Clockwork are just impossible for you to play into. So BKB is first, and then we'll see. He might go Harpoon, or he might decide that he needs a Daedalus, because damage is going to start being a problem.
Lorenov wants to make sure the bot lane is cut so that they can get to the tier 2 tower. He's got a nice tower of hats on top of his head.
I haven't been paying attention how it looks when he zips.
I noticed in Monkey King Mischief, if you turn into, say, a TP scroll, the TP scroll has a hat, but the hat is pointing in the direction you're moving in. So instead of being on your head, it's like in front of your head. Well, if only you had detection. If only you had dust. Or an inventory slot for that.
Yeah, he doesn't really have it. He has that bottle, but he has...
oh, actually, the Ember Spirit is curious about maybe stealing? Okay, I mean, he already tried it with the Slight, but it was on cooldown. And there's the Ember getting jumped on. And he does have a Yules, but when do you get to use it? Maybe now? Okay, he's just gonna get bursted down to death. You know, no retaliation from him.
Yeah, it's hard. Even if you use, there's gonna be a Fissure waiting for you, potentially an Echo. So you're trying to find the perfect moment to use it there. But in my mind, maybe you should have just used the Yules on the Invoker end to the left, and then found a way to escape. Still, this game has gotten out of control. If you're an Amiga, you're lacking damage, you're lacking vision, you're lacking towers, and it's very hard to play. We talked about what their timing was. In that timing, they didn't accomplish anything of significance, and now Chimera have hit all of their timings.
Yeah, I think, you know, just looking at what the carry option in the lane, I feel like this laning stage was over at 2 minutes. Sometimes those lanes are like that, you know, you lose a single kill and the lane's just over.
That's how it goes. I mean, the Enigma is just that type of a hero in terms of pressure. So if you mess up versus it, even if you're a hero that would naturally do well, it just snowballs way too much out of control. It's just how the hero works.
Oh, hell yes. Oh, you know, he's gotta play catch up with BKB, Harpoon, Daedalus in his quick buy. Not even just one single item, not even just the BKB is gonna be enough for the mag. You've got to have some burst of your own when the enemy pretty much only has burst. Storm going for another zap. Not really finding anything there. Nor a ward. His Aegis will expire. So at least the racks are still up for an Amiga. Lorenov sees the target. He's looking for that lion, and he's found him. It's a bit of a work of art right there. Now 19 galvanized stacks.
He can get away with anything. He had the shield rune, a BKB. He is that many times stronger, and of course he has a gem, so he generally knows if he's going over enemy vision and just how much info.
Yeah, that gem is big for him now.
Yep, usually teams get it around the 30-minute mark, but when the game is going this well for you, you can get it earlier.
Phantom might be walking into a trap here. He doesn't see the Pugna, but they see him, and now he finally catches a glimpse off of him. That was almost an RP used. Lorenov with his BKB pop. Magnus is loading it up and now finally connects it, but he has to fight through that shield first, and they think it's enough damage, but it's not going to be enough. Meow. Going on to Pantomim at the back line. Enigma's going to be chasing him here. Black Hole is available, but the Echo Slam is onto the Ember, and he's finished off. And on to the next one they go. It is the Pugna that they set their sights on, and that's a double for TA2000. Another Blink is available. Oh, he got hexed mid-air.
Yep.
With every other ability basically allowing the Shaker to continue his jump, now he just falls flat.
No, they changed that, right? A lot of the
they changed that.
It used to be that you would
used to be that way.
Even.
You would just keep on going. That was a pretty stupid time. Everybody played Shaker back then. Cutie actually does get a skewer out, but Phantom won't be able to escape this one even with the help of 1J. The Hawk has Black Hole, but probably not going to use it onto the Blade Mail. Well, he will drop it, so they can secure the Ember kill because he diebacks, and it's totally worth it. Because
And now the real question is, can they get out? Because the chase potential of an Amiga is still quite high. Nope, they don't have the resources to do so. So we'll decide against it. Did you see, Penta? I didn't know that's how it works. If the Storm has a BKB, gets Yuled up before the BKB is done, but the Yules persists after the BKB stops, and he starts zipping. The Yules actually stops the zip. It happened in the previous fight. That is a pretty interesting interaction. I would have assumed that he should continue to fly away, but nope.
that's Yules for you. I still think there are some really silly interactions with this BKB that you can just throw a stun and they're still gonna get stunned right after.
Oh, Meow. Still alive.
Yep, that arcane rune. He's still got quite a lot of mana to just zap on top of him.
Not for long, yeah.
And an Orchid ready as he sees Shishak. But he's waiting for TA2000 to show up, and there's the skewer. The Orchid comes out. He'll just BKB and take a right-click battle with the Magnus. He'll take down Shishak and Cutie to die as well. And that leaves the last hero alive, the Pugna. But how alive is he? Not very. That's a team wipe. They're all dead. And that's going to be a lane of Rax as well. Well, let's just take the whole game as well. It's GG.
Yep, it's just a different in class between the two teams, with Chimera from start to finish understanding exactly what they need to do, which objectives they need to go for, and Amiga missing their timing to get the momentum. It was clear, I'd say 15-16 minutes into the game, that there's no coming back. Even from that mid lane tower dropping is when things became insanely difficult for an Amiga. It's one of those games where you should throw away lives, even if you start losing like 5-10k gold at the start. If you save that mid lane tower, you can play. Without it, it was just impossible.
Yeah, I think this was another classic example of if you lose your lanes early, what's the end result going to be like. And getting a 32-minute finish. This could have been cleaner from Chimera, let's be honest. They did fool around a little bit too, but of course they also have heroes that need their timings for multiple items to be finished until they hit that powerful power spike. So it's not like you go with your first item and try to end the game there. We had a failed Orchid reveal on the Storm Spirit. I think that was also notable. And Nemiga, when you said that they don't really have a game plan because they are not being initiative on the map, they're not preventing the Storm Spirit from picking up his runes. But when Chimera offered them that opportunity by overextending, that's when you understand as a defending counterpart that this is a fight we can take and this is a fight we can win. And they managed to push that game a little bit thanks to those mistakes Chimera made. So a bit of underestimating there.
Yeah, I mean, at some point when you are just outmaneuvering your opponents in every single way, you start feeling like you can get away with more than you actually could. And not gonna lie, that move, that attempt behind the tier 2, it was very close to working out. If the Pugna was just a little bit closer to the Ember when the Shaker jumped in with the Echo Slam, Pugna dies instantly. There is a chance that the Ember dies because of the extra damage from the Echo Slam as well, and then it is a completely different fight. He just thought that he was going to be getting 4 heroes in an Echo Slam, and they were quite close, so it wasn't that far-fetched that they go for that play. Absolutely
true. But hey, we're going to be taking a tiny break as Game 2 is going to be knocking right behind the corner. We shall return in a few minutes and see what happens in that one. Do we get a tie, or are we going all the way to a 2-0? And off we go. Chimera versus Nemiga here in our third best of 3 of the evening, going into game number 2 here at the Fissure Playground. We are, basically what we witnessed in game number 1 was just a stronger team out there. Nemiga trying to play around with their ideas, opening up the draft with a Magnus, ends up being a carry, doesn't work out. Their mid matchup, already player-based difference. I'm playing not too much on the heroes. Storm's still good in that matchup, but the Blightstone didn't work out. I thought he'd maybe be able to get himself a bit of an edge with that, but didn't pay off. And then, of course, the offlane with the Night Stalker going versus the Earthshaker last pick. I think the lane went okay, but should it have gone a slightly bit better for the Night Stalker? I don't know. Not too familiar with the matchup. I think Shaker's strong, but you still have the silence to work against. We saw him screw up those combos a couple of times with Pantomime, especially with the bubble into the Enchant Totem, like you said, so he didn't get the Aftershock stun off half of the time.
So, Panda, in Eastern Europe, people play the best lanes. Like, that's undoubted throughout the history of Dota. It has mostly been like that, but nowadays it's pretty apparent that Eastern Europeans play the best laning phase. So when you have two teams, when there is a such a class difference, it's gonna be very hard to see that a team that is weaker is gonna be able to do well in lanes. It's more than likely that they're gonna get smashed. Maybe if they have better laning matchups, they might be able to get out even, maybe slightly ahead, but they're never going to be able to do better, to do much better in the laning phase, and are more often than not going to lose. And once that loss starts happening, then it is just gonna snowball out of control. If you have noticed that in the past even 10 years, Eastern European teams have been these, we crush in the laning phase and then we just continue the snowball until we end the game, right?
Absolutely.
Or we just do everything right and we wait for that perfect timing, then bam, you lose, right?
Yeah. It's in their culture. It's in their DNA.
Exactly.
They literally just snowball. The snowball effect is real every single time that they play. So you can really see what happens when they're not in that position, even though they should be experienced in a losing position. That, okay, we snowball, we know how that happens. If we're on the receiving end, how do we recover? But Nemiga, they looked very clueless. They had no initiative. They had only defensive wards, but still weren't able to make a single play happen that was dictated by them. They were responsive, and I don't think that's a good way to look at Dota, despite how much the deficit is coming in from the laning stage, that you're simply just responding to every move. You're not making any moves of your own, and that is a bit of a losing mentality, but I guess Chimera just looked way too strong and really struck the fear into Nemiga.
And there is a downside to being that good in the laning phase. A lot of the Eastern European teams, I don't want to say all of them, but probably all of them, are really bad at comebacks, because it very rarely does come to comebacks. Why? Because you are the one that is controlling the tempo of the game. A lot of the teams have that problem. BetBoom would be the one that people would look at. BetBoom never loses versus teams that are weaker than them, which does happen to your Liquids, to your Gaming Gladiators, to your Falcons. But when they are playing versus these better teams, if the better teams do everything right and survive that initial part of the game, they usually get overtaken by them. So here, because we have two Eastern European teams, whenever that is the case, very rarely do you see upsets. It is very hard for me to understand what needs to happen for Chimera to lose a series to an Amiga game. Maybe, right? The stomps can happen, big mistakes can happen, but a series, no way.
So how do you think Nemiga should maybe approach game number 2, like especially with that draft? Do we now sack the Magnus idea, try something completely different? Because obviously nothing really worked. Should they try another strat that they're comfortable with?
I think it doesn't have much to do with what they're playing rather than what Chimera is going to be playing. So you're playing versus the Hawk lineup. Make sure that they don't play the Hawk type lineups, right? Your Lycans, your Enigmas, your Beastmasters, or anything that is similar to that, where the idea is to, in the first 10 minutes, overtake the map and just control how everything is going. So focus on banning the Hawk heroes, maybe. Take away their their approach to the game, I would maybe go for that. You can try that way.
Yep, that is a plan. Like, sometimes you really have to figure out what is the weak point, because when we were talking about like NA teams, usually you look at the strong mids that perform there, because there's a clear hierarchy of who are the top mids. You come down from Quinn all the way to the other mid laners that have been playing in the region, and then you look at, is this the one we want to target first? So maybe the Hawk from the off lane might just be something that you remove his hero pool and find a weakness. Then your safe lane gets a better play. Try to play that mid as even as possible and match your rotation times with your opponent if your hero allows that. I think that could be the way to do it, is just target the Hawk firstly. And his Enigma is out, the Alchemist is out. He could also play the offlane DK, that's also gone. And the Doom is banned by Chimera. And there's the Beastmaster. So I think you're absolutely right, Harry.
Yep, I think this was a smart way to approach it. So let's see what's gonna be the next one. Gyro. Okay, so it's not the Hawk hero, but again, it is a the Hawk type lineup. You might not be relying on the offlane pushing, but it is very clear when you have the Gyro what your timings will be, right? And that's the idea. We will tell you what we're gonna do, but we are gonna do it so perfectly that you can't do anything about it.
All right, well, Nemiga are going to be planning around this Dawnbreaker at least, so I suspect a Nyx ban is going to be coming out from their direction.
Maybe they pick it.
Unless they want to pick it, so yeah, that's always... You have to either pick or ban the hero. That's pretty much it. How is Meow sitting in his chair looking at that camera angle there? Taking it chill. I hope it doesn't play like that.
I think the legs were actually on the table.
Yeah, you know, that's how laid back they are, right? There's feet on the table, Dota. Do you ever play Dota with your feet on the table?
If I do it, I lose because I get very sleepy.
It's too relaxed.
Yep, I can do it.
There's a reason why there's a saying with that.
Exactly. If I want to play Dota and win, I need to literally get my face into the screen, get all hunched up, like, and make sure that my sleeves are rolled up as well. That's how I do it. If I don't do it like that, I'm at like 50%.
Ready to fight and all. I like what's happening in the bans though. I always think Spectre is a really good ban when the Dawnbreaker is picked, and then they also got rid of the Nyx Assassin, get the SD, and an IO Gyro lineup is incoming.
Yep, we're gonna see it. And this is the second one already of the tournament, right? It was
in the West European qualifier finals. I saw there was a Gyro IO. I was wondering how did they let Miracle and GH get their comfort heroes through. But seeing it here with Chimera, I'm not sure if it was played earlier on. I'm just quickly going to skim through the drafts. So we've had a bunch of Gyros, but we haven't really had the Gyro IO combo. Gyro Ogre has been the go-to. And Lina is also in the pool, which I'm slightly worried about because that hero is stupidly strong at the moment. I did some demo hero testing last night because I just wanted to see what are the accurate numbers that this hero deals with his optimal build and also some early timings. With just the press of Flame Cloak into E-Blade, Stun Laguna at Q, and you get one or two right clicks added into the mix because you're supercharged, you get a lot of attack speed, you do 4,000 damage. If you use it with a refresher, it is, I think it was roughly 9,800 damage on a target that doesn't have magic resistance. So then you can do the math with how much are you actually resisting from all that damage. So I'm baffled Lina is still in the pool.
It is, and I could see Nemiga getting it, right? You are versus an IO. You want to burst somebody down before the IO heals can kick in. I mean, let's go. Will they do it? Razor, that is a direct counter to the Gyro. Yep. Also, did you notice like that Chimera, they're in a boot camp? I think everybody apart from Pantomime, and they're in the same boot camp that Aurora used to boot camp in. I'm not sure where that one is at.
They have ex-Aurora players in the team, right? So
yes,
would sound about right.
And also the Haka looks younger than the last time I saw him. I don't know how he does it, but we're gonna have to ask
The
him. I don't know if he's
eternal
no longer-
youngster, Dacha.
Unreal.
I was
I like
also
this.
like I've been also working on my casting show reel, and I was just looking at some clips we took like 2 years ago, and I definitely look older in that because I've been losing a little weight ever since then. So I've been feeling much more happier, and I feel like I look a lot younger than what I did maybe 2 years ago.
That's great. That's awesome. Also, this Storm pick is awesome. Not only is it Lorenov's best hero, but in an IO gyro type of situation, you want to send the IO away at some point, right? You do not want him following you all the time. That is one of the reasons why this hero fell off. It's because he's taking way too much experience, and experience is more important now than ever. So the gyro needs the IO to move away and actually make somebody else stronger. So it has to be your Lashes, your Storm Spirits that need to be in the game. So I'm liking this from Chimera.
All right, so interesting bans coming out. The Dazzle as well, which has been a bit of a cheese for some specific mid players to bring out. Maybe even a carry Dazzle, even an off-lane Dazzle. So see what they end up bringing up for Dahak. He's probably the one calling the shots here in this one. The reason why he probably looks so young is because of that curly hair trend. I don't think that's new anymore, but I tried it with a beard. And people told me you look like Gen Z and you look like a boomer at the same time. And I was like, yeah, that's definitely not a compliment.
Are you sure?
So I
don't know,
removed my beard
whenever-
and I changed my haircut.
Whenever somebody says something so vague, I take it as a compliment because I'm like, yeah, it has to be a compliment because I'm so awesome and beautiful. And we get it, the Hawk Visage!
The Hawk Visage. Like, you've banned all of these heroes away from this guy. And that is the staple of East European Dota history right there. The Dahak Visage. Oh, what a treat we're getting here, Harry.
Yep. I completely forgot about it. I think the Miga forgot about it as well. They were more afraid of the Nature's Prophet than the Dazzle. I'd be more afraid of the Visage because especially you have mostly magical damage on your side. He's going to be getting a pipe 100%. The Razor hates burst damage. Laning stage-wise, game-wise, doesn't matter. The Soul Assumption is exactly that. A burst damage spell that will force you to use an early BKB that can potentially kill you in the lane. You have a way to run away from the Razor with the Grave Chill, right? Yeah, Grave Chill is the name of the spell. So I think it just looks like a perfect pick. But like all of these lineups that the Hawk teams usually play, it's easy to understand what you need to do, but once even small mistake can be a problem for you, especially in the early stages of it. So you always have to be careful how you're playing it. But of course, with the way that they played the previous one, I think there's no doubt that they're still coming in as the heavy favorites.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they drafted a draft where this Dawnbreaker gets to shine properly for an Amiga Gaming. So I feel like Chimera just has a so much better draft on paper, plus the comforts that they have in this lineup, that I was excited for the Dawnbreaker at first, but kind of fell flat with the excitement as soon as I see what their opponents are picking into this game. So yeah, Chimera definitely, I would heavily put this as an outdraft again, but anything can happen, right? It's all about the laning stage. If you're able to at least tie those up a little bit, I guess you can make some plays happen with this Earth Spirit. You still want to snowball. I think that is the whole theme of this series. Who gets to snowball first, and what does that lead into?
But it's most likely going to be Chimera that's going to be doing it now when you have this Razor with multiple sources of pretty solid damage in the later portions of the game. It means that the Gyro isn't your only target, and what I don't like from Nemiga is just how reliant they are on magical damage early on, especially on AoE magic damage. So finishing off a hero when there's a pipe ready is going to be possible. If Visage even wants to go for a pipe, because I'm seeing him queuing up a phylactery.
Yep. Let's load up into the game with game 2. Ready to go here with still 40 seconds until the start here with Nemiga versus Chimera. And see what they can do. Pretty good level 1 here for Chimera to go for the invasion. Pantomime, you've got this positive init of removing Watchers in under half a second. Plus, you get the bonus vision on them, which is very handy to have, as you see the facets on your screens right now. Those, of course, don't show the inits, but you get the gist of it.
Yep. You know, everybody assumes that we should know all of the innate abilities, but...
But we still learn something new about them every day, right? Because it wasn't too long ago. I'm looking at this gyrocopter specifically, because I've been playing a lot of Gyro 3. Before that, I was playing 4 and 1, of course, but trying to transition it into the off lane, building drums early on your pause 3 is a standard. The fact that he's a hero that has infinite drum charges. Why? Because you can disassemble items that other people normally can't. You can disassemble the drums when you've used your charges, get it back. I think I explained this to you before, but I'm just going to explain it to other people out there as well. You can disassemble the drums, assemble them again, and you get all the drum charges back. So you never need to upgrade to drums of Boots of Bear.
Yeah, but still, it's... I really haven't seen gyros in competitive gameplay utilize this...
I've seen it a lot in pubs where they have been doing it, and that is really cool. And then I started doing it myself. I was like, "Yep, this thing works. This definitely works."
Weren't you the one who invented it? What?
I wouldn't like to be the one to claim it because I heard it from somebody else. It was a support player who's been playing support gyro, so it's probably him, not me.
Yeah, you have the power here because you are talking here, and nobody other than me can say anything against that, and I'd be on your side, Panda.
I would like to be the inventor, sure.
Exactly. Okay, Panda the inventor. That's how we're gonna be seeing you. And Riaf in the previous lane, he did well for the first couple of waves in a melee hero versus a storm matchup. But I think for an Earth Spirit, it gets even worse than for an Ember Spirit as the lane progresses.
Yeah, it is kind of rough. Like if you start giving away denies or missing CS, then your experience starts to lack. And this hero is all about those early levels because his spells are really damn strong with this Earth Spirit. Most importantly, that Boulder Smash at 300 damage on the 4th rank. So that really is your biggest shock factor.
Yeah, you need to be bursting people down somehow in this game. You have those little spells to take him out because... if you're taking a long time to kill him, it's going to be a problem. This is why I'm just not the biggest fan of their lineups.
Oh, Phantom, I'm in trouble in the top lane. That's going to be a first blood.
And 1J is in trouble as well. The other support.
Clockwork low. Still has stick charges and has to force the salve out, but that's a very good play there as well from Nemiga. But securing that first kill, that was a tether broken by the flame break straight into Meow's Starbreaker.
Well, they want some redemption here. They want to show that they can be aggressive as well. But
Yeah,
still.
if only they had level 3 on Gyro, that level 2 Rocket Barrage, because it just increases his damage output by so much when the creeps are not around.
Surprising he didn't go. I'm seeing secondary strikes more and more now, but it still feels like preference. But in this game, when you have an IO, I really would have liked the movement speed facet on the facet on the gyro. Would be quite cool for the lane to see them both moving at like insane speeds.
Cutie was in huge trouble in the lane earlier on. They're going to be jumping him again, just not getting as much damage out as they hoped. But as he was level 1, the first creep wave came in. 1J was able to land power cogs so that the Razor bounced 4 times back and forth, and he went down to 40% HP from level 1 cogs. And I was already getting worried about, is this the treatment he's going to be getting again in this laning stage? Now at least he has a lane-winning hero with Razor, right? He's a great brawler. He does a lot of damage. He's hard to dive into.
Well, not necessarily given the heroes that he's playing against.
Looking at that Rocket Barrage used on the Dawnbreaker. One more and Meow will die.
Guess who also might die? Lorenov.
Nice little rotation into mid by Shishak. The same thing again with the Flame Break, but is it enough? One more tick.
Got him.
He's got this kill. Pantomime is slightly too late for this one. He's going to tether up a melee creep and hope he gets enough damage out of it. The roll in from the Earth Spirit's going to be a bit of a miss. And Shishak dropping low. Meow will die as TA2000 was finally able to get the kill, but Shishak lives with 25 HP. And it's going to be enough to take down another kill. And that is also the Earth Spirit being a part of that. So this is a much-needed saving grace of a rotation from Shishak.
Exactly, right? Because you want the mid lane to go your way. It is very important to get early experience on the side of Nemiga. To get early kills rather than than the early experience. Because as the game progresses, as Chimera get more and more items, it's gonna be harder and harder.
Yeah,
to
bottom
get
lane,
more.
we're going to be fighting once again.
He has raindrops. on the
Another
Razor.
set of soul assumptions being thrown in at the Razor. But that raindrop will soak up just enough damage for him to survive.
kick
Secures
back
the
in the
kill
mid.
on the clockwork, and back to mid we go. Lorinov does not get his level 6.
Dire's middle tower
Shishak is winning this mid for the Earth Spirit with these rotations, and that is super clutch. And also Cutie getting a kill in bottom. The only thing they haven't been able to touch properly is that gyrocopter. But if this Earth Spirit gets activated like this, I don't see this gyrocopter living for much longer.
The Storm Spirit is going to be losing a lot of creeps underneath the tower. And
No TP
the thing
either.
is that Rief has the Magnetize, right? He has the Magnetize, he has the Glyph. Diving the Storm Spirit is not out of the
And he's
question.
coming in top. This is what they want to do. They want to try and get a kill. There's the roll in straight onto Pantomim. IO takes a huge nuke. 2-man stun coming through. TA2000 trying to make a run for it. Shishak is here as well with a flame break. TA2000 will be able to zone them out for a little bit longer, but the Magnetize will take him down. Pantomim down to Shishak for his 4th kill, and it's 7-1 for Nemiga. And this couldn't have started better for them. Really liking the moves, the quick tempo that they're able to play, and this is exactly the snowball that we've been talking about. It's one team or the other, but they will definitely snowball.
Speed, speed, speed. That's what Nemiga needs in this game. The Storm Spirit did get his level 6 and now has the Shield Rune, but I think that if you're Nemiga, you're happy that he got the Shield Rune. That means that the AD, the Haste, the Arcane, all of the runes that will allow the Earth Spirit to go for even more hunting are still going to be available in this first round, in this first cycle of the runes. So, not half bad for Nemiga. And you probably now with the Storm Spirit being 6, you don't look at him as a target. You kill him as a response rather than as you want to gank him and take him down from 100 to 0.
Yeah. Now this Earth Spirit is just not allowed to die. That's it. 7-minute Wisdom respawning. SD is here. Dawnbreaker's the one to be jumped on first. Hits level 5. Throws in the hammer. That's a big amount of damage onto the gyro. Lorinov was able to steal that Wisdom Rune. Shishak is on the other side of the map taking his. They will lose 2 heroes. And the Earth Spirit, all he needs to do is just survive. He'll go again.
That is
Roll
coming.
in on the gyrocopter. Kicks him to Shishak. He's still got a healthy amount of HP. Lorinov does have a big stick. He'll pop it now. They try to secure him, but that tier 3 is giving them a lot of armor. That will keep the Earth Spirit alive just that little bit longer. Drum charge is being popped. Pantomim still will be taken down. Gyro dodging the rock. But there's
Still
the
hard to
SD
escape.
trying to find him, but won't be able to spot him. Meow also TPs in for the bottle refill for this Earth Spirit, and he is pretty much now in charge of what direction this game is going. Important intervention, good kills for Chimera, but still didn't kill the Earth Spirit, so the threat still looms.
That TA2000 stopping there before the kick connects to him, probably talking to his Wisp and him saying, "Yo, guy, you made the kick is coming towards you, the one that killed me." So he just waits for it to pass. That could have been really bad if it did connect. As Rief?
Nice roll onto the high ground. He would have otherwise walked into the IO and the Storm.
That was dangerous because he plays the stone later on. There was a chance that he doesn't make it to the high ground, and then you're in trouble. Shishak, definitely the MVP for Nemiga thus far. Made sure that this mid lane went really well for the Earth Spirit, and when he saw his own Wisdom Rune being stolen, he stole the one on the enemy side.
He almost, he's already halfway towards that blink too, thanks to those kills, but he's almost caught up to the Dawn and the Razor in net worth, which is not a good thing for Cutie. The lane hasn't gone the way he expected. Razor's strong in the lane, sure, but the Hawk Visage, yeah, it's a whole different story.
Despite everything, despite the early kills, Nemiga just are behind in terms of net worth by a significant margin.
That's exactly why so much is on this Earth Spirit, right? Because both of your side lane cores are not having a good time. If they lose this Earth Spirit for the first time, I could feel that Chimera just takes a chokehold of this game.
Yeah, though I don't like that he's, again, going towards the top lane. First of all, you can expect there to be vision there, and there is, so they spotted him moving towards there.
Yeah,
and
nice deep
secondly, your Dawnbreaker, you would want her to connect to you, not you connecting to her, so I would have liked him on the bottom.
Razor.
He's fine.
Well, he's a bit too fast for them to catch up to, even with the drums popped. And drums are on the gyrocopter, so
Yep.
I'm going to be looking at TA2000.
Earth Spirit
Watch
is
that out
coming.
for something.
Shishak
Shishak
as well.
is here. There's the Dawnbreaker ulti, beautifully placed as well. Pantomime did not have the tether on the gyrocopter as that was happening. It was not even on the gyro.
It wouldn't change much though.
It probably
Right.
wouldn't, but he would have been able to pump up that quick Magic Wand heal and give him a fighting chance still.
Break of Dawn. They know exactly where you're at.
Still might be the Shadow Demon who drops first, right? There's the jump from Lorinov. He'll take down
Beautiful.
Monodrama.
That was very nice from him. Just using the Remnant, knowing that the Shadow Demon cannot survive through that, as the Soul Assumption did pop the cooldown of his raindrops. So there's no chance that he's going to be living through a level 4 Remnant.
Bottom tower still being pressured. Dawnbreaker also just sitting in the trees. TA2000 is gonna find him. That's a dead Dawn.
He has
Try
a
it.
TP.
Maybe
might
this
just be
is the
fine.
time to use it and try to get out. Yeah, it's gonna be enough. All right. Good hammer placement. That's all that saves him, really.
I think that even if he doesn't do it, that you don't have the damage with the stakes that he had, you survive the next rocket barrage.
Radiant's top tower is under
So
attack.
there's
Yeah, it
the
was
Arcane
actually
Wall.
level 3 instead of level 4.
Yep. Yep. It's probably
Pretty
probably
but kind of a downside, right? Because you have to share your experience with the IO throughout this entire game, so that hurts your XP quite a lot. Meow
Radiant's bottom
looking for a bit of vengeance. Not quite enough to close in the gap. SD cannot get to him in time. But Shishak Blink, I think that's what's really going to start opening up the kills. It's no longer all down to the Earth Spirit going all in.
Yeah, they're giving him the Ancients, right? Not something that we see too often, but on the other hand, who else is gonna farm it other than these two supports? They're the best at doing it. It's one of those situations where your hard work is gonna be paying off to you. That's nice to see.
These are not my creeps. These are our creeps.
Yep.
Someone might think of that as a political statement, but
They'd be right. As I'm still wondering if the Gyro will send the IO away at some point just to go and play with the Storm Spirit, or do they just want to continue holding hands? It just doesn't feel nice for the Gyro when you're behind an experience like this.
I wonder if the Hawk has already had enough of the Penguin spam.
He's had enough even after the first usage in the previous one, but I think it was a problem for him when the pause was made, that it just was bugged out and then it was just repeating. So maybe
Yeah. All right, we got a bit of a jump here. Bat Riders maybe a little bit too deep, and that means that Blink Dagger is gonna get pushed backwards by a couple hundred gold. I don't think this was the place to be in when the T1 is still up.
Yeah, they didn't give him many of those ancient stacks. He just couldn't finish them off on himself. So Shadow Poison took a lot of them. The Dawnbreaker came over, and in the end, he just ended up working for other people's money. Look at where Lorinov is. Like how much he doesn't care and feels like there's no punishment that can come his way. And I think he's pretty much right.
He is, yeah. Normally, Storm Spirit should be wary because he doesn't really have the mono regen, right? Even with the Kaya Sanj ready, that helps you quite a lot, and you've got a couple Galvanized stacks very early on into the game. That does cost a ton of mana to cast that Ball Lightning, mainly because the speed is so low still on the early 2 ranks.
I think he also knows that if they are killing him, they're losing the game, right? If you're killing the Storm and the Hawk is getting his pipe, once the time does come, you are just gonna overtake the game by Storm. Exactly. And help is coming.
Hook shot is ready. Haste is also on Lorinov, so they bubble him, and now they're in panic. Relocate will be used. They'll secure the first one, looking for the next kill. Onto Shishak. Already died once, and his Blink Dagger pushed back again by another 100 gold, and Meow is too late for this.
Really?
This is not the fight for Nemiga. I mean, after the first 2 deaths, you probably, or at least after the first death, you probably should have recognized that this is no longer a fight to be taken.
Lorinov got him. No, the neutral creep got him. Nice
Okay.
number, EF.
Sure
The
thing.
attack from the Storm was following him, so he went and rolled
Hellbear's
to
got
die to
angry.
the creeps.
Under attack.
Yep.
But 4 heroes dead, a tower gone, and a game that was pretty close to being tied just 4 minutes ago is now swung into a 7,000 gold lead for Chimera.
And you saw there that Namiga couldn't get a single kill, and that is before the pipe is out. The pipe is going to be up now in just 500 gold. So, yeah, you got some kills early on. It looked cool. You started building up the momentum. Now it is just time to suffer.
Down the drain, yep. You're not getting that BKB for a couple of minutes for the Earth Spirit. Razor's going to have his one soon, but you would have to link it up on a gyrocopter. I don't think he has the movement speed to keep up with him anymore, especially with this IO. The boys are moving at 470 movement speed above the 400 on the Razor. Another jump there by Lorinov. On the Earth Spirit, the birds are ready right on top of the bubble. They'll be able to chain lock or chain stun the Earth Spirit. There's TA2000 and Phantom, and Lorinov's jumping into the backline to secure the kill, and they've caught the Razor, meaning that Cutie won't even get his BKB. He'll take a courier with him, but that's all he's gonna get. Lorinov is still gonna maybe continue chasing, but Shishak has disappeared into the void, so he has no idea where he is. But at the same time, T2000 and the boys are going to continue pushing down the bottom lane, force out the tier 2 glyph, and the next one that you have is going to be for your high ground. So you can either finish your items, start thinking about Roshan, or go and push the remaining tier 2 towers while the opponent's still weak. But they're coming in to rotate and defend this tower.
Pipe
Earth
is ready,
Spirit
though.
misses the roll. Nice bird stuns from Dahak, setting up on 2. He's going to get lassoed, and the
got the pipe
Dawnbreaker's
off.
going to hit the backline as well. Cutie, a lot of damage. This Visage will die. That'll be the first one. Lorinov shows up as well. The Earth Spirit's dropping low. TA2000, however, might die as well. The tether is not up on Phantom. It was still on cooldown from that initiation at the start. So now he's going to link up with Lorinov, and that's a very difficult tether target. That breaks after a bit over half a second of usage. But they will be able to clean up Shishak and Monodrama. That leaves Meow in a bit of a washing machine effect with 1J's cogs and Lorinov. If the Gyro and the Visage cannot carry the fights, well, this man will take an Ultra.
Yep, I think Chimera there got ahead of themselves, thinking that with the pipe they just cannot die, but they killed the Visage first, right? They made sure they went through him, and despite using that pipe, it just wasn't enough. You were surrounded by enemy heroes without the Storm Spirit being there to destroy the backline, to kill the backline. But once you already used every single one of your spells to go through that pipe to bring down all of the tanky heroes, the Storm comes in, and he did have some mana issues in that fight, but because there's a Wisp, he just kept him up and he gets an ultra kill. What a great read of the situation by Lorinov to make a really bad fight be okay, at least okay in the end.
I could say maybe even bigger than okay, considering that those were a lot of galvanized stacks for Storm Spirit. Now you have Relocate and a Storm with 18 stacks with 21.7 mana regen. You cannot show on the map anymore as Namiga. You'll die. You'll die if
And
you show.
his Witchblade is gonna get delivered, plus he has the 80 rune, man. He's gonna... Whoever he sees is just dead. Core, support, Shishak.
Oh, talk about Shishak indeed. That's the one he's found first.
Got him.
So much damage. You're able to
Making it
spam
look
that
easy.
ball lightning.
It's just... No matter what you get versus a Lorinov Storm, he is a beast on this hero and can play around it. And you know what the scary part is? That he got it so late in this draft that you actually don't have any good heroes versus the Storm. Every one of your heroes sucks.
Pretty much. Yep, they don't have an answer to the hero. SD is alright, but he's also a prime target for the Storm Spirit to just jump on, right? At least it's not an Orchid Storm, so SD just doesn't insta-die.
Well, considering how many stats in the Witchblade the Storm has, he might die during the Electric Vortex. It's not out of the question. And now even if he doesn't, the Storm Spirit with an Aegis has a luxury to stay deep, showing himself to the enemies. You're not afraid of death.
Yeah, now especially with the Aegis, yeah. We did talk about the BKB for the Earth Spirits. I think at 16 minutes into the game, that it's going to be a couple minutes until he finishes it off, and that is still the recipe short.
Razor already has his. I mean, you have ways to fight, but again, we're coming
They're
to the
going to try and use the
fight.
Dawnbreaker in it. Try to
They
see
see it.
as much as possible. Shishap going for the lasso, but no lasso ever goes off. He was close, but it's just not close enough, and they pay the price for it. The roll in onto 1J at the back, while the fight is primarily on top of the Dawnbreaker. Meow will drop. Not a single hero yet lost on the side of Chimera as they clean up the
Well,
Earth
Razor is
Spirit.
running
He will
in.
also buy back on the Shadow Demon. 1J will be the first one to die. Lorenov still with the Aegis. He's happy tanking it here.
Lasso's ready.
2000 though. Can they do? Io is coming back soon with that relocate, so he'll be able to tether up the Gyro and heal him up. While Lorenov cleans up as he takes the SD. That's a dieback on him. And that's the tier 2 tower now vulnerable with just
He wants
Shishak
all that.
alive, and not even Shishak will live to tell the tale as Lorenov will take yet again another kill, and he's 27 galvanized stacks now. This is, I think we're at the unlosable type of territory.
What a bad blink from the Batrider. I mean, he didn't even use his lasso in that fight at all. He could have started off with the IO dying, and then you might be seeing a different story. You saw everything, but sometimes you just get jitters, right? You feel like the game is going really bad for you. You understand that you have to do everything right, that you cannot mess up, and then even the most basic of things that naturally would never happen to you, they just tend to go wrong.
Yeah. Getting some glimpses of West Europe when we had the accidental lassoing the Eidolon instead of the Enigma.
Yep. That was
Now it was just the lasso, which looked like he was in lasso range, but it just never went off.
Nope. When he jumped in, it was in lasso range, and he didn't click it immediately for whatever reason. A half a second later, there were cogs separating him from any kind of chance of getting the IO, unfortunately.
And every single rune this game has gone for the Storm. Every single action rune. So I think Namiga are in for one more fight. They can win this one, they'll keep themselves alive. 1J, nice cog placement, good reaction. Lorenov finds the Shadow Demon instantly. He's the one he wants. He'll take the Batrider down too.
He'll take
and
them
he's
both.
gonna have to buy back into this one. The SD will not return as he's already on the death penalty. He will not buy back again. They have
that gonna
managed
be
to
a
find
rampage?
one, but it's just too much damage. They have no answer to this, and this will be a clean 22-minute GG, and Chimera will march to the next round of the upper bracket.
The Haken T2000 is gonna be stopping Lorenov from getting a rampage, and I get it. You cannot allow even your player to feel that powerful that he's unstoppable. He most definitely was in this series, and now I think now when other teams are gonna be looking at the Chimera, they understand. Okay, we need to ban out the Storm, sure. We need to ban out all of the Dahaks heroes. Wait, how many bans do we have? Well, not enough. That's what I'm gonna tell you. It's they're always gonna have something to pull out, and you're gonna have to find counters, hard counters to those heroes that are left if you want to go up against this team.
Yeah, individual skill maybe playing the bigger factor here too, that Namiga is just not as good in the laning stage as the players on the side of Chimera who understood fully what they needed to achieve. They started well by trying to shut down the Storm Spirit, and honestly, that's the two deaths that he had were in the laning stage before he hit level 6. That was the right way to do it. That's like
No.
a ancient old Dota strat, right?
They
Like, you
made
kill
him
the
mad.
Storm.
Believe me, Panda, they just made him mad. No,
They made him mad, sure, but I think you struck a nerve, and I think that's the right way to do it. You kill him before he hits level 6. It's been around in Dota since forever that when he has Zap, we can't really kill him, but before that, he's a creep. And those are the only two deaths that he had. Once he had his ulti up, well, you saw what happened there.
A lot of Sonar Spirits at level 5 just go into the jungle just to prevent this this from happening. But Lorenov continued going back into the mid lane. Shishak really good understanding of what he needs to do. But that's the thing. Your Batrider had such a good start, such a good game, early levels, everything, 200 gold away from a Blink Dagger, and he dies twice. So the hero that got the most out of the laning stage that went good for you just never didn't hit the timings, didn't come online as fast as he should. And at that point, then you think like, why the hell did we even do all of these things in the early game? Because they changed nothing.
Absolutely. But that is a deserved victory for Chimera Esports going into the next round of the upper bracket semifinals. And an Amiga will have to get up to speed from the lower bracket. But we will need to find some opponents for these two teams. And it's not going to be too long until we get to the next series. But that is going to be through a break as we're going to watch then Liga team take on Hydra. But we'll be back after the break here with Fissure Playground 1 Dota Tournament brought to you by Fissure. Welcome back, everybody. We're heading over to the last series of the day here at the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament, brought to you by FISSURE. And it is going to be a pretty interesting one, too, because we weren't entirely sure if we're going to get one of our teams to play, as they had an overlap in the schedule, but they have made room in that schedule, and we will get to continue on ours with Liga team versus Hydra to find an opponent for the winner, Chimera Esports, or the loser go to lower bracket versus Namiga Gaming. Here it's Panda and Harry Freak, as usual. I kind of painted it out at the start of our casting segment that Chimera and Liga are probably my top 2 seeds in this playoff qualifier. But, you know, Hydra, I don't think they... okay, they have to be an insanely good team to beat this matchup. But then if Chimera plays Liga in the next round, I still think Chimera is so much stronger based on their previous 3-0 Grand Finals performance versus Liga team. So not to get too ahead of ourselves here, especially score-wise, but how do you feel about this particular matchup?
In Eastern Europe, I already told you that if there is a big discrepancy between the teams, that there is no chance. But I think that Hydra actually has some pretty decent players. You know, a lot of them don't have a Wikipedia page, but Ethereal, Proletari, Problems, all of these guys have played for some solid teams. Right, being a part of some pretty big matches. I think there is knowledge and skill on Hydra to at least put up a fight. It's from my perspective, I don't think it should be as one-sided as the previous series. The previous series was just a straight up, we're better than you, we can do whatever we want, we can make whichever mistakes we want, and we're just going to win because we know where and when we want to fight and what our timings are, and you're not going to be able to match it. Here, I don't think the difference is that huge. Plus, Liga are a different kind of team. Liga like to put a lot of emphasis on violent, farm quite a lot, slow it down a bit from time to time. This does give opportunity for Hydra to strike back. So, more fun than the previous one. That's what I'm. That's what I'm thinking.
I would agree. I would agree completely with that one. That Hydra should be able to put up a bit more of a fight here. Looking at their open qualifier run, most importantly, they did beat Namiga 2-1. They beat 4 Pirates 2-0 as well in the grand finals matchup. And 4 Pirates, of course, had to go all the way through the last chance qualifier because they weren't able to make it through the second. That one went for an Amiga Gaming that we just saw play. So they weren't really challenged too much in that regard. But as mentioned, Liga is a different beast. You mentioned the carry player Violent, that I think in my books, I think he's been maybe the least most impressive player, probably because of the days when he was playing back in Bait. That was under the longest losing streak in Dota 2 history. I think it was 46 maps in a row that Bait lost back in the day, and Violent was in the roster back in the day. Didn't really give a very shining example of how good he is when he is good, but he has a ton of support in his team. Mirage is a great mid player. Alberca, mentioned before, great offlaner. I think these guys can really push Violent to the next level, and maybe he has improved since the 21 season when he was playing in Bait. So I'm excited to see how he fares.
He has, I think he was at his best when he played for Namiga on Violent. That was the Juggernaut, was in the meta, and that is his best hero. I very rarely saw him lose with it. I'm now looking through the heroes because I've been hoping to see a Juggernaut for quite some time, and not even Violent is playing a Juggernaut in pubs, which means we are still at least a couple of weeks, potentially a couple of months away from seeing him in competitive gameplay.
Maybe sooner than the patch, you're saying?
Well, I'm hoping somebody pulls him out. I have seen some players experimenting with it in pubs. I don't think it was like awesome success, but you know, it just some of these melee heroes are coming back, and the Lich being in the meta, you know, you never know. When Lich got changed and the Frost Shield was added, his best laning partner was who? The Juggernaut. So I'm looking forward for that to return.
Okay, all right. I also see one of the players has shown up to be maybe a little bit of a liar. See, one of the in-game nicknames, 200 ping animal, is actually a 21 ping, so not really living up to his name, is he? But holy, it's a first phase Lina. It's a very likely mid Lina as well.
Yep. Valen did play Lina in the past, but currently it's not being played like that. And also, 200 ping animal is probably referring to somebody else that came to European servers. I'm gonna assume some South American players were playing on European servers, and that's why he put his name as.
Okay. I don't need to go into specifics.
That's how you do it. I'm just saying that's how it usually is done. I haven't done it personally, but I've seen people
Sounds like Matt is
change their
speaking from
names.
experience. Put you on the pedestal there. All right, we got Invoker matched up versus the Lina. You won't be able to dispel the stacks with the Tornado, unfortunately. But I think this levels the playing ground in the mid matchup at least, because both are somewhat strong playmakers. Lina may be more your solo performances, especially when you're looking for pickoffs around the map with your spellcaster build. But the Invoker is both. Not only just a pick-offer, but also a good team fighter with the rest of the bunch. You got buffs that you buff your allies.
In the first series, we saw a Lina be countered heavily by the Spectre, right? And when I see an Invoker, I immediately think a potential Spectre for Hydra as well, because Invoker is going to be hunting. And I think that's the idea. You mentioned it perfectly. The Lina goes hunting on her own, but Invoker, he needs some assistance, right? So who's it going to be? Having a Spectre on your side is amazing. You find the Lina and you know she's dead.
Maybe another hero that reveals her location. Then I see a Nyx ban, so might just be a Dawnbreaker steal for Hydra. Maybe that's what Liga team's hoping, that they pick the Dawnbreaker and they have a ready answer towards the hero. But if they get the Dawn, they might look for the Spectre themselves. So Hydra banning out the Pango instead. Suspecting maybe that could be potential carry Lina or the offlane Pango from Alberca.
Yep. Alberca can definitely play a Pango. Hasn't been playing in pubs in quite some time. An interesting hero that Alberca has been playing in pubs is a Legion Commander. I'd actually really like to see that. Maybe allow the Beastmaster to go through into the game or something similar, and then have that purge. Wouldn't be too surprising to see now that I'm seeing that he's playing it. And you having Lina, a lot of the dual damage is gonna go your way. I'm getting hyped up here. Probably my hype is just gonna stop when I see the picks come out and they're just the usual.
Yeah, I like to see what the adjustment is going to be with this Lina and the Pango ban, especially because Alberca has played 0 competitive games of Pangolier, which would mean that the Pango would have been a mid ban. Suspecting Violent is the one who still wants to play that carry Lina, as you mentioned, and we have cast him before playing that carry Lina, but it's not really the carry Lina patch anymore, mostly because of the Gleipnir ban. But that's only if you're watching Tier 1 Dota. I still see players playing the Lina carry and having success, just swapping their item build a little bit, not just going the Gleipnir route.
Yeah, but I'm looking at Violent's pubs. He has played 1 Lina in the past 8 days, 2 days ago, to be exact, and he played the mid lane Lina with the magic damage.
With the
build.
magic damage. Okay.
Yeah, so you're not used to being this glass cannon that stands ground and attacks. You're used to being this glass cannon who leads somebody then runs away. So
Right.
it's a different approach.
Then that feels like a bit of a weird Pango ban, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels like an incredibly weird Pango ban. I guess it's just something that they feel that could annoy the Invoker, and that full stop, right? That's where I think we should stop thinking about the Pango.
There is our Lich in preparation of the right click that Ogre is going to be pairing up with, and you have the Alacrity buff as well in your team. So who's that heavy hitter going to be? I think you might be saving that all the way to the end of the draft, because you've already revealed quite a lot of your draft. I think this is where you pile in with your other support and your offlane potentially. There is the Muerta, and it's going to be paired up with the Bristleback. So this is a 1-3 flex, and I like the idea.
Okay. The one
But
thing that Hydra
Ogre-
do play is a Drow. That's
Ogre
cool.
Bristle double melee into Mars. Is that an okay lane?
I think it will be fine, but it doesn't necessarily have to mean that it is a carry Bristleback. So I'm kind of leaning towards an offlane Bristle here.
Sure. Because that's what I will also do, maybe. Just wait to see what Liga is going to be picking up. If they decide to play carry Lina, I think Bristleback is better in that particular matchup. Or at least should have a good time in the lane, where it is very handy to have. Maybe they even decide to play the Morta carry, which would mean a lot of late game for Hydra. But that is also, it also has its own risks. There's the Morphling that comes out, and I think an instant Doom ban should be incoming.
Are you afraid of the Doom here?
Absolutely, if you're Morphling.
Yeah,
And
if you're
and it also
Morphling.
forces the Bristleback to go 3.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, most likely. But the thing is, if you pick the Doom offlane on Hydra, then the Bristleback will be 1. And double melee there. Then you have a Doom as well. You don't really have good vision givers other than the Invoker. You just keep your tabs on the Invoker, you'll be fine. I guess you ban it just to be safe, but I think you can get away with letting it through this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I would otherwise say bad with vision, but Bristleback's definitely a hero who can just march up on the high ground and be fine with it.
In most scenarios, yes, but in Lich Lina, no. Lich Lina, no, because you have the Sinister Gaze, which forces you to look towards your enemies, and then you can get bursted down. This lineup of Liga is actually quite good at bursting down the Bristleback if he wants to play in that way, right? Which is sometimes what we like from the Bristleback, but I don't think it's the right approach this game.
All right, so they're banning out the puck and the sniper with this Lina out
Wait.
on the field. So are we looking at they're thinking it's
Or
a
Lina?
support Lina and mid is
Let me see.
open.
Oh, Quizzy does play a ton of Lina. Yeah, this is one thing I forgot about. That he
Okay.
does play a ton of Lina. But then again, so does Mirage. Maybe they're thinking because there's an Invoker that generally you don't want to play a Lina, because the Invoker is just going to be hunting you down. And it's a fair assumption.
5 seconds
For sure.
Right. But if you play this Lina as a support, do you pick yourself a range mid, or like are we looking at Queen of Pain potentially? Are we looking at Earth Spirit, Earth Shaker?
Earth Spirit, Void Spirit, I think. Something along those lines if you want to play a different mid laner. So a Spirit hero who goes deep in and just
I like the
smash
Earth
them. I
Spirit
think
more
Earth
in that
Spirit.
sense. I don't think I've really ever been a Void Spirit enjoyer.
remaining.
Yeah, but I'm looking at Mirage and I'm not really seeing Earth Spirits being played, and that is a type of hero that you it's gonna be a mid Lina.
Okie dokie. So they left the Doom open. They want to force that Bristleback into that position if they pick the hero. Otherwise, what is there left for Hydra's carry?
Well, let's see what they have been playing in the qualifier on the Hydra side. Here I don't have info, but there's the Drought that's banned out, Alchemist banned out, Sven not really ideal, TA is banned out as well, Dragon Knight banned out. They've got nothing. Like every single thing that they've ever wanted is gone. Terrorblade not good versus the Morphling. Anti-Mage, let's go.
Pretty wild. Yeah, I guess you could play Anti-Mage.
I like it. Really, wouldn't be half bad.
Not a hero you get to see too often being picked.
But they go Terrorblade.
They go Terrorblade instead, but it's not a good carry-to-carry matchup at least.
No, it's a safe, not so safe pick. That is how I'm looking at it, right? Because oh boy, you can get bursted down. The magical damage on the other side, they have poke magic damage and they have a ton of burst magic damage, right? Plus, I don't see much follow-up to the Invoker. That is the main concern I had with their lineup, which is why I thought about the Anti-Mage, because that is a hero that could, maybe an Ursa, that could allow you to jump in when the Invoker and the Muerta are setting up. But right now you just have this poke constant output of damage. It is high damage from Hydra, but you're not going to be able to blow somebody up, and you're playing versus a Morphling, so I don't know how they think Violent is going to die.
Yeah, and you also have a lot of lockdown as well onto a TB who might never even get the Sunder off, right? So early game might be a bit of an issue for Terrorblade. You're going to have to try and stay hidden as much as possible while the enemy has a lineup that activates quite early. We already saw in the previous series how deep a Batrider is willing to go to farm that Blink Dagger, so that is also space taken away from the TB. So Hydra's got... I think they have a couple questions that they need to answer I don't think you can do like a, half-assed, I said I studied for the exam, but I only read the first sentence and didn't really study it thoroughly. Basically, what that means is they cannot have this very simple one-dimensional plan, but they have to be ready for quick adaptations as well, because that also means you cannot give away the map to your opponent without response.
Up until one point, I mean, remember a couple of days ago, Panda, we were also casting a Bristleback Snot Rocket game, and at some point, he just hit a timing where they stood their ground and went to fight, and there was so much constant output of damage that the opponents could never fight, and they just won the game. So there is going to be this very, very strong timing around the 20-minute mark on the side of Hydra. But the thing is, you have to itemize perfectly. And I don't necessarily know what it is, but this Bristleback needs to get to a point where he's unkillable. The Terrorblade needs to... Okay, I guess that's going to be Manta Dragonlance, no real surprises there. But you need to understand exactly when this Bristleback is ready to be hard to kill, that he cannot be bursted down by Lina, stand his ground, go from tower to tower, and overtake the map with the Invoker, finding supports and making sure that the Sinister Gaze doesn't kill the Bristleback. So this is a very technical lineup from Hydra, but that can work, right? There is an idea behind it and a timing that you are gunning for, and that timing is one-dimensional. What happens up until that timing is where you have to be all around the place, and most of it comes down to the Invoker.
Pretty much. That's pretty much it, right? I mean, that takes away from that one-dimensional side thing, like we make this happen and that's our way to win. If one thing fails, we have a backup for it. It's not the end of the world, but that also requires multiple other scenarios to happen, and it cannot just be a coincidence. It needs to be planned to get this lineup to work as it should. So Hydra, you're truly into the test now. As we mentioned, they did make some room in their schedule, giving away another series to play this one specifically because it is a $1 million tournament that you might end up qualifying from. It's FSD. We'll run into Queasy, Malady, and Alberca, and that's going to be your first blood right there off of this Ogre. It's slow work, but it's honest work.
Yep, you need some time to get through all of the layers of fat, but in the end, you will be able to get that kill. Very, very nice start
Get to the juicy parts.
for a Mars. Yep. And Mars generally doesn't pressure the Terrorblade too much in the lane, and neither the Ogre, because your God's Rebuke isn't really that strong in this lane. Both of these heroes have way too much armor.
Talking about Serbia and Belgrade in general, you're the hometown kid, right? Say if I was a person who was willing to join the LAN, go and watch the LAN on the 31st of January to the 2nd of February, what was that one food? We had this we had that pizza slice with some kind of topping on top of it, and it was really good. What was it called?
Oh,
what was it?
I think we were just eating a pizza slice with some beef salad. I think
Beef
that's
salad, that's the one, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a real nice kind of like late night snack.
Yeah, so listen, everybody, if you are coming to the LAN in Belgrade, lay off on the food during the holidays, because you are, in those 3 days here in Belgrade, going to get fat. We're gonna make you fat. So lay off on the food right now so that you can prepare.
Yeah, there's some great foods out there, definitely, that I think I need to indulge a little bit more on, because the last time we came to Belgrade, we were only there for, I think, 5-6 days, and most of that was working or traveling, so we didn't have that much time. But the foods that I had, I can recommend.
Yep.
I just don't remember the name of the meat patty that we had on the first day. What was it called?
Pleskavica.
Pleskavica.
Yeah, sure. That's good enough. I'm not gonna...
Something like that. That was also good. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see you guys in Belgrade on the 31st of January for the main event of this tournament for that $1 million prize pool. Maybe we'll get to see Liga. Maybe we'll get to see Hydra play there. This East European qualifier will tell us quite a lot. Teams,
I will find out in the next 5 days. That's why we're here, Panda. We're here to find out who goes. Yesterday, Avulus went through in a pretty anticlimactic grand finals. Not gonna lie, they crushed it, but. In the next 5 days, I'm hoping that it's going to be a little bit closer here, and it's not just going to be Chimera smashing everybody's faces in.
And the official coverage is of the East European qualifier, but we don't have one for China. But you can always keep up to date with, Wikipedia has the score. cores. I'd like to see Yakul's brothers make it in there once again. The last time, the hype was real with those guys at the Dacha. As the Terrorblade is in quite big trouble. Alberca has a spear, but this, the stick charges, as you mentioned, will be enough to keep him alive. Also, the Ogre deciding to heal him up a little bit. Another salve. Already seeing the pressure coming out from Liga team as their 2 cores are already ahead in CS. 1K net worth lead very early on.
Yeah, now that you mentioned the Yakul's brothers, there was a song that was made during Dacha. Yakul's brothers better than the others. I'm not gonna be singing it right now, but that's what the AI of FISSURE did make in that tournament. So maybe one of these teams, if they make it to a LAN, they're gonna be getting a song of their own.
Probably, maybe I could be the one to compose it. I'm a musician after all.
Sure. I play bass. You know, that means that I'm not really that good of a musician, but I can help you.
But you play bass.
Yeah. For you, it's gonna be Tundra, zero mistakes. That's what theirs was. Yeah, so that's kind of something I would assume Panda would compose. You know, classic Finnish metalhead. Let's go though. Let's look at this game. Liga are crushing.
Only one kill though. I mean, mostly just the laning stage is going well for Liga in terms of CS. You can see already a bit of pressure amounting in the mid lane by this Lina against the Invoker, who only just hit level 5. But I think there's a pretty standard approach on what's going on right now. I don't think there's anything special going on. Ethereal and Mirage really fighting it out.
Yeah, Mirage smacking Ethereal and getting smacked back by the creeps. That's how it goes. Mirage cannot really, Ethereal cannot really strike back on Mirage right now. But that's a lot of mana that you used, and you didn't really get the kill.
Yeah, he tried with the cold snap when the tower was hitting the Lina as well. We were sitting under that tower for like a minute.
Yep. He did get a significant lead, and overall, this laning phase in terms of lead Liga are doing well. And we're coming back to the fact: Eastern Europe, best laners, and they're slightly better. It's gonna show.
But the shock effect does come out of that snot rocket combined with TB, because TB doesn't have to AFK farm in the jungle forever. Since he has the snot rocket bristle, he can utilize that minus armor, gives him maybe the worth of 1.5 items on this Terrorblade to deal damage. So that minus armor is serious.
Yep, it's too much. Every single time I'm baffled. 24 AoE minus armor. Sure, that's balanced.
EMP's landed right behind the Batrider and the Lina. This could be their chance to kill Mirage, and they've got that one as problems. Lands the dead shot. Nice, also the tornado connected, but Queasy might even be able to take down FSD.
Blood grenade.
Paladin really hoping to land another blood grenade. He was trying to walk close enough to throw it, but couldn't get in range.
FSD is avoiding a sentry with 0 HP. He is playing with his life a bit too much for my taste.
Queasy trying to find him. The flame break is going to miss, and Ogre has the vision advantage with the ward placed down, so he lives thanks to it. The problem now for Radiant is they have 2 obs wards right next to each other, showing the same area. It's a bit of a waste.
It's still okay because the rotations towards the mid lane are gonna be coming from the Batrider, and he might go over the cliff on the other side, and Invoker might not see him. But then when he's coming low ground in the mid lane, he will see him there. So I think this is okay. You've covered your bases with Invoker. Sure, that one next to him would be great, but it's even much better if you see the Batrider rotating through the river, and then you can react with multiple heroes to counter engage.
FSD suspecting that they also have vision down there, so he might just walk up the sentry and not find a ward. Well, the Batrider will find the freshly placed down obs. Queasy will get some money out of that. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Morphling was basically being jumped on there momentarily, but the calling slows and zones.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's see, pretty slow game. I'm trying to think when are the first moves going to be happening, and if it's Liga, it's towards the mid lane. If it's Hydra, it's either reacting to the mid lane or the Invoker rotating. More likely to go for the Mars. I don't think you would want to run down a Morphling.
You can run down an Ogre maybe. Queasy's at work here, trying to run down FSD, and not a lot required there with Mirage landing the long-range Dragon Slave. And that will be the second kill for Liga in the first 8 minutes of play. And they are still 3 cores ahead of the Hydra side.
An AD rune on the Lina. Imagine how much that Laguna deals at the moment. It's not something that you want to be on the receiving end of. Does the Invoker have raindrops? Yes, he does. Very smart from Ethereal.
Oh, nice catch there on Problems. Malady able to grab him with a Sinister Gaze, so no escape. And Mirage with the 80 runed Laguna. It doesn't take too much work. Or at least doesn't take too long to finish off that Muerta.
620 damage from 2 spells. That's how it goes. And one of them is level 1, being the LSA. So I mean, I guess even the Laguna Blade is level 1, but doesn't really count for ultimate abilities. They are coming. I don't like this from Hydra, that they are just running around the mid lane. It's obvious that your mid laner is weaker than the one on the other side. And even if you, let's say, catch the Lina, if you continue doing this, ultimately you will be losing.
Well, they spot the Lina with the night vision. Lina doesn't see until now as the Ogre decides to walk in, but Problems moved away, so they miss out on a clutch dead shot. But the Fire Blast is there. The calling is there to slow him down. The dead shot gives him an extra movement speed, and Lina's going to be safe. Dodging the Tornado. Actor does walk in, and that Lina should still die, despite all of that extra heal, but that is 4 versus 1. And they're killing the Terrorblade as we speak. The spear comes out from Alberca. Ethereal can't save him. And this is an even bigger one. 4 for 1. And on the other lane, you have 2 for 1. And you lose a mid, and they lose their carry.
This is why I don't like, also another reason you are going around the map chasing the Lina. If she's in the mid lane and her 2 supports are there, she's going to be doing more damage, more burst, and you're going to lose that. If on the other side you catch the Lina, it's going to be somewhere away from the mid lane, somewhere deep, and it's going to be wasting so much time, giving opportunity to Liga to strike somewhere else on the map. Well, there we saw it, Terrorblade taken down.
Bit of stacks being built as well. The Bristlebacks trying to clean them up here. We'll need to get to that pipe ASAP. That pipe is really one thing that maybe allows somebody to survive the Lina burst. It is a huge reduction of magical damage. But still, with so many sources of magical damage on the side of Liga, even if most of them do get reduced, the more you use, you're still doing quite a ton. Not a lot of high HP heroes on Hydra. TB under 1,000, Ogre exactly at 1,000, Muerta's under 1,000. Even the Bristleback with a pipe just doesn't have the HP.
They took the Mars' tower. This is huge, right? Hydra is not going to have to be looking towards this one, not going to be having to invest so much to defend their bottom tower at all. And top lane, Invoker is rotating. Let's see, he will be going under a sentry, but no wards to spot him.
They also used the Frost Shield. Ethereal is on the hunt for Malady, and into the sentry they walk, and he does not suspect that one. He does get nuked already by the Morphin. He drops another EMP down, and that burns the Invoker's mana completely. It was also cold snapped by the Morphin for a moment, and here comes Alberca. Beautiful rotation there, and that blink surprises them completely. Taking 2, and now looking for the 3rd. They can just catch the Bristleback. LSA stuns there. Laguna straight to the face. The Tornado used by the Morphling to throw Actor in the air.
Because of that, yep. There was a little bit of a problem there in communication. If that Laguna comes out at the same time as the Tornado, they probably still get the kill, but it feels bad and shows that there wasn't much talking between the 2 teammates. Still quite
so maybe a couple laughs. Maybe a couple laughs thrown in there that I intentionally tried to make you dodge that Laguna Blade.
Depends on what kind of personalities you have. Some people get annoyed by something like that. I would assume not.
I mean, it's a team environment, right? You got to find the click. We saw from that behind the scenes video by, I think it was by ESL, where we saw a lot about different types of team cultures. We have a bunch.
I love China team cultures. That's just for me the best one. They're so serious and they're so respectful.
They're so military based, yeah.
Exactly. And when they flame each other, it's in such a respectful way. But some other cultures would literally see it as flaming, and they see it as like, this guy's my best friend because he's telling me how to improve myself. It's beautiful.
It's a bit like from like Game of Thrones. It's like, who gave you the order? always listen to the captain, my captain.
Let's see, it's a 6k gold lead. Liga just coming out super far ahead. Hydra with those rotations to the mid lane. Man, that was just such a... You know how we mentioned that they have to be all around the place in the first 15-20 minutes? Well, not the mid lane. That is not the place that you want to be at. And now Liga with his Blink Dagger, they're going to try to get the lead so high that even once you get your timings, you do not have the power to stand your ground and push. And that's now the goal for Liga. I think they might already be at that point, but they have the tools to increase it even further.
Yeah, they're not quite able to get to that T1 tower, though. Both mid towers are still standing as we speak. And it does feel like it has been staying up for an eternity, like a 20-minute game. We're only at 14 minutes so far. Alberca is on the hunt, going for the Wisdom Rune. That's going to be stolen by Liga. So both Wisdom Runes go for them. So XP-deprived Hydra still looking to protect that mid-T1 tower, while the moves from Liga are happening elsewhere on the map. Now maybe getting the connection down mid. That's a smart ward placed down by Malady down to mid as we are watching the TB protected by his own gang of an Ogre and an Invoker.
They would want to be jumping behind the mid lane. Mars is going to be searching for somebody. TP out. Very, very good positioning from the Muerta, but it doesn't change anything. This smoke, it got them more than they wanted.
Oh, looks like they might be able to save Queasy as well. FSD's committing for this kill. The Tornado misses, but the Ignite's going to take him down. Because that spell, once you multicast it, you're not getting rid of it. A Mirage will get a kill.
Long. It's insane how long it lasts. I mean, he got a little bit lucky there with the multicast. First on the Ignite, then on the Fire Blast. I guess Fire Blast level 1, not that big of a deal. But it adds up. It's extra 70 damage.
I love when you 4x multicast and Ignite and the duration is just eternal.
You just burn. That's how it goes.
Burn.
Okay, so
And it burns.
Mr. Burns, the
Ring of
pipe,
Fire.
The pipe is coming for the Bristleback. I need to save our viewers fast. Just kidding, Panda. That was the most beautiful singing I've ever heard in my life.
Wow.
But
I know.
the pipe is
applause.
when Hydra can make something happen. They don't have a pipe yet.
Walker getting stunned up here into the Lich ulti as well.
Might be too
taking
deep.
a pummeling, but Ethereal is living through it, and they will take Malady first. Still got the
Chain
Sunder.
Frost.
That is their target to use it on. He uses the 1 to survive the Spear. Alberca low, but Mirage now sees an opening and starts throwing in some nasty right clicks. Alberca still tanking the TB here. Spear is available in 1 second. He can
Sunder.
push him towards Mirage,
God.
but Alberca wants to clean him up himself.
Very nice bulwark usage of the Terrorblade. Mirage deals with the illusions. If the illusions stayed alive, they would have finished off Alberca, and then maybe the Terrorblade gets out. But this fight was won by a Chain Frost. That is the only reason. It was lost for Liga. They couldn't do anything, and the Chain
Not
Frost
over
continues.
yet.
Ah, what a dive.
I mean, if you can dive tier 3 towers at 16 minutes, sure. Be my guest. I've seen a lot of teams fail doing that. Since people have been dying and there's not much of a threat, sure.
You know, we expected this to be more fun, and I guess the only way I can see this being more fun than the previous series is because at least they are killing them. They're not just staying in front of their tower with Hydra not having a shot. They are dying or without having a shot. So it's slightly different, slightly more fun and exciting.
Pretty much. Just wait until we have the Shard and Lina, then we can be like, oh wow, she killed someone. Just 25 damage for each Fiery Soul charge. I don't know whose idea was to give a 1400 gold item this much impact.
It was very shitty at the start, and then
It
they
was
added
pretty bad,
facets, thermal runaway. They added more damage per fiery soul. It
Used
was
to be
15
10
at the start.
I think it used to be 10 damage per
10,
stack.
15, and now it's 25. But now you have a billion stacks because of the facet.
Yes.
So it's kind of unfair.
It went from bad to better to just completely broken. It's like, okay, sure, that's a nice little scaling you added there. 3 seconds for Lasso. Queasy's on the hunt.
As a blink.
He should be able to get Ethereal, but he's quite deep in. He thinks he's going to get stunned by somebody if he goes that far in.
And he was right. Nobody showing on the map.
and you see that the Terrorblade is somewhere in the vicinity on that ward that you have in the river. So it was quite obvious that Hydra were preparing to show us their timing of the pipe. Smart choice from
They are bringing in everybody, though. Do you actually run into the Invoker? Get the Sinist look at that arena. Just catching
Big
3.
one.
And if they can delete the Invoker right away at the start, they even use the lasso for it. And he is out. He is getting some hits in the back, and that calling is not ending anytime soon. It's going to stick around for quite some time. And there's the burst from Mirage.
Lina
looking
positioning.
to take down Actor. He is low on HP. Not quite enough, and Queasy tries to finish him off with the Flame Break that only hits FSD. Morphling on the chase, turned into a Terrorblade himself. Sunder is also still active and online. Queasy did buy back for this fight to try and help out the end result, but Liga not losing any of their cores and getting that Invoker out of the way at the start, I think that really just wins them the fight. But nicely helped by Hydra, but
They see it.
still end badly. Alberca sees where the TB is. They're not willing to go in, though.
Yep, he has friends. You're underneath the tier 2. That pipe is ready. It's gonna go bad if you go in again. It's still not too bad for Hydra. Sure, you lost the Invoker, but in a situation where you're losing 10k gold, you go 2 for 2. It's showing the power of their lineup. We talked about it. This is their timing. Just the problem is that they're a little bit too far behind. But they're holding their own.
Malady has been playing this Lich really well. Like, every time it looks like this Lich might die, he's the one who gets to start the fight and then instant follow-up from his teammates. I just love how Malady is playing that Lich.
Very good with the Frost Shield usage as well, waiting for the Tornado to come out and then using it to make a difference. You know, a lot of people just panic and they use it, it gets purged off, and suddenly you don't have a spell. He has been quite good at understanding when is the timing to protect your buddy.
So 10,000 gold ahead at 20 minutes. Not a bad start at all for Liga, but for Hydra, the pressure is mounting. Gotta start to play this Bristleback lineup. The Snot Rocket with the TB. He's gonna need some damage items, or maybe just attack speed would do it. He's going for stats instead to get that Scotty. Always good to have versus the Morphling. But I honestly think we need something like a Daedalus very soon on the Terrorblade. Even if you have an S and Y, the lockdown just lasts too long. Like, Lich can grab you, Morphling can stun you, Lina can stun you. And now they go on the Bristleback. With the spear, turning his face towards the Lina as well. Mirage is a bit afraid about FSD. He wants to stay on the move and avoid this Invoker at all costs. Also, now the Snot Rocket really coming into play. Actor lives.
He's so tanky.
He's tanky enough, but also the threat of... we have like 4 stacks of Nasal Goo on us. We gotta move away.
Liga, I think they're changing their approach to this game, so they understood that inside of a 5 versus 5, they might actually lose. So they're deciding to send the Morphling to do something else on the map, and consequently, they're hoping for some hate to go towards the Morphling so that they open up for the rest of them to go hunting. Their hunt did work out somewhat. They got the Terrorblade, but they still haven't been able to separate Hydra. And I think after that attempt on the Bristleback, right now it's kind of certain that you don't want to try to kill him. Like, there's always going to be a response around the Bristleback. Even with all of your heroes that you have, with all of the spells, you are better off just letting it go and going for someone else, especially when the Laguna is off on cooldown.
I'm just scared about these item timings. We already have the shard on the Lina, the butterfly coming up. How do you deal with this butterfly?
You don't. I mean,
you don't.
You're not trying to kill the Morphling anyway.
But isn't that the whole point of the Scotty on the TB?
The point of the Scotty of the TB is to allow yourself to survive longer in fights, and it is a great counter to both the Morphling and the Lina. Not only in terms of killing them, but also in terms of reducing their damage, right? You're taking away a lot of the attack speed of the Morphling, so that's gonna be nice, and you definitely need a stats item. That is how you're gonna be going for it, sure.
But you're never getting to hit the Morphling as a TB.
Yep, just kill everybody else if you can. Kill everybody else. That's how it has to go. That's how it has to be, Panda. But yeah, the lead is too high that obviously there's going to be some discrepancy.
Because in that case, then I start to think, like, couldn't it be better to just build like an Aghanims or something, or maybe just straight up Daedalus?
You could, but it's still dangerous to get bursted down by the Lina. Scotty's the most efficient item in terms of stats to be able to survive both the physical and magical damage in Lina.
Lasso's on the Invoker. Right into the arms of Violent. AKA you.
And they're coming high ground. This is the thing now. You're going to have to be TPing in if you're Hydra. And then when you're going to try to separate to shove out the other waves, that's when the real hunting will begin.
Yep, and the hunt, especially with the Invoker missing out. If they finish off the Bristleback just like that, you're not going to be able to protect these racks, not even with a glyph.
Bristleback is strong, but only if he has his team around him to threaten with the Snot Rocket. If there's nobody to use the Snot Rocket at all, then you can go forward and actually take him out.
And especially with that Aegis still up on the Morphling, whatever they throw in his general direction, he will not care. He will just finish off the melee racks, maybe even the range racks right away, because that damage is just obscenely strong. So Liga in the driver's seat still since the very start of the laning stage, and 15,000 gold increased another 5k in the last 4 minutes.
And then the Aegis for another 3 minutes. It's not like they are now going to be pulling back and farming, giving opportunities to Hydra to get out of the map. Not really. The idea is still the same. You only got the Raxes as well. You forced in every single one of the Hydra heroes in the base, and if somebody isolates, there will be a catch. There's multiple heroes actually in Liga that are very good at catching. Lich didn't really itemize to do so, but even he can contribute.
Now positioning is key. Ethereal has to be super cautious about that Ghost Walk movement. Tornado comes out first. The EMP is placed down. Lich is ready to back up. And here's the side gank coming in. The pincer move from Problems and Actor. But Mirage will be fine. He got the LSA, and now they're going to lose that TV. That's your carry gone for 50 seconds. And all that setting up from Actor and Problems just to have no damage to use it all for. GG.
Yep. Yeah, that was last hurrah from Hydra. I mean, their lineup was made so that around the 20-minute mark, you need to be stronger, you need to be fighting. And if you get to a point that just 5 minutes after that, you cannot win a fight at all in a 5 versus 5 on your high ground, then it's time to call it a day. I mean, call it a game, because...
call it a game at least, yeah.
Yep.
Series is still ongoing.
You still have a chance, but... a very, very dominant performance from Liga. It, for me, comes down to Hydra thinking that they can punish the Lina around the mid lane, not understanding that Lina's love when there's 4 supports around the mid lane, because the chances she probably won the mid lane. She's higher level and she does more burst than the enemy mid laner. She might be squishier, but it doesn't matter. Nobody's gonna get close, as they're gonna be dead.
Also, nobody on the side of Hydra went over 10,000 hero damage, while 4 players and almost Morphling doubling up that damage compared to anybody else on the opposing side is a bit of a worrying sign that Hydra was never really able to get their engine running in this game number 1. So got to go back to the drawing board and figure out what was the choice. I mean, that last pick Terrorblade didn't solve their problems.
Yeah, you know, the Terrorblade did more than anybody else, and that is kind of surprising. So the other 4 heroes didn't really manage to do anything. For me, the Invoker not being able to make anything happen on the map in terms of forcing rotations, getting kills on the side lanes, that was the biggest problem, right? Because every single time he would force a rotation to the side lane, he would buy more time. Every time he would kill somebody on the side lane, he would buy more time, and you would get to a point where you have the pipe, when you can fight, and you are on somewhat equal footing. Imagine those mid lane fights with the Snot Rocket, with the Lich ulti bouncing around, being a little bit closer to net worth. I think that Hydra takes it, but because the lead was so huge, they just never stood a chance.
They never really stood a chance, so Liga making game number 1 look a tad bit too easy, but let's see if game 2 is going to be any different, as we are going to be going on a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back with the Fissure Playground 1 tournament brought to you by Fissure. Well, so far, so good in terms of our results in the tournament's first day in the East European qualifier, as only one series has managed to make it to 3 games so far. We've seen a 2-0 by 9 Pandas, we've seen a 2-0 by Chimera Esports, and it could be upon us once again based on game number 1, simply a pretty decisive blow dealt by Liga team versus Hydra, and it just kind of puts us all questioning what can Hydra do better to make them look like a better team and make their draft look a little bit more simpler to execute. We kind of discussed it, that there are a lot of loopholes they can exploit, but they just didn't get their game running. They were losing all of the 3 lanes, and it's kind of self-explanatory. You lose all your lanes, you're looking at impending doom.
Yeah, maybe a smarter approach would be to have more heroes that can actually make plays, right? So that when things go south, you can, in multiple lanes at multiple times, make a play that's going to be making a difference. Because if you are focusing only on this timing, and Liga team knows about this timing, and they can stop it because they're a better team, it's going to be a problem. Sure, we saw in the previous game how Chimera approached it, but they were the better team, right? So they know that they're going to do everything right. So even if you can guess exactly how they're going to be moving, exactly what they're going to do, they're just going to do every little basic thing right that you're going to screw up, and you're not going to be able to deal with them. And Hydra, well, they screw up a couple of little things. They seem little. They seem that they don't make that big of a difference, like chasing a Lina to kill her, and like, oh, we got the Lina kill, but that is not good. The better team would know about it. Hydra, they get pulled into a play like that. So yeah, just get heroes that can make plays, get heroes that can kill, try to open up the game that way, and then you see what happens. You go from there.
Yep, and you have a game plan to start building off. The Morphling and the Mars, Violent and Alberca, cleaned that game without a single death. So we had a 10 KDA on the Morph, we had 15 up on the Mars. So I think that's something that you also have to look at, is not just trying to punish that Lina, but having lane answers to both the side lanes of a Liga team. But, you know, if they're not able to do it, then we're simply just looking at a better team. That's pretty much from their perspective. But also, from Liga team, maybe they made that game look a little bit easy, but it did not come without some good single performances. We saw the Batrider being very efficient. Malad with an almost perfect Lich game. Despite him having the majority of the deaths in the team, he's just a Lich. If he dies, he's okay with it as long as he's got his spells out. And he pretty much did every single time the Sinister Gaze was on the Invoker before he could get his spells off.
I don't know what people are gonna do about this Chain Frost. Something has to be done. It is so freakishly powerful. A spell that used to be... Well, nobody cared about it. Not gonna lie, right? Nobody cared about the Chain Frost, but now it's just too strong. You know, it lingers, or it goes indefinitely with the growing cold. It depends. I guess in a situation where there's a lot of illusions, a lot of units, you go with the growing cold because you know this is just gonna continue bouncing forever. And when of course if you do get kills, and then with the Frostbound, you think that you're out and you would want to re-engage, but you have to wait for the extra 2 seconds. During those 2 seconds, your heroes, your teammates are dead, and if you come back, they're dead as well because the Chain Frost will kill them.
Yep.
Lich is just a bit overtuned at the moment. People just didn't know because they didn't understand how to play him, how to mana manage him.
Yeah, nobody wanted to pick him because it's like, dude, the hero looks so bad right now. But the benefits of the hero are definitely in his entire skill set. Outside of that mono regen being taken away, he just does so much damage on all of his abilities. The Sinister Gaze and his Axe upgrade later on, turning it into AoE if you ever get to that stage. It's just a really damn good hero. And like you said, overtuned, I think that's the best way to describe that Lich. But we'll see if any of those strong heroes go through the Game 2 draft as it's starting momentarily. Probably the Lich ban could also be worth a first phase ban, as Hydra are the ones with the first pick, so they probably might have to let that one go and try to secure a good pick for themselves above countering Ligas.
Nobody's gonna first ban a Lich. I don't think we are at that point. Yes, we are still not at that point, but it's gonna start happening in a month or so, right? But at the moment, people are scared more of your Dragonites or your Alchemists or your Gyros, Linas, Invokers, you know, Beastmasters. At the moment, those are the main ones. But the Lich's time as a first phase ban unless something is changed is coming.
Because I want to look this one up. Yeah, there actually has been, out of the 15 games in the European qualifier, every third game had a Lich ban in the first phase.
Dire team pick.
That's more than I thought. More than I thought. I don't remember his skeleton face being banned out. And Hydra go for a Chen. This is not a we can always make plays type of hero. Sure, you can think you are gonna take the momentum, but Chen is an easy hero to read once again, and you're up against a better team. But sure, if that is how Hydra know how to play Dota, maybe it's better than to just go and play something that is not familiar to you or the team.
Looking at the cameras, does that mean Violence playing Ricky this game?
Exactly. It's obvious, isn't it?
Yeah, probably knows that his hero is going to be picked later on, so doesn't have to be around. But or maybe he has one of those wireless headsets, right? I mean, somebody's talking in from the kitchen, like, yeah, pick me Morphling. What do they have? Okay, good. Because this was actually LeBron who talked to me back in Serbia.
He has it.
He talked about I think it was Spartan, who was basically like when he was playing with him in a team or something like that. I'm not sure, was it some kind of project or something that he was involved with, like back in the days. It was like he was not at his PC. I think he was like taking a shower or something. So he's yelling to LeBron to yell to his team, like, what did they pick? Okay, what are we picking? Sure, what's my hero? Pick this here. It's kind of like a broken telephone kind of communication to Spartan, to LeBron, to the team, and back and forth. And it was just so funny listening to it. It's like we know these stories of like somebody's missing out on the draft, someone's at the gym, someone's still at the toilet, and whatever. Like, there's always someone missing, but when you find out the true stories behind those, like, you can find some really interesting ones. But that one was really hilarious. I was just laughing my ass off.
Spartan is one of the loudest guys that I've ever met. I love people like that, right? He is.
He's great.
He lights up the room. He comes and says, oh, Harry Freak. He never saw me in life. Did I ever see you in my life? I'm like, no, but I know you. And he's just screaming like that all the time. So, and then whenever I see him in the street, like very far away, he lived in Novi Sad for a very long time. I don't know if he's still here. And, they say that in Novi Sad, everybody knows the Dota playing Greek that goes from club to club, right? Because a lot of these Serbian songs are like stolen Greek songs and then just not really translated, but the text is changed, and he goes through clubs and he's singing it in Greek. He doesn't care, and everybody knew him. So I'm not even a little bit surprised about that story. I even expected something more crazy.
But at least this draft, we have, all the players are present, and Chen, Primal Beast. What do you think about our openers? Very different to what our usual suspects have been in the first phase, especially in the last 5-6 days of casting as qualifiers. What do you think?
For sure. I mean, there's not much to it. So you see a Chen, you're gonna go for a Primal Beast. You don't know that you're gonna have a way to deal with the potential Bristleback if he comes out. You don't want to be dealing with so many heals and somebody who's unkillable and don't have a way to deal with. So now you ban out the Beastmaster because he's generally pretty annoying versus a Primal Beast.
Why is Chen so good in a competitive environment when a lot of people say it's a bad hero in pubs right now?
Well, there's a couple of reasons. The main one, of course, is the heal. His ulti is just a thing that changes the fight so much. If you're ready, if you're, let's say, late for a second, the Hand of God will keep somebody alive long enough for that turnaround to happen. So overall, at the moment, a lot of the heroes that are played are AoE damage. And there is some concentrated damage. Lina, Queen of Pain, they come out from time to time, but mostly banned out. But there is a lot of AoE, both magical and physical. So then a straight up heal really works out well. And opening up the map is the most important part. In a pub, if you open up the map, you're not 100% certain if your team knows how to utilize it. In a competitive environment, when you pick a Chen, you know that the next heroes that you're going to be picking that are going to be sums that are going to benefit from the certain towers that are taken out. So that's the two main reasons that Chen is kind of always gonna be somewhat popular, especially in these big, huge AOE teamfight type metas.
Oh, all right. Just curious about that one, since we only see like the Chen specialists willing to pick this hero. It's not something that you just regularly like, oh, Chen's in the meta, we're just gonna play this hero now. It's like you really need to be a specialist on the one to be able to pick it up. The skill ceiling is quite high on a Chen. We got the Monkey King though, combined with this hero now. And that's also a hero. Is that the first Shadow Shaman, by the way? I do want to actually double check this out of all of the regions. Just give me a quick moment.
It shouldn't be. Shadow Shaman is somewhat
Is this the second Shadow Shaman pick of the entire qualifier, all regions combined?
I think though Hydra played it in the open qualifier a lot of times. Let me.
But the closed qualifiers, this is the second. It was played in China today.
No, actually, it wasn't Hydra. I saw somebody playing it. Maybe it was Hydra in a different tournament. Still, I recently cast a tournament, and there was a couple of Shadow Shamans being picked. I think it was Zayat that was playing a lot of it, so I'm looking forward to seeing it.
But the fact is, Spiky Gaming from the China region earlier on this morning is the only Shadow Shaman that has been picked until now. That is a fact.
Okay. Well, we're gonna see. You know how foul play, how it's annoying to deal with. But again, AOE magic damage. It won't care.
Yeah, it's a pretty annoying spell, especially with either cast on yourself or your opponent. Oh, sorry, yourself or your ally. If it procs, and of course, it doesn't it work twice. You can cast it on an ally, and then you have a separate for your own, right? Because it puts your Hex on cooldown when you cast it on an ally, but Cluster Clock is a passive on yourself.
No. So the foul play works with the Cluster Clock, right? That's the thing. That when they hit you, foul play purges everything off, turns you into a chicken, and then there is multiple chickens as well, right? That's how it works.
But you don't have two of them because I'm fairly sure you can cast it on an ally to get the dispel, and if you end up dropping low, even if it's in the same team fight, then you have your ally's a chicken, you're a chicken, and all the other chickens around you.
Yes.
So two instances. That was my question, and that's
it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't share a cooldown. It's completely like separate from the hex, right? That's how it goes.
Yeah. So it's an own buff. Well, we've got the Lich and the Razor, and it doesn't take too long for Hydra to respond with a Morphling this time around. So this Razor, we could be looking at Alberca's pick, very likely, unless they want to put the Primal Beast mid or off lane. You can also play carry, sure. I think I remember 1 or 2 games, Violent playing it back in the day.
Yep, sure, but this is a good Morphling pick, right? You see the Razor, you pick the Morphling. They thought for a second it's gonna be a Monkey King carry, but the thing is that you can now send this Razor to the Violent is a big Razor player. Let me check if
he is, because that's what I was about to ask you. Where do they want to put this Razor? What would they prefer?
I mean, ideally you now would be okay putting it against the Monkey King because you don't want to be playing Razor into a Morphling carry matchup, but Mirage doesn't really play a lot of Razors, so I think it's gonna be Violent's hero.
5
Okay.
seconds remaining.
Still, burst damage on Hydra isn't great, so it's still a good Razor pick, right? No doubt about it. When you, other than the Morphling, nobody really contributes to the burst department, and a lot of the offlaners that are being played nowadays don't do that either.
Offlane bans to the mid bans. Kind of like the Dawnbreaker ban coming out, because there's also another extra amp for both the Morphling and the Monkey King. The evasion brought by the Ags, probably a pretty good item pickup as well in this game. Also the Starbreaker to cancel out the Pulverized channel.
Let's see, what did Hydra play a lot when it comes to offlaners, because that's what they need. Okay, well, they go instantly for an Enigma. That is a solid one versus a Razor. Lich Razor, though, aren't bad versus the Enigma. So I'm not 100% certain about this pick. And once again, Hydra didn't go for a lineup that can actually make a lot of plays. And once again, it is going to be their mid laner.
This is a pretty painful lane for Enigma to play, to be honest. If that's Lich Razor versus the Enigma, I would not be happy with this Enigma in the lane against those two.
So
This is a run at you lane duo right there.
Mirage doesn't play a lot of Primal Beast, but then again, I'm not seeing it much on Alberca either, because Morphling lanes really well versus the Primal Beast. When the Primal Beast came out, there were two heroes that people were constantly picking versus it. One was the Faceless Void, the other one was the Morphling. So
You need someone who hits towers, basically, here in this mid pick, if it's not the Primal. You're really lacking on push. Don't tell me that's a Naga carry.
that is
It is a
carry.
Naga carry. Okay, I don't like this. I'm just gonna say it right away.
Why not?
I don't like this. I'm a big hater of it right now. The Naga support is great. It gives you everything that that the current meta kind of requires you to have. Naga carry, I haven't seen this hero win in 2 months. Not gonna lie. I mean,
are
this
you
is
ready
probably with the skill
Are you
difference maybe
ready?
between Hydra. Maybe you can win it because your team is better. But honestly, like the games that I've cast and seen, Naga Siren carry, it feels like a bit of a waste of space.
Yeah, so there is a main reason why it was picked here is because Hydra sucks at dealing with split push. They are the worst 5 heroes in the world. Maybe I'm overreacting, but close to it when it comes to dealing with split push.
Okay,
right?
sure.
So that's why the Naga was picked, just to take away any chances of them, right? Because what is Hydra gonna want to do? They're gonna want to get together, push a tower, disperse, shove out the lanes. Is that gonna be happening versus a Naga Siren? Not really, because you are gonna be losing ground so fast that sometimes those tower pushes are just gonna be denied from you. I think but this Naga Siren doesn't change the fact that you still need to play this game really, really well on Hydra. And once again, it is on their mid laner to rotate and to find the right way to fight. This time around, though, considering that you're a Monkey King, you might be okay rotating towards his lane. It's not bad. Lich is a bit of a problem when he rotates to help his buddies, but overall rotating towards a Monkey King can work out quite well.
What I do like about the heroes around the Naga Siren on Liga's side, like that is probably the big saving grace, right? Because you're not relying this Naga Siren to carry this game for you, and you have a Razor who's active early, a Primal that is active early, Lich, Batrider, all suitable for the job. If this was just a long, you need to get this Naga Siren to win this game for you, I wouldn't really put their chances really high on that. The Naga support just does so much more. I don't want to overemphasize the fact that I'm not an enjoyer of this hero. It probably I probably hate Naga carry even more than I hate Troll, because I'm like, it's a great Troll game, but I just don't believe in the hero, and usually I've been right. This case, he's got a good lineup to make this Naga probably just get carried. might be ambitious to say that out loud, because obviously this Naga Siren can do great things in a game like this, but if this game stretches anywhere, that goes really just too far. You're playing against an Enigma, against a Morphling, and this hero generally needs a lot of farm.
Nice boundless there from Ethereal to secure the boundary. Is that gonna be 3 runes for them? No. Alberca and Queasy got them on the top lane. But yeah, you're right in that regard. If the game is relatively equal and the Naga Siren cannot split push, and Liga are forced to go for team fights in the later portions of the game, yeah, they are most definitely going to be in trouble. But yeah, I can understand your frustration with the Naga. I mean, there is a reason you don't like the hero or don't believe in the hero. You've probably watched it lose quite a lot of times. But I think here, and not only because of the difference in teams, I think this game in particular, it is actually a very, very good Naga
Also,
Siren game.
One thing that is a big anti-synergy on the side of Hydra, and it is actually linked to this cluster clock, and I can probably see where I'm going with this. If Actor has disabled ally help, he'll be okay. There's always the risk that you accidentally hex your black holing Enigma and it just breaks the channel.
Well, there is a
There's
chance,
that.
or-
I'm not kidding. That can happen.
Yeah, is that another one saying from experience? Because I know that you're a big Enigma player, so maybe.
Let's
maybe
just say
has
that I did
happened.
figure that out a moment ago. Luckily, I have not been a target of it. There's been worse.
That's good. That's good. Okay, so some friendships still haven't been broken. That is nice.
No, not at all. I think this was with a couple days back. I was playing Dazzle Core, and I had a Bloodseeker carry who had help disabled, and I couldn't grave him. I was like, sure, if you want to play it that way, then okay, I'm just not gonna we don't even have any communication in the game. Like, it's not like there was a reason, there was some griefing or something going on. But that just reminded me of the fact that that thing exists in Dota, to remove help. Obviously not something that you're gonna do now to avoid that from happening, because there might be a moment where you just actually need it, and it is a team game. Want to get the most out of it.
You know the old Sing Sing streams, like he's playing a Juggernaut, his team gets hit by the Gale from the Venomancer, and they're all gonna live, but he's just chasing them down and denying them. So it kind of reminds me that if he would be playing a lot of Dota with 5 manning, he'd probably be picking a Shadow Shaman every single time that he has an Enigma on his team.
Or
It would be,
any
quite
big
fun to see.
channeled ability, right? Witch Doctor gets the cask, he gets the Maledict, starts channeling the ult of a lifetime, and then you're just a chick.
Yeah, that would be very likely to happen. I'm curious about this mid lane, because Monkey King does win a lot of the matchups that you would assume he's gonna lose, but I just can't see him, once the Razor gets more levels, do well here.
Right, yeah, Monkey King starts off stronger. That's quite
Yeah.
easy to say here, but with levels it will change.
It should.
So I think your timing might be very early on. If you can bring in the supports, say, we've seen some teams rotate supports for the water runes at 4 minutes. Try and make a play happen, maybe dive under the tower. Downside is you have a slow Shadow Shaman, and then you have Chen. Chen could maybe leave the lane to give Morphling solo XP, but you're up against Bat and Primal. You can't really leave this hero alone. So I think you're not getting the most out of the Monkey King in terms of your stronger timing versus the Razor.
Yeah, you would be fine. Super early on rotating towards the Monkey King is nice, but later on is going to be a problem. So I think Hydra, if they want to rotate towards that Razor lane, it needs to be done earlier. As this lane develops more and more, and as the ledge also gets more items.
Oh, that
it's
was
a
so
problem.
scary. Like, they were fighting against each other for a while. He got 100 damage off of the static link, and when he had 4 stacks of Jingu, Vroom, and the Boundless Strike, he did 50 damage.
Did nothing. Yep. That's kind of the reality of the Monkey King. Lucky for him, he did start off strong, as you mentioned, but the mid lane should be equalizing in the next couple of minutes.
Do you think Hydra's plan is to just, mass push? Got some great pushes in this team as FSD. Alberca's just gonna run him down, and Queasy squeezes in a bit of damage for the first blood on the Bat Rider.
Yep, for sure. It is. We have a mobile mid laner who's going to be going around the map. You get a pick off with him and the Shadow Shaman maybe, while the Chen and the Enigma are in the vicinity pushing, and then you're always fast to connect. That's how it goes, right? With the Morphling, coming to a conclusion. Should I go? Should I not? Right? It's always going to be up to him to decide if he's going to be joining. But the other 4 most definitely are going to be trying to play in the vicinity of each other, with the Monkey and the Shadow Shaman hunting for kills, and Chen and the Enigma obviously just trying to open up the map as much as possible.
Yeah, Monkey King still one of the only heroes in the game that builds Orb of Corrosion. There is not a huge amount of value in the item for almost anybody else. There are maybe like 2 heroes in Dota that would like to build this. Usually it's Lifestealer and Monkey King. Like
Yeah,
plus
I wouldn't like
800
this game.
investment on a very minor buff.
I really wouldn't like it in this game. Because if he was versus a Morphling, sure. Versus a Chen, sure, but they're on your side, so I don't see that much value in it. It's a solid item, but if you really want the Yoga Venom, just get that.
But That could help with that pushing factor. If they want to try and get those early T1 towers, the Orb of Corrosion could pay off. But if you build that item and you don't get benefit out of it, then that means that money is away from that next big item you could have been building. Take Diffusal Blade, for example, just to keep this Razor at bay. But now this Razor is actually going for a bit of a dive under the tower. Doesn't have his full HP creep wave, though, so he probably would have died to the tower if there was a support rotation. Not going to risk it.
He got way too much damage, so he's going to be getting even more of an advantage in this mid lane. Yep. Monkey King, strong start, but as the lane progresses, it's a problem. One big thing is the Razor did use the glyph, right, to stop the Boundless Strike once with the heal, so... yeah, I was about to say it's harder to go for the Monkey King now, but it doesn't seem that hard at all.
Nope. Yeah, he's been doing this on repeat. Every time Static Link is off cooldown, he just runs straight at the Monkey King. Pops it again. I'm just waiting for the moment when the Shaman shows up. But Problems has been stuck in his lane with the Enigma, trying to keep this Naga Siren at least as busy as possible. Lich is now starting to make some stacks. Shaman's also making some stacks. And another dive onto Ethereal, except that this time he manages to get to safety.
He doesn't have a...
oh, he got caught by the Lich. I wouldn't say he's really safe at all. Blood Grenade and the Flame Break, and this time the Monkey King is down as he teleported out the last time. Now he does not have a scroll for himself. He'll get it, but he also dies to get that scroll.
And Siege Creep is alive. He'll use the glyph, but this mid lane tower, it is going to be gone. And the Monkey King hates when he loses the mid lane tower this fast, especially these pushing lineups. They hate it. You can see how they're rotating, but they would need much more than a Shadow Shaman to defend it. Oh, they're not protecting their Siege Creep. It's going to die.
Looks like they're not that interested in it then. Be curious about that. Mirage was taking the creep wave for a bit of a walk.
I think they just messed up. That was a death tower for sure. If somebody just tanks 2-3 tower hits this way, it's going to be surviving still on a sliver of an HP. They even steal the Wisdom Rune. Okay, now it's too much.
Yeah, double Wisdoms again. Just Liga, just playing it better.
Oh, Malady. He has nowhere to go.
Yeah, you got a bit of traffic out there. You got Dolans, you got a Shaman. He's got TP, but you're going to have to be the faster one.
You are not
trying to juke around this one's going to be pretty tricky for him. Plus, he's got no more mana left after that, so it's going to be Lich down and a solo kill. Well, I wouldn't say solo kill. It is the Enigma who picks it up with the Dolans. With Malady.
They still wasted so much time, and look at the difference in the mid lane. This is a huge problem. I think that Hydra are in a even bigger pickle than in the previous game, just because the Monkey King, the one that should be making plays, the one that should be the X factor to potentially stop the split push of the Naga that is undoubtedly coming later on down the line. He just doesn't have the game, and he has 3 points in Jingo Mastery, so it's not even like he can farm with his Primal Spring.
Oh dear, Alberca's going to run into a bit of a rotation, but can they kill this Primal Beast? He's very tanky. He's actually willing to fight it because they jump onto the Bat Rider instead. Queasy, he'll die inside the Wukongs, but Alberca's just waiting for a time to rise. Mirage is nearby too, gets the info on the Monkey King, and now he is defenseless. So they're going to find a better trade out of this.
Yep, smash him into the ground. Bundle Strike wasn't used, but he doesn't even get it off. That's how weak he is and how fast they can take him down. And that was on your opponent's ward, right? They didn't even have vision of that one. They just walked in and found him.
So off to a shining start here for Liga team, 2 games in a row. Net worth is fine for the top 5, but Monkey King is 1,400 gold behind the next core in this game. That is his own Morphling. This is not a very good start for Ethereal, and I fear if he doesn't find a kill soon, this Monkey King has no impact.
Well, they're gonna try to go for the Naga Siren. Does he have a skill point ready? Yes, he does. So he can skill up the song if he sees it necessary.
Yeah. Ethereal is trying to go for the chase. He applies the slow, has the Boundless thrown in. Backups arriving. They got 34 me as well in the top lane. They got the Morphling. They're not TPing to defend this tower just quite yet, but maybe with the song setup. Still just sending in illusions. Now there's the point in Song of the Siren, and they are considering this. They got the catch on the Enigma first. The Chain Frost is there, but Lich has the wrong facet, so that Eidolon spawning from the Enigma taking a hit doesn't continue that Frost Chain.
Doesn't matter. The reason he went for this one is because there's gonna be a lot of units, right, from the Chen and from the Enigma. So if he gets a kill, it is just gonna continue.
Well,
And,
but if he did have that facet, we're gonna solo kill him. Problems. He's in a problem of his own and a bit of a, let's say, a bit of a pickle, right? Because that was going to be the plasma field taking him out. Nowhere to run. FSD also dying to Alberca and Malady.
It's just looking way too easy right now for Liga. And we won't even get to that point that the Nagasar needs to split push. They're probably just not going to be going for a straight up 5 versus 5 team fight because they don't need to, but this is what they're going to continue doing.
Imperial does end up going down.
Stomp after stomp, Panda. You and me, we just don't have luck today. It's way too easy for Liga. Wasn't really all that hard for Chimera before this one, and look at you in the enemy triangle, cutting waves.
Look at you.
Yep.
What a sight to behold.
Is Morphling going to evaporate here? Help is coming, so Queasy should.
They are, and straight onto the bat. The support bat was pressuring the Morphling. At least he gets punished with the backup arriving. Naga, meanwhile, is cutting the bottom wave at the tier 3 tower. So this tower is getting constantly pressured.
And with the Monkey King DP being taken away just to save the Morphling for a position for... Oh no, not again, Ethereal.
We've seen this movie before, haven't we?
Yep.
And that's gonna be Ethereal going down. They've got the shackles on the Razor, but Razor just hits like a truck and it's gonna take 34 down as well. Enigma was thinking about the black hole for a second, but doesn't get it off in time. And that's 4 heroes dead. They only have 3 kills in total. Yeah, they're gonna get the full team wipe. FSD dove under the tower. They are really bullying them out of this series, aren't they?
Yep, it's you know, this is the type of smacking that you have. You know that you're better than them now, and you think these kids at some point might challenge us, but we're gonna put so much fear into their bones that no matter how good they get when they're playing versus us, they're gonna be shaking in their boots.
Well, this shows how prepared Liga is here, and Hydra, well, if they cannot turn this course around in the next few minutes, you're going to have to start planning your lower bracket grind, and an early series awaits tomorrow as well.
So, also, we haven't talked about it, but for a Monkey King, it's very hard to dodge the Plasma Field because there's 2 attacks. You would want to use the Mischief and then jump into the tree, and the Plasma Field is just the type of spell that doesn't allow it, right? Only if it's on the very edge, you might be able to dodge both of them, but there's a 99.9% chance that you're not getting out once the Plasma Field connects.
And this is what
Blink
I was
bat.
a bit worried about with the Monkey King is that he's only now started building his first item. He's gone all in on some stats that would allow him to at least try to fight back. However, he has only picked up 2 kills. Died 4 times. He has almost less CS than his support Chen. Well, Actor will be finished off by Alberca.
Wisdom Rune as well. That's what they came for. They came for the Wisdom Rune. There just happened to be an Enigma there that was happy to die.
Got an extra. 80 is now picked up for Mirage as well, so I think they might be looking at the mid tower now. Song setup coming out. It's caught all 3 heroes. Do they have anything to cut the Monkey King out of his tree, though? Alberca, there we go. The Sinister Gaze, the charge, the vision is there. And Ethereal will die once again. Problems is the one to drop next in just a matter of seconds. And 34me is linked up by Mirage. That 80 rune, not quite enough, but there's the web. And there goes Violet, leading the attack. Under the tower, 4 heroes dead. Enigma, who hasn't yet got the Blink Dagger, still needs another 800 gold, has no way to turn the tide. How much more can they take, Harry?
It just comes down to how much you want to annoy Liga, because all of your timings, all of the strengths of your lineup have been taken away by Liga. The lineup of Hydra doesn't work any longer. What their lineup needs to do is push down towers and have the Monkey King get kills around the map. This Monkey King will never get kills around the map. This Chen and the Enigma will never push towers. Liga would have to throw and throw and throw and throw again.
Yeah, it'd have to be a 40-minute game, right?
of Liga throwing for this to do well, because Liga can delay this victory of theirs to 40 minutes. That just like feels that they have another grab.
Yeah, this time Razor finding the Shaman, the Morphling, the Monkey King. Alberca charges in. They'll get the second. And this will be death number 21. Magical number is 1 kill away, but we're going to be calling GG before that.
No, wait for 1 kill.
It's 3-2-1, boys.
I don't know, Panda. None of the teams just want to do it for the memes. If I was getting stomped like this, I'd wait for the right score and then GG out. This is, but either way, Liga showing that they are not a class, but a couple of classes above Hydra in this one. Meaning that Hydra, Namiga, 4 Pirates, none of these are gonna have a lot of chances versus Liga. But one good thing for them is that Chimera and Liga are gonna be playing versus each other tomorrow. So at least they're gonna be losing some of that gas fighting versus each other.
Yeah, a whole different type of matchup, right? Seeing 2 stomps back to back, and then the stompers are going to have to play each other's, who also played in a stomp series, which was 3-0 for Chimera versus Liga team in the other tournament finished yesterday. So, yeah, interesting stuff. I also want to highlight here some of the stats as well. Alberca, who played 6-0-9, now also played 7-0-11. So he ends this with a nice 33 or 34 KDA in this series. And also the carry. Just a 5 from this one and a 10 from the previous, but unkilled 2 games in a row, the 15 KDA. That, I think, speaks enough. The carry never died, the offlaner never died.
I mean, considering how you were mentioning Violence time and Bait, that you were never impressed because, well, he was in Bait and they were constantly losing. I think it's fair now for you to be super impressed by Violent, because as you mentioned, he didn't die a single time. And here coming into the series, sure, they were
cautious approach,
bound to win. I guess you're still there, but he will grow on you. Violent is a pretty solid solid player.
Well, we'll have to wait and see about that, because that indeed is the series for tomorrow. There's not too much to talk about this one, as you know, Hydra, they have to play Namiga for an elimination series tomorrow. I do hope that Hydra finds better success than they did in this one versus Liga team, and maybe they do. I mean, Hydra did beat Namiga already once in the open qualifier. That was the first one where Hydra qualified, Namiga didn't, and it's going to be a rematch. Maybe a bit of a vendetta, maybe you want to throw into the air if you want to be very dramatic with the flares of the lower bracket round 1 matches, but anything is possible, right? We can take a look at the bracket as well as our first day series are over, and you can see how things have progressed.
Yep, tomorrow we start off with the lower bracket. You and me are going to be on the upper bracket, so I can't wait for the Chimera versus Liga. I think we're ending the day with that one. 4 Pirates versus 9 Pandas. I still think that 1W are not in a good spot right now, and that's why they lost to 4 Pirates. I still think that the 9 Pandas got that, and 9, it is higher than 4.
Yeah, they didn't quite show today on 1-win team, but with one move, you know, they can always surprise. I think they have had a pretty decent season with Warwick in the mid lane, Woe with the carry position. These guys have been playing together for, I think, at least a year. So maybe the synergy comes and clicks for this team. And as mentioned, Namiga versus Hydra is also going to be played out in the morning series with this East European qualifier. But, you know, with all of our series done for today, I think we're shortly going to be closing this one out, Harry. We are going to have another 4 days of this qualifier. So tomorrow, 4 best of 3s, and on, I think, are we on Monday today? Yes, we are today on Monday. 4 best of 3s tomorrow, 2 best of 3s on Wednesday, Thursday, and then on Friday we have the best of 3 lower bracket finals and the BO5 grand finals. So 5 days of tight action, 4 more to go. I do want to ask one quick question, Harry. Outside of these matchups we see, who do you think is going to be our upper bracket finalists?
Oh, so I'm gonna go with Chimera and 9 Pandas. I think that's the most obvious answer, and I do not believe that that's gonna change. I could see Liga winning, but I would say it's like a very high chance that it is gonna be these 2 teams.
Well, let's hope that one at least turns out to be a 3-game series as a full whole. But enough yapping. It's time for some resting, as we'll be back tomorrow, guys, here. It's been an enjoy casting these games, and there's so much more to come here at the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament, brought to you by FISSURE. But until tomorrow, folks, take care of yourselves. Good night, and bye-bye.